damage. Anyone's legend trying to collapse now. Here comes Corky. Hope gets one. Shanks takes down the rest.
Is actually doing enough base damage.
Wait a minute.
Flip. Holy camole, 369, and Chris might have just outplayed this turn.
Jumps into the Rift Arrow and tries to steer this one around and see where he's going to go with this. Where are we going, Raz? Where did you try to take this one?
Here we go. He's out of here.
Into a wall? Okay.
Yep.
One tap of the 10. That's about 10 of his hit points gone. Light though, he just gets destroyed. Shanks is able to get a 1-on-1 kill in the mid lane against the AD carry from Waveball Gaming, and they're running away. I don't think there's anything they can do there. That's a pretty anticlimactic ending with the AD carry getting caught out. Big team fights going to ensue, but there's nothing much that Waveball can do at this point. Hope is too damn
thrown out. Cream is now into the backline. KANAVI now has arrived to the party. Cream is popping the stasis to buy some time with that Zhonya's Hourglass. Here comes Hoya, tries to stall as long as he can, flashes away, but he gets assassinated, and here comes the rest of top Esports. They find the flip. Good night, 1xN. Bishwan could be next as he flashes the safety feather, trying to make the escape, but KANAVI is giving him the double knuckle down.
Good morning or good night, wherever you are. I don't really know what time it is. Actually, you know what? I do know what time it is. It is time for DEMACIA Cup Finals with no other teams than Top Esports and anyone's legend. But before we get into that, I would love to introduce you to my lovely desk, our historian, if you may, of the LPL, Clement Chu. And we also have Rude, who is going to be backing us up with the current LPL data. So hi guys, good morning. How's everyone doing?
Oh my god, thank you so much for bringing me back to the LPL. This is like a dream come true. The last time I've been on the product is in 2021, so it's been almost a long 4 years, and I'm so happy that you guys are picking up the mantle once again for LPL English, letting everyone know about the best league in League of Legends and showing that off to the world.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here for about 2 weeks so far, but it has already been just a roller coaster ride with upsets, surprises, like everything that we're looking for from League of Legends and entertainment I've so far received. So I'm hoping that the rest of 2025 looks really, really good.
I think this is a good mix, though. We have Rude and I new here. What's happening, and then we have someone with so much history on the LPL. I'm really curious to hear what you are expecting of today. I know that you have been keeping up somewhat with the DEMACIA Cup, but what's your vibe on the current, top esports team? What's the vibe on AL? Give me what you got, Clement.
Oh man, I haven't been keeping up with anything. I just told Kelsey, it's like, I don't know what the items do. I haven't played League of Legends in ages. Are you sure you want me even on the broadcast? Like, I don't want to ruin things for you. And Kelsey was like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. You just come on and talk about the LPL and the histories and all of that. So, I'm sorry, but you guys are going to have to do the heavy lifting for today's matchup. I trust you guys are going to knock it out. And I'm just here for to crack some jokes and answer questions about player histories.
What's your take on what we're going to be seeing today?
Oh, I think that if you look at these teams' name brand, you're expecting Top to play really well and probably just win this. But if you've been keeping up and seen the roster changes that have come through for AL as well, this is a series that I think can go either way. I think that there's a slight edge for me just for Top Esports personally, but I think that could change person to person. AL have had some really strong upgrades made to their top side. I think that TARZAN has looked incredible already, and with that going forward, their performances in DEMACIA, it would be disingenuous as well to not mention how well Hope has been playing down on the bot side. So Absolutely. There are opportunities for AL this series, but I think it should be a good one and a close one as well.
Same.
Yes. Very cool. Well,
I concur,
Clement,
yes.
I think last time you saw AL, they went under a different name.
Yeah, you're going to have to juggle my memory on that one. Oh, wow.
Rogue Warriors.
Rogue Warriors.
Oh, man, Rogue Warriors. This was such a fun team because I think they were the team that really leaned to the Chinese branding the most. They wanted to go into that Wushu sort of thing. If you look at their old logo, it was about this Chinese martial arts stuff. And, still now it's very, Chinese flavored with the panda and the rice field hat and all of that. It's very recognizable. But, man, this brought back so many memories because I remember this team. They had a lot of players I was really familiar with because they came from the LMS. You have Bede, you have Ziv. I know it didn't work out for them that well because they're now all back into the LMS, so it probably wasn't like the strongest roster at the time. But watching this, it's just I was rooting for them. I really hope they did well. They never really reached that sort of peak that I personally and would have hoped for them back in my days. I want to, follow up with you guys. How are they doing now?
Well, let's take a look at AL now. Maybe Rude can give us a little bit of a...
Yeah, so we have some changes from obviously then completely new look on the roster. Worth looking as well at the changes that they made coming into DEMACIA from the end of summer. Shanks, Hope and Kyle still their full bot side, but then they've got Tarzan and Flandre in the top side of the map. And I think that obviously slightly highlighted Tarzan as well. Flandre, it's worth pulling up a little bit later on, which we'll dive into, but just for a little bit of an example, Clement, he's been playing things like Tank Jace top lane. And I mean full Tank Jace top lane. So if you're looking for somebody with a little bit of personality, a little bit of flavour to what they're bringing, Flandre is somebody that we can be looking at as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love Flandre, man. He was so fun back in Snake. He was really good to watch in LNG, and he's always been such a unique personality inside the scene. He was always going off really weird picks. We'd ask him before playoffs, and it's like, trust me, bro, I got some weird picks that I'm going to show you guys, but I can't tell any of it for you. You can't reveal any of it now. And in terms of like his play style, I just want to watch the flanks. This guy, historically, one of the best people to find those TP spots and just go into the back line. He was always initiating and getting a very, very high kill share at the same time from the stats we were looking at back in the day.
Interesting. And just before we go into top esports, just because you brought up that, he has sort of like, not sort of, he has a very unique flavor. We've seen what he's been bringing to the DEMACIA Cup and before that, of course. But I'm wondering if there is, you also touched on his personality a little bit. You probably are a little bit more familiar with the LPL talent than any of us are. But what do you know? Is there anything from behind the scenes that you know that makes him come off as such a confident player? Or is it just, something that you've witnessed on stage?
This is gonna feel like going really far back in history, but one of Snake's crowning achievements for that entire squad was that they were able to dominate in scrims. Like they secretly behind the scenes were one of the best scrim teams, and they would always tell people that, hey man, we beat SKT. They're still called SKT back in that days. No, not T1. SKT with Faker, 3-1 in scrims. And everyone was like, "Oh my God, you guys are so good!"
It's unheard of.
And it never materialized in terms of playoffs. At least when I was still casting, they never made it past the semifinals. So, they always had that sort of really, really confident behind the scenes. The creativity was off the charts, and Flandre back in the day, he would rap with Crystal in our opening ceremonies. It was really fun to watch. They would do the Chengdu cipher or something, and it was like, wow, I didn't know hip hop was that big in China, but it was so cool. They were bombastic. However, it didn't really translate the full way when it came to playoffs, and I hope things have changed. I hope that Flandre, being the veteran and being such the unique, we called him the flank and shank player, basically. Mm-hmm. He'd flank you and then he'd shank your back line. I hope he can find success.
Well, he does have someone in his team that kind of goes by that name, so hopefully that'll work out for them. But on the other side, on the top lane, yeah, exactly. No pun intended, but pun is there. We have 369 with Top Esports. I'm curious what you guys can tell me about this team. What are we going to be expecting that is going to hit AL face to face?
Hold on, we've just sent Clement down memory lane. I think we need to give him a second to.
He did have a baseball moment.
What do we think about this? Is 2021 when you last casted at top. Some more familiar faces, but yeah, this was also a roster.
Yeah, when Karsa was still, back on top of the world, I did have to watch Karsa in the most recent split, and I was like, man, back in those days, Karsa was a really, really good player. You can see he still has his watch on his hand right there. That was a huge thing in the LPL because he really started that sort of wave of sponsors. And his watch back then, it was worth 6 million NTD. It was It was like a $200,000 watch that appreciated massively, and he would wear it in all of the promotions. Like, it was a very special brand watch. There was only like 6 of them in the world, and he started that trend of like getting esports players to kind of go into those sponsorships.
Something that
unfortunately,
isn't just like a jersey spot. That's so funny. Sorry to interrupt, but like now that I'm looking at the picture, I didn't notice the watch at first, and now it just bothers me. I don't know why. It's just there, and I don't see it. But please go on.
Yeah, and it's like I know a lot of these players, and what I'm worried about is like they're very mechanically intense players, like Jackie Love and Karsa. You know, Jackie Love back in 2015, when Worlds was in Europe. Like, I was hearing the IG team back then saying, you know, we might not win this Worlds. They did really badly in groups. That was one of the worst showings that LPL ever had. But like, we have Jackie Love, and everybody's like, who's Jackie Love? We've never heard of them. So he's been in the esports system for so long. You know, Karsa's been there, and the nostalgia I'm getting and the sort of like sense of regret I'm getting is like, man, I'm not sure how they're going to perform mechanically 10 years into the future. I can't wait to see that. Are they going to be like me, where like my vision is blurry and I feel like I have arthritis and can only play a TFT, or are they still going to be at that same top level? You know, it's so
Rude. You tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Jackie Love has appreciated massively, and I think that the stock that they placed on him was worthy. That they had an appropriate amount of sort of investment put on Jackie Love, and he's been so far, again, a highlight for this DEMACIA Cup. I think going into this, the jungle specifically and the bot lane are going to be 2 lanes where you're really looking at those as sort of deal breakers for both of these sides. Jackie Love has been exceptional. There was a Jin game where he found a 4th shot that he's weaving through various different champions to find Rookie, I believe, in a really big, crucial moment. So there's been so much hype around Jackie Love for so long, and in DEMACIA, it's been worthwhile. So this whole roster has been really entertaining. The changes from the end of summer through to the start of DEMACIA were in those supportive roles. What I really like about the top esports roster going from the end of summer to DEMACIA Cup is that they kept mid, bot, and top all the same. They've got 369, Cream, and Jackie Love. So you're thinking the overall dynamic shouldn't change too much. It's just how KANAVI and Crisp end up slotting into this roster to change that a little bit.
And interesting, looking at these 2 rosters, we have 2 Koreans in the jungle that I feel like we just really have to mention here. 2 incredible players that have different play styles. Maybe you guys can talk a little bit about what we're going to be seeing from them today.
I think the important part for this more so is like these are 2 former franchise junglers now looking to try and find themselves a new home, because you can see KANAVI, the entirety of the 2020 from 2021 through to 2024 was JDG's franchise player, was their captain that he would lead them out on a charge with. TARZAN, for the most part as well, was on LNG for all of those years that you can see. Now looking to try and find a home on AL, spent a little bit of time with Weibo last year, but this is 2 junglers looking to find that new spot that they can really root down in.
It's so weird seeing KANAVI in another jersey other than JD Gaming, because like he was a lone player to that team and he established himself on an MVP. Yeah, he's still there, but now playing on top esports. And I have to say, KANAVI is like one of my all-time favorite junglers to watch. We always called him the 4th carry on the team because his play style was so much about playing things like the the lamb and the wolf champion.
Kindred, yeah.
Oh yeah, Kindred. Oh she wasn't in our recent set in TFT, so I forgot the name, but like he was always playing these hyper carries, and what he loved to do was he would actually go top lane and leech EXP off the top side. So he would hit level 4 by leeching experience, and a lot of top laners actually hated that when they had to play with KANAVI. And then he would go into the jungle and just start bullying the other jungler. So he played a very unique style where the game center was all around him. He was not a supportive jungler. He was resources for myself, and if I get to late game, I'm going to be that extra carry that you can't deal with.
All right. Well, thank you.
And these 2 have both got like decent or funny, similar origin stories, because they both came from the same challenges LCK or from like Griffin, right? This insane roster from the past, and then one goes loaned out while the other is still there. And
Exactly.
both of these players who have been now franchised in the LPL almost, now looking for their second spots, second places to really root down in. For KANAVI as well, he played a lot more facilitatory, I think, in the last split, but coming into already just DEMACIA, looking at pulling out those champions a little bit like the Kindred. Don't think we've seen it yet, but Vi, more carry-oriented bridge-style junglers is something that we've gone for, and TARZAN as well. Again, same introduction from Griffin in the in Korea. Needs not really the introduction to the LPL anymore, but is another champion and another player again who last split can look toward more of those facilitatory tank junglers, but we know and we've seen in the past from the LPL can just play carries and can just be a fourth carry also.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of like contrast in my mind. I don't know if it's true anymore, and Rudy can correct me on that, but when TARZAN was playing with Chovy, you're not leeching EXP from him. So
No.
yeah, it's a very different like origin story, I would say, and it's gonna be fun to see if that contrast still holds true, or like what the game actually is like these days. So I can provide you like an old man's view of like things have changed from back in my day.
Oh, we love old man's view here. Don't worry about that. And still looking at the top side, we did touch a little bit on Flandre and his champion pool and his risk taking this tournament. We know that DEMACIA Cup does allow people to try out, whatever they feel like trying out before the season next year starts. But if you guys can tell me a little bit about
What? No way.
Yeah, there you go.
So this was the 1v1 that they do for side select now. So the start of every series, normally the top laners 1v1 for side select. Flandre decided Heimerdinger was the go-to for this one, but we've seen we saw Smolder in one of these B-rolls. We've seen some questionable Malphite ultimates as well. There were, that was number one. That one hit, which is a good start. There were a couple that were a little bit shaky on, but again, the tank Jace, as mentioned earlier, he's absorbing the damage of 3 people right there, buying the space for Hope, which was really important. But he's had a diverse champion pool where we got to see some champion or some top laners like Thundertalk Hoya was playing exclusively tanks. Galio top was the craziest thing we saw from him. Flandre is pulling out things like Smolder, tank Jace,
right.
and kind of diversifying the top lane in that way instead. My first question after like watching that clip is asking like, is that because of Fearless Draft? Is that what I'm missing?
I'm gonna say no.
Day, there was
off
no
the
Fearless
rip.
Draft.
I'm gonna say there are more than 2 top laners that are quote unquote viable that we would used to be seeing. Right, the whole Fearless Draft I don't think has really bled into it that much yet, and I think this is more of a Flandreism than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that today players are already walking out?
This is where we have to see Clement's knee-jerk reaction to KANAVI not in a JDG jersey.
Exactly.
I remember when I was doing this with Mazel for the semi-finals, he had the same sort of, that's strange. That's not okay that we're seeing KANAVI not in that jersey. But with the current walkouts, we get to see some good fun.
Man, this just brings back so many memories. It's been a long time since I've seen like things being played in the stadium. Back when I was still casting LPL, we had to go through the entire COVID thing. I even recognized the venue just from the walkout. This is Hongqiao. It's really close to the airport. We used to run studio production there. The fans were great. It was located inside this big department store. And department stores loved esports because you could get people to actually walk in physically, interact with the shops, and it's just
in a department store. I can't say I've ever thought of that, but I'm wondering, just out of my own curiosity, I've been lucky to experience low esports in several different regions, but I have not been able to see them in China yet. I'm wondering what the crowd is like compared to other regions. I'm sure you've seen your fair share of other regions as well.
The big thing you immediately notice is that it's not a boys' game. Like, a lot of the fans are actually
Like in
girls.
Korea.
They're there to cheer,
Yeah.
and they have a lot of this sort of idol feeling towards their
Yes.
players. You know, they really see them as sort of like stars. You know, it's a very different perspective, I think, from the West, where a lot of the guys, they're looking at these players and they're trying to emulate what they're actually doing in game, while a lot of the times the teams in the East, they're pushing them to be like cutesy, to interact, to kind of share more life stories and really talk to the other side of the fan base, which is, as you can see, there's a lot of female fans here.
Yeah. Well, you know, not just female fans. We're all here, you know, cheering for AL in top esports. It does look like they are about to be going into the 1v1, if I'm not mistaken. They still need to do the side select. So if we can toss it to the casters and see what their reaction is going to be.
Thank you all so much, and thank you to Lara, Clement, and Rude for breaking down some of the action, sharing some wonderful stories, and now we got to get into the action, which is going to be a lot of fun in its own right. I think this maybe wasn't the exact matchup we were looking forward to when we started DEMACIA Cup, but Alk Battery, I couldn't be more excited to be getting into this one.
Yeah, man, what the hell? I was promised IG. Where are they? What's going on here,
Where's the
man?
super team, man?
Yeah, I was
No,
told
it's just
IG
AL,
are gonna
you
run
know,
the
Tarzan
league.
taking teams to finals. No big deal.
Yeah, something like that. But let's take a look, because I do want to, get into it. We do have, for part of our side select here, and it's going to be a big portion of the LPL format going into 2025. We've got our 1v1s, something that we talked about yesterday on the show, but has been really fun to watch, not only just mechanically what these players bring, but just hearing all of the stories of the players sitting behind and being able to hear their teammates behind them, their coaches as well, just sitting in on it. Please, not another one of these boring matchups, please.
Oh! All right, well, Fladre, please tell me you've learned a lesson of your 10-minute 1v1 that we just didn't want to watch, man. But it is going to be a straight classic, I guess. Fladre versus 369, Corky versus Corky for the 1v1 side selection.
I can't wait for the most wonderful 1v1 of all time, guys.
This is where they just go all in at level 1 like they do on Draven normally. And then
So,
we just
the
see who
funny
wins.
part is that the meme before was always like, hey, it's Azir Corky in the meta. Get ready for the most fun mid matchup of all time. And now we've taken it one step further with this blind pick, or the fact you can pick the same champion with, it's Corky versus Corky, the most fun matchup.
Oh my goodness! It just continues to build on itself. The lore will continue to build. But honestly, it's kind of cool. I know it's something that you wanted to talk about a little bit, but in the end, the finals matchup does come down to a group stage team versus a bracket stage team, and getting to have a tournament like DEMACIA Cup going throughout the kind of preview to 2025 of LPL has been really fun to watch. But of course, we get kind of the Cinderella story at the end there.
Yeah, now, okay. If we do have a 10-minute one, I don't think we're gonna see it. Is there a possibility
so.
that we get some spicy tech coming in from Flandre? Because we've already had the Jace, we've had some the Malphite accident that happened. So, do you think that we get something cooked up? Because he's always bringing stuff from solo queue, and he's already brought it here to the DEMACIA Cup. So
I want to see the Warwick actually locked in on Summoner's Rift instead of banned every single time in the 1v1s. Things like that. That could be fun. That could be fun stuff. I don't know. I really want to get a temperature check of how these teams are going to be approaching this one, especially it's a best of 5 full fearless. So not only can you not pick champions that you've already played or that anybody's played in the series itself. Once we get to game number 4, you don't get the second phase of bans, and in game number 5, there are no bans. So a lot of the strategy we've seen is picking up OPs early or letting them through in that regard so that you don't have to worry about them in the pivotal games. But maybe these teams want to have fun for a couple games, and we get to see some of that. We get to see some of that spice and some of the choices.
that is possible. Victor has been a champion that's been really interesting to see. I know that the first reaction from myself and the community is maybe not the champion himself, but we have been seeing it slip to like the second or third game in a series, not necessarily being instantly P1'd or something that in game one both teams are looking forward to. So I'm going to be kind of looking towards both these teams because they have also been, both teams have been looking towards picking Victor, especially later on into a series. They're one of actually the few teams that are actually able to pick this champion up. So I think we'll kind of get more of that temperature check that you're looking for, especially as we get further. Once that game 3 happens, there's already so much gone, and you still have another 10 bans to go through.
We're going to be getting into the 1v1 here very shortly, and here we go. Are they both corgis is the biggest question.
Yeah, true.
It's Corky versus Corky.
The thing I love about both these guys is from behind the scenes stuff and hearing how they interact with teams. A lot of what they bring to the table, yes, is on the Rift. They are awesome, but they're in crucial parts to the teams outside of the Rift. 369 being kind of the likable guy, always able to make like a funny moment or at least keep the mood lighthearted, and Flandre a lot in the same regard. I think it's kind of cool to see, and both of them have a little bit of fun with the Corkies in top lane.
I love that this matchup. We'll get more into like the mechanics and like the matchup between these two players, but like you were just saying, I love how there's so much community backing between these two players, especially for 369. Just his name alone. Oh my God, we're just going for it.
Yeah, we are. I said maybe just go in at the level 1. 369 thinks he's got the angle here. Flandre, he pops the barrier a little early. The exhaust comes through, and 369, he gets side select.
Hey, Cream's like, hey, look, I've already played like 14 million games on the patch. Just here's what you got to do. There you go. You get the free win.
Arms up behind the head, just chilling, watching his top laner go to work, I guess.
He's like, it's okay. You guys are just gonna pick me by on red side. Hey, I'll just get a free red side draft anyway. So already we can talk about some of the ramifications here. TES will have side select coming into the first game. For the rest of these games afterwards, it will be the loser of the last match. And for these two, I think TES are in a pretty unique situation where they should be looking to go towards blue side. I think that has been the preferred side, especially when you look at all of the OPs like Rumble and Skarner. But AL are a team that love to be on red side, especially when we're talking about the top lane matchup, giving Flandre something that has a little bit of agency and can do really well in team fights.
Yeah, and I know that's a big focus, at least going into it, but also another little bit of a focus for anyone's Legend is focusing on the bot lane a little bit. And I think one of the things going into tonight is that Hope and Kael need to stay stable. If they're winning, that's a dub, honestly, for anyone's Legend. But I need them to stay afloat, at least, in that 2v2.
We haven't really seen JackieLove and Chris play like the most aggressive 2v2s of all time, and that is part of the change to this roster, not only losing Tien, but also Mako in the process. So we'll see what JackieLove and Chris are able to do. I think the one kind of benefit for me, for anyone's Legends bot lane anyway, is going to be the fact that they have been playing for a little bit longer. They already have some pre-built synergy. Hopefully that can carry them at least to the 15-20 minute mark where we can see some more great team fighting, because that is where I think AL has done such a fantastic job, and even why they're here in the grand finals.
That's why the question on the other side of things for top esports is a question in that regard. I mean, we saw JackieLove and Mako. They had an incredible year this last year. There was a change. Another world champion comes into the bot lane, so we're not losing that veterancy for JackieLove, which has been a big crying point in the past years. But we get a different type of support. Crisp, who is more of the roamer, more going out to find plays proactively with the team, and I really am excited to see what version of him we get in this kind of 2025 preview that we have.
So we've kind of talked about some of the other lanes. I think we've danced along around it long enough, Ledden. We got to talk about these junglers, man. We got to talk about these two guys.
Stepping right to the jungle.
We've got KANAVI versus TARZAN. I mean, if you've watched no other LPL for the rest of this year, 1, shame on you. Fix that for next year. That's why you're here in the first place. 2, KANAVI has had an insane tournament already. The sample size is small, but almost every one of these games coming out from TES, he has looked like one of the best junglers in the LPL yet again on a new team. So I'm already looking forward to it. We've got the first part of the draft already, and I kind of joked about it, but that Vi first pick, super dangerous for TES and something we've been seeing throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, what is plastered across the sky right now in this series is this series will be dictated by the jungle and who takes control, who wrestles control from others. And I think Vi is an incredible starting point to give that control to the player himself in KANAVI. Now, instantly returned to are the Cassante and Rakan answers by anyone's legend on red side. Still some OPs available.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that TES, because they were, they had side select, they went for the blue side draft, they can go ahead and ban the Nocturne and Nico. The Nico, preferably for Kael, who we've seen already in this tournament pick it up a little bit. But Nocturne, a really good jungler here for Tarzan, really plays in his style of being able to farm up, get some resources into yourself, and then impact the map in a really big way. We talked about coming into this series whether or not Rakan priority was going to be super high, especially for these two supports. And already, I think, for TES, they've secured some really strong 2v2s in mid-jungle. And then I think with Varus, just a strong, very blindable AD carry.
Yeah, I think giving him those kind of fighting tools, but also a little bit of the utility with the Chains of Corruption goes a long way with a guy with a mind like Jackie Love. Now going into the second phase after we got the Wukong pick as the answer into the Vi, which we actually have seen a decent amount of here in this tournament. The focuses change up a little bit for both sides.
Okay, so back end of these drafts for anyone's legends is going to be a focus towards preparing Flandre for a pretty good matchup. I like that we're taking the Poppy away. My eyes kind of start to go towards, are we going to also start to maybe get rid of a Mordekaiser or the Renekton for the Cassante matchup?
Rid of the Mordekaiser?
Look, all I'm saying is if you're gonna force it onto him, you gotta take one of them. You're either gonna be playing against Renekton or you're gonna be playing against Mordekaiser in more instances rather than not. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. And for anyone's legends, what mid lane pick are we going to be able to see here? Because, I mean, really for Shanks, there's still Corki. I think, obviously, with Orianna banned, there's a couple of options still available. But it's really been his mage play that we've been impressed with.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of answers he's still going to have available to him after getting, the Orianna now banned. See if any other control mages are on the docket here. It is going to be a crisp classic in the Renata ban as the final ban for anyone's legend in this game number 1.
I guess I didn't immediately recognize the flex potential of the Poppy, so really great job from anyone's legends, I think, to kind of cover their bases from the bottom lane perspective. And we get into the back half here, as the final ban for TS is going to have to come in through soon. I'm looking at the mages that Shanks has played. It's been Silas, the Orianna that's already banned, Akali, Victor, Aurora is taken away on the opposite side, so no Akali at least in this game, maybe prepping for something for Cream to play around with later in the series.
Glorious Evolution, anybody? I think the Syndra is a great shout-out as well, though, for Shanks. He's an incredible Syndra, but we do get the Victor also getting it out of the way for the rest of the games in the series.
Ooh, so we're in a situation now where we've given over counterpick to Hope and Kael, so whatever they kind of go for, you have to be able to deal with the range of Varus, or say that you can also be a tank buster. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be that Jinx game, and any mobile AD carry you go for as anyone's legends, you're just going to get a Vi and potentially a Rel on top of you. I think this is such a dangerous combo.
Top Esports, though, they're about to have the team fight from hell right now with the Ornn and the Rel lock-in. If the Rel does end up getting locked in, they can easily CC the entirety of the team in a lot of regards, but be able to find that single target that they need to with KANAVI leading the charge in that regard. So the Corki is the lock-in right now on the other side. A lot of AP damage coming through, but that'll be a bot lane Corki.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Ledin. This AL draft, while it is very strong, I think as the fight goes on, you can get a ton of value. I'm worried about the damage. I think that there's not enough necessarily. I mean, Victor can lay down the deeps, but you really want to try to get that execute. You want to make sure that you can try to get the spreading ultimate for this Victor. And Wukong, after that first couple hits, I don't think it can kind of pump on through. So for TES, as long as they can make sure that their front line is dealing enough damage, especially for someone like KANAVI here with this Vi, if he's in a great spot, I think TES can kind of run away with this game.
I'm really excited. It is the 2024 DEMACIA Cup Grand Finals. Typically, the winner of this tournament does go on to have a pretty good next year, and it is a wonderful preview going into the next year of the teams that we're going to have available to us. These two teams honestly world's contenders right out the gate, it feels like, but hoping to prove a little bit of that and grow some of those synergies going into this series itself. It's a full Fearless best of 5. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have KANAVI versus TARZAN, two of the mainstays in the LPL, but also two guys who just have the hands to make it happen. I really want to see that kind of mental warfare going on between these two guys early into this series.
They have been playing so well this tournament. For KANAVI, I think he has been one of the smartest junglers to play around vision and making sure that he can kind of take every little bit of camp like his camps individually before an objective. I think the most famous one was his Vi last night, which was he's doing red buff during a dragon fight. We're getting a cinematic camera for TARZAN. I mean, he has just been trying to play for all of his lanes. I think more specifically now with a pretty good draft for him. I think there's a couple of options for TARZAN as to what he can try to do. He has lanes that he can play for, especially with a Cassante. A lot of options for anyone's Legends.
The story of TARZAN is so interesting as well. Obviously, the big Griffin prospect, but when he came over and had a lot of the biggest moments on LNG and kind of the miracle runs and the runs to internationals, it never felt quite his fault, but a lot of the blame got put onto him. And I think seeing, after he wasn't even playing last spring, by the way, bringing that Weibo team, resurging the energy within it and getting them to Worlds and then now coming over to anyone's Legend, this guy has turned into a bit of a mercenary, but he's a mercenary that knows how to get the goods.
Yeah, you know, I will say, in defense to the TARZAN haters, 2023 Worlds, he was doing things, okay? I can't defend him. Everywhere else, I will agree, TARZAN and every other jungler, for the most part, get a lot of flack for things that are usually not their fault. So I can get behind that kind of messaging. But we're getting some kind of difference in the lane swaps already, so obviously wanting to avoid the Varus matchup, but 369 immediately clearing through mid lane to try to get down to this lane. It's going to be a lot of gold going over to what Hope and Flandre can try to get done, but
that's a nice little combo in the mid lane as well. Chris was trying to get a little bit of poke onto Shanks, but we must adapt our eyes and our view sight to this mid lane because that's where both teams want to put a lot of presence into, and I think rightfully so. Shanks and Cream kind of finding their own names in this DEMACIA Cup in a lot of ways. I know Shanks having his big bright moments in a lot of the AL victories, the trudge to get to finals, and Cream just in their last series didn't have as much of a banger game number 1, but game number 2 actually cleaned up very heavily. So I like to see a little bit more presence given to these two guys.
Cream got robbed of an MVP vote on the Akala game, so I will defend this guy. I'm not even a mid laner, and I'm already having to put on defense for this team. AL in this lane swap now. So what's typically we're expecting to see is Flandre going to TP to try to catch this wave. We already see that Kyle is in position for this, but the junglers are just in a better position, I think, from TES. KANAVI already clearing most of this bot side. We're going for a dive and a level 2 Cassante.
Kyle is here, has a big grand entrance, 2 people knocked up, now Chris going low. Jackie Love takes a turret shot. Flandre is still kicking it. TARZAN right here to deliver the hurt. First blood goes to the new age king of the jungle, TARZAN, and they're looking for even more. Jackie Love gets his ankles broken by that man on your screen, and go ahead and give him a triple kill. As he's looking for 369, he might actually have the angle. Kyle also looking for the angle. This could be absolute disaster for Top Esports to start off this game number 1.
Okay, Invictus Gaming send their regards. They're like, okay, you had a level 1 in our first game. Well, anyone's Legends are going to bring you that heat and smack them down. 4 kills here for TARZAN early on. They did not execute at all on that bot dive, but goddamn, Lennon, that is a huge opener for anyone's Legends at the grand finals.
I love it because you were talking about Wukong. Well, the man's got 4 kills now. looking pretty good as we look back at that replay.
All right, all of the damage profile stuff that I was talking about earlier, I guess it just goes out the window if Wukong gets to start with an item here. Really great job from Flandre. He got level 3 in the middle of that dive, so he's able to block out on Crisp, and then just the rest of the damage isn't there. We already saw a lot of the summoner spells spent by TES, and I just... There's not much to say. Flandre and Kyle played that really well. TARZAN comes in over top. He gets all the kills. I mean, it doesn't get much easier for a jungler.
That's a great way to start. KANAVI's like, man, That happened to me. Why can't why does it gotta happen to you too? A little bit of Christmas coming late, I guess, for Tarzan here, but now we gotta think about what that does for the map. Tarzan's gonna have a lot more say in the control of the map that we were talking about. These two junglers will be fighting over.
It means also that as soon as Tarzan hits level 6, that he can kind of cheat for a bottom lane wave and try to look for maybe an early gank before the summoner spells are back up from TES. And for AL, part of that strength, once he has finished his recall, so already half of the way through, or 2/3 of the way through, for a Trinity Force for this Wukong, he can very easily come through the bottom lane, try to leverage some of his combat power, and I'll be looking for how KANAVI's able to avoid Tarzan right now, because that 1v1 is extremely losing. You have a longsword versus a Phage, the Hearthbound Axe. You're just never winning this position right now, as it seems like he was feigning to go towards the dragon, but recognizes that Tarzan should be on the back, should be on his way down here, and this is not an objective we can contest.
And this is also a situation where they can take the dragon and maybe even go contest for the grubs if they want to try to go for a double combo there. But that would be the answer right now from Top Esports. You already see pings going up towards that grub pit, and it is not the dragon started early by anyone's legend, so maybe Tarzan wanting to go contest that one too.
You see the pinks come out. They want to try to go for it. Oh, no flash on him.
They know that he doesn't have flash. Hope going with the stunt on him there with the flash himself. One more auto. Hope taking the turret. Hope gets the shield, and Hope gets the play.
It's all of the summoners now from this AL bot lane, but Jackie Love is out of this game for the time being. 0-2-0 as this Varus. You saw the pings come out while we were talking about that play. TES wanted to start up the grubs, get their bot lane on a recall. Chris had already went back to base, and it just means on that timer, they know, look, Jackie Love doesn't have flash. We're going to punish this, find our kill, set up for our own dragon take. And I like this coming out from Flandra, since they don't know where Tarzan is. Feigns down into the bot lane, or into the pit after crashing a huge wave, gets good pressure, and stops the rest of these grubs being taken. At the very least, AL can grab themselves a dragon and a single grub.
Hey, I already said it going into the game. If bot lane is winning, that is a dub for anyone's legend. I see a 1-0 to 0-2 ADC score right now. So it's working out for anyone's legend. They're just going to have a lot of wiggle room on how they want to proceed in this kind of mid game that we'll be cresting into. It does look like KANAVI is trying to circle right back and finish up that grub spawn so that we can get another one going. But from now, it just looked like Tarzan was taking it easy and farming up as much as possible with his early lead.
Yeah, right now for Tarzan, instead of necessarily going for those grubs, I think picking up a couple more of these camps, if he's able to finish his top side, I'm going to hold that Kyle.
Crisp. He's getting low. He uses the crash down and the flash. Jackie Love, he's about to get flash back up, but it's not up just yet. Jackie Love's getting low. He got one more arrow, but it was not enough. That quiver is empty, and anyone's legend is full of black powder. Double kill for Hope.
There's just no way to go in this fight. You're already losing the 2v2. You're desynced on your waves as well as the experience between the two of them. It's just looking pretty good for anyone's legends. The AL fans, the AL fans that were in the chat before we started the stream were getting called all kinds of names from the other Twitch chatters, but it seems like they are the true believers making it on through here as they just win this 2v2 in great fashion. Again, they have the summoner spell advantage. They know that they're desynced. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that Hope and Kyle, we had question marks as to whether this bot lane was going to be able to perform, and TES are struggling after that early game.
Yeah, I mean, the 2v2 is not looking good between Jackie Love and Crisp in that case, and it's a lot of fights that maybe feel like they don't need to be taking, but they are indeed, and that's going to be the nature of the beast there. 7-0 lead in only 8.5 minutes for anyone's legend. Tarzan now going to be hitting the gas here and moving in to try to find people, try to find a lot of invades into KANAVI's jungle, and was looking at trying to take Cream in mid lane.
If they can try to open up Cream, I think that'd be great, but Shanks has been doing a fantastic job so far, mostly because the map is so destabilized, with bot lane constantly getting ran down, with KANAVI not really finding too much answers in mid. I'll say that now.
They find Shanks. This was kind of that single target lockdown we were talking about so much in the draft, and Shanks will bite the dust there. KANAVI will finally get Top Esports on the board.
My fault, Shanks. That's my fault. I didn't want you to...
You did that to him. That was all you.
Whatever, I'll take it. So, for Shanks there, losing Flash is such a big part of the game. I mean, you are playing Victor. You're having to play up against an Ornn, a Vi. It's going to be something that we'll have to take a look at and track as we go forward. Tarzan, though, I don't really know if we want to go for this fight. Yes, we have a large advantage, but we also haven't spent our gold in a pretty long time.
He's got to have an item, right?
Yeah,
Like,
if he's not
literally
close to
has
finishing Trinity, then maybe he's a little bit closer to getting full boots upgrade, and that's what we're looking for. I mean, we just don't have a real fight to play for at least 2 minutes now, so wouldn't be surprised if for at least anyone's Legends, they're looking to kind of take it slow. Maybe we look for a dive here on bottom lane, or onto the top wave, as Cream is by himself.
I'm trying to, decipher a little bit how Tarzan really makes this lead felt. Because obviously his Cyclones in fights are going to be big. KANAVI getting caught out is going to be big as well. Because guess who's coming around the corner? Tarzan sprinting his way to find KANAVI. It gives him the little stick there and finds the kill. As now they're actually looking at a potential bush play here. They do get the Shattering Strike
Tarzan,
in now as well.
no!
The chains. Tarzan, he's going right back in though as he had that Cyclone reactivation. And now
he sells
Flandre's
all
doing
out.
Cassante things. He's not going to find the kills, but they do find the invade on the chicken.
I was surprised that Flandre still had all out during that entire play. So, despite KANAVI dying there, this actually becomes a pretty heads-up play now for TES. They get the TP out from Flandre, so they're not going to at least contest for this next Dragon coming up in a minute. You also have Grubs in a minute and a half. You're now going to be missing some key ultimates coming into this fight. I think that TES, this is the one part of the game that despite this early game, you really need this to go well if you want to find any success in this game.
Things are getting so dicey and so far out in front of Top Esports. Though, I will say, even though Top Esports haven't really dealt with this just yet, they are a team that I expect to be very scrappy. And Cream, not going to be scrappy enough to get away from Flandre. Okay, maybe he is. Looking for the twofold hex, but didn't find the damage there. You have Tarzan, who is on his way up here. Will be spotted on vision. Does it really matter, though, when you already have Trinity Force at 11 minutes in? I don't think so.
You are literally just going to win every single 1v1. It does not matter. And Tarzan just instead optimizing for the camps on top side. They're going to split this map. There's a dive being prepped on the bottom lane, however. Hope and Kyle do have their flash. Looks like we're investing a teleport. So if this bot lane 2v2 can at least get out, or at the very least get a kill, you're looking at a pretty huge advantage coming in for them.
Oh, AL, they played a little bit too far off turret. They're going to get the TP play coming in. There's the cease and desist, as well as Chris going in for the big combo now. Chris taking low because of the turret shots, and this was not the outcome that Top Esports wanted to have on that one. It's a split fight, and Shanks trying to chase down Cream. Tarzan has made the run. He's on a 50K right now and has found Cream on the bot side. They just left each other in top side, and he'll take a crushing blow to the face.
Huge win for AL, and again, Kyle plays that magnificently. Last time, it was Flandre on the bot lane dive with Kyle. This time, Kyle tanks up all of the CC. Hope gets out of the way so he can deal damage, and there's just not enough setup there coming in from TES. They're going to try to turn on 369?
He's got the break of the armor there with the Cyclone. He's getting low. 820 smackaroos right there at 369. He rolled a 9 on that one.
That actually slows down the game. They may have been able to say, look, Tarzan, you can go and use your jungle privilege to heal up all of your HP. So they don't even get to start the dragon on this, although it seems like AL are not going to be willing to give this up for free, as we're seeing a bit of a dance in the river.
A little bit of damage on the Crisp there, too. Flandre a bit overextended now. Jackie Love looking for it, but doesn't find the Chains of Corruption. KANAVI goes right back to work, right back onto the Grubs, trying to make sure they can get the Might spawn for top.
So they're going to get at least 3 Grubs here. Flandre gets canceled again. Tarzan's nowhere in the area. And TES, by keeping AL interested in that bottom lane, and for 369 to pick up that kill onto Tarzan, it does slow down this game just a little bit. They are still down 5,000 gold versus anyone's Legends, and you have to be thinking, Corki's going to be hitting 2 items really soon. You're going to be having a level 11 Victor, and this already fed Wukong, I think, is a very dangerous spot. But as for TES, they've gotten themselves 5 Grubs. If we can get a little bit of these plates before they fall, I think that's as good as it's going to get for them.
KANAVI sees Tarzan, immediately turns around. Even has Chris right there. You're like, nah, I'm not dealing with that.
So let's take a look at this replay. This is the dive that happened that went so well for AL. I mean, all this damage.
Cream, though.
Yeah, still great ultimate coming in from Kyle to just give them all of the charm. They can't move, they can't interact. 369 is literally just standing here. He presses ult, and that's about it because of how far they went for that play. We get to kind of see them go for the extended play. During all of this, Flandre is hitting top lane. We do have Jackie Love farming up in mid lane. They eventually do get punished here by after the TP for overextending, but still, I think that the gold that they were able to generate during this play, specifically to get them to 2 items, is going to be a huge boon for them.
Yeah, and Tarzan is literally just building bridges right now to get Shanks to a point to where Shanks is unstoppable, and Shanks is doing the glorious evolution all over top esports. Now we're going to get that big quickness pop with the grand entrance, and Crisp is just losing his health faster than he can hang. Got 369 popping the ulti, but for nothing.
The kill onto Crisp, the flash off of KANAVI. AL are looking to take an incredibly dominant game 1. Now, I will be honest here, Lennon. I have been a very soft AL doubter. Everybody keeps telling me this team's going to do well.
Here,
I wanted to believe that, this team could do amazing with Flandre and Tarzan, but I think with the competition that they've had on the way up to this part of the bracket, I was not, super impressed. I think that the series versus Weibo, they took in pretty convincing fashion, barring the first game. But so far, if they're willing to scrap like this, and we can see this consistently throughout the next season, I'm starting to get on that hype train that you sold me on earlier. AL to playoffs. AL's potentially to Worlds.
Hey, they're my sleeper Worlds team right now. They definitely wanted to up the ante with their roster and bringing in Flandre and Tarzan. Big names to try to buff it up and make it in this, change up of a year in 2025. Now, Rift Herald did get started up by Top Esports, but they realized they are not in the position to control this map at all, honestly, at this point. And it will just fall prey to anyone's legend.
So anyone's legends, they have at least 1 grub, so minimal amount of extra damage.
Is it really prey if it stays in the same spot all the time and is predictable? I guess it is prey.
Yeah, I would say it's just like hanging out, like it's
the
got
hunting
its own
grounds.
Yeah, it sticks in it stays in its cubby. I love that for all of these objectives, they don't bother you if you don't bother them. That should just be like how every animal is treated, right? Like you hang out on that side. You don't, like, as a huge bear or like a massive deer or elk, you don't just like jump through my window and we're cool.
I'd say that's pretty good rules to have. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist in the animal kingdom. It would be nice. We should try to get a petition. See how many bears we can get to sign that petition just for you.
We should get an official English broadcast, but
I'll
take the petition second.
That hits
I'll
too
take
close
the second.
to the heart, man.
That's why we're here, right? They were the unofficial broadcast. We're here to make sure that the broadcast
petitioning
home.
for
Yes.
Make sure you don't break through people's windows with the LPL, I guess.
For sure.
Honestly,
for sure.
though, for the promotion, I'll take it. Speaking of, though, we still have Top Esports finding ways to try to stay in the game. And again, kind of a point we were making earlier, like I expect if there is a team that I think is going to stay in like a 6K deficit game, it is going to be a Top Esports team that have found a lot of big pieces to add to this kind of pillar style that they've been building around in 369, Cream, and Jackie Love.
And what I want to see for TES coming into this season is some of the resiliency. Most of the problems that I think came from this year is they were a very strong team. They were one of the contenders to potentially even go, top 3, top 2 in the region. But every time they would take a loss or maybe take a second loss, they're just out of a series. They always look like they were performing at a little bit of a lower level. Once they have taken a loss, they were a glass jaw team, I think was what the community had come up with for their terminology. I want to see what this team looks like if they're kind of able to bite back after a few, not so great games, especially now that they've brought in players like Crisp and KANAVI.
Get a charge in mid lane. KANAVI getting caught out here. It just bursted down, just goes for the cease and desist, but there's a big laser beam heading his way. And now Top Esports trying to put up a defense here. There is no minion wave for anyone's legend, but they're going to be pinging side lane and try to go get a side lane turret.
Yeah, let's go ahead, collapse on these side lanes, get those pushing, and then look to try to prepare for this dragon in 2 minutes. You're thinking about the huge spikes that are coming up. Tarzan's already finished second item. We're going to have Muramana here soon for Hope. Let's take a look at this replay. I mean, it's pretty easy, as have most of the replays been for this first game here.
That's bold, KANAVI.
KANAVI just walks up, doesn't have the flash from earlier after that top lane play. In the middle of his cease and desist, gets Victor lasered, which is pretty funny looking, but yeah, I mean, this game just gets easier and easier for anyone's legends to play, as for TES, the damage is not quite there thanks to taking Jackie Love out from underneath him early on in the game, and KANAVI has unfortunately fell prey to having to be a driver for this team in a game where there's not much action.
10-29
Jesus.
Infinity. Wow. Trinity Force. And the fact that they actually just showed like his combo he used the last fight was actually pretty funny. But that goes to show a little bit of that controlling style that both these junglers represent in a lot of ways. And that's why, in a lot of cases, when they do get ahead, it is a very steamrolly game because both these guys love to just completely mastermind the jungle.
Tough game here for TES, especially with, like you were saying, how controlling this game can feel. With, I mean, you're playing against Kasante when you're behind on damage. You're playing against Victor when he's behind on damage. Not even talking about Tarzan in this instance. Now we're gonna have Baron spawning in 20 seconds. I could think maybe if TES are really feeling this game is a little bit hopeless, you just try to start the Baron, try to call over a YOLO and see what members of AL kind of bite. As collapsing onto this bottom side, there is just no room for TES to play in their own jungle, take all of their jungle camps, and anyone's Legends are looking to move on in and get themselves a third Drake.
Oh, man. Tarzan sees KANAVI go away and immediately goes in with his Cyclone. You got the TP from Flandre. Now, though, some tools are down from anyone's Legend. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance, Alec.
If there's ever a window for them to do something, it has to be now. There's no Wukong, no Rakan ultimate. We still have all of ours. We can even TP into certain flank angles. Maybe they don't even want to go for it, because if they lose this fight, they're going to lose Baron as well, and they're walking into a 4th Dragon down a lot of gold. So it looks like they would just want to try to get themselves experience. Big break points for me are going to be 369 getting those Ornn ultimates. I think that the only one he's going to get is at level 14, so the one that he gives has to be really high impact if this wants any kind of sway in the game.
Another problem is your damage center in Cream and Jackie Love are just having very quiet games. And with a composition that you need to get a single target, burst it down, then move onwards, it's very, very difficult to navigate in that case. So seeing AL know that and kind of play around that, now hitting their 2-item spikes on pretty much everybody and forcing the tempo, it's been really nice. Because this is a team, again, that has been battling through this DEMACIA Cup, and making it to finals was no short feat.
It's our group stage team playing up against a bracket stage team. TES got a free invite to top 8. AL had to play in their own group. They had to make it out. They went 3-0 up against one of the wonderful Old Man Cup teams as well. So
wonderful, you had
yeah,
that in there,
yeah. Look, I'm glad that we got to see all the Old Man Cup teams. They played some games
we got
of
to
League
pull
of
them
Legends.
out of their tired at home and and walk them around a little bit, get them fresh air. Kyle is about to get some non-so-fresh air, although the quickness grand entrance escape combo, my goodness.
Okay, Aurora from like 2 patches ago would not have let that slide. All right, just saying, the stun would have gone through. Kyle would have taken a little bit more damage. All in all, it's 2 ults in trade for 1. They get the heal out from Kyle. It's going to turn into at least a little bit of time here for TS. Now they know, okay, look, there's no Rakan ultimate coming over to try to knock this up. So, I mean, look at this. KANAVI's on the bottom side of the map. Crisp is taking a recall. There's going to be a free Baron here for anyone's Legends.
Literally nothing they can do about it. Maybe, just maybe, Jackie Love. No, he decides no, not today. He's not going to find the arrow. He watched Gumayushi too many times. He just says he doesn't want to do it.
He's not even in the right hemisphere at this point to try to land that one. So maybe next time. Maybe next time for another Baron. Maybe in another game, because this one's looking a bit shocked. This one's been shocked. We thought, okay, look, Jungle getting 4 kills at the start of the game. We've seen it already here in DEMACIA Cup, but maybe there was a way that we could see TES kind of bite back. That's just not been the case.
It has not been. And been a really efficient game by anyone's Legend, which, again, for this roster is awesome to see. The fact that it was Hope and Kyle out of all the people on this team that were finding big advantages in their lane matchup, that speaks volumes to what that kind of camaraderie has been built up over this last year.
And for Jackie Love and Crisp, they haven't had the best tournament so far. So for some of the fans that maybe haven't been watching the whole tournament or have only been able to catch bits and pieces, Jackie Love and them have not really kind of hammered away at that 2v2 like we expected from, just looking at resumes, looking at names here on the screen. So hopefully for TS, this will be a kind of a building project. When you look at this squad, obviously bringing in KANAVI and Crisp, they really want to try to bring home a championship. It's been a while since they've been able to lift the cup. So I think with this one, they're looking to try to make a very deep splash in LPL and obviously in internationals.
That's 3 items and boots just completed for Hope. Corky is officially in the house, and there's about 1:35 seconds for this dragon to spawn. It would be the soul for anyone's Legend. You know they're going to try to continue to push this tempo, and now looking at yet another side lane turret.
Uh-oh. This is dangerous for TES. Like, they have to try to get enough damage. It's good chip onto Tarzan. Already 30% HP here, so might have already dissuaded him. All this is happening. 369 is going to get an objective bounty on the top side, taking that top tier one.
Oh, man.
Honey Fruits are cheating, but it's okay. They still got the turret. You can still have 369 TP into this play. I'm looking for if there's any wards, any kind of flank that they can try to make. Doesn't seem like that's going to be very likely. It's going to be a defense of this turret. There's no waves to play for. AL are wasting, I think, a lot of time with the last 50 seconds of their Baron.
Oh, Tarzan decides it's time not to waste any of that, and we're going to get kills right off the bat. The Chaos Storm is brewing. Big quickness Cran entrance combo into a double kill for Shanks, who's picking up the slack now. TP's coming in. He stops it.
It gets
The
canceled.
All Out stops the 369 TP, and chaos has ensued on bot lane. Your life is forfeit if you're a top esports player, and anyone's legend is going for the throat.
Fladro makes a play on the opposite side. His whole team makes the connect. They got teleports in. They're going to look to end the game. It's 15 seconds on Baron. I don't know if they'll have enough time. We're looking at these death respawn timers. Can they get enough damage down onto these turrets to end this first game?
It started off with 4 kills going to Tarzan, and it did not get any prettier for TES. The last Nexus tower falls. Now all focus onto the Nexus. Maybe the fight, though, as big ultimate from Cream. Anyone's Legend has decided we're not going for the win. We're going for the kills. Nexus finally falls. One more auto attack, and Anyone's Legend take a steaming 1-0 lead into this best of 5.
19-4. Damn! Let's go AL!
Damn!
I was not ready to see them knock out a punch. I was like, okay, our first game, maybe it's a little bit slow. We've seen AL be a team that doesn't necessarily have the best game ones. But all right, taking it to TES very early on into the series. Now we need to see if they can make the bounce back and if the changes they've made into the roster have really contributed to the level of consistency we expect from these teams.
And I thought it was going to be more of a kind of like a arm wrestling kind of matchup between Tarzan and KANAVI. But the thing about these two junglers, if they do get a lead or control like they do, it's impossible to play against in that case. And Tarzan really took that steam and ran with it. It was really nice to see. And to break that down a little bit, we're going to send it over to our analyst desk. Laura, take it away.
I think that we all expect that Top Esports is the favorite coming into this series, but I love to see when, you know, sort of the underdog gets to get ahead, especially in the first game. What do you guys make out of this? I guess this. I won't call it as tough, but this very difficult game TES just had to go through.
Well, I was asked to compare these game states and try to describe them in TFT terms.
Yes,
and
please describe them in TFT terms.
This is when you lose streak stage 2 and you're thinking about keeping your loss streak, and then on 2-6 you accidentally win and you're just looking at your game. It's like, well, it's unsalvageable. All my econ is gone. I'm not coming back into the game, and unfortunately that was what happened for Top Esports.
And my best efforts at a TFT analogy is they rolled down, hit nothing, and lost. That's as far as I can take it with it. Seemed to be largely what happened, unfortunately. I mean, you can see by the stats. That gold graph looked very nice from a coach's perspective. They just got a lead, they ran with it, they were more than happy. And overall, I think that for the most part, AL kind of knew what they were doing from minute 4 onwards. Before then, there was some nice nuance to the lane swap, but then, I mean, this dive... it set up the whole thing, and there's a really good double knockup from Kyle. Top panic because Crisp had to tank 1 less turret shot than Jackie Love tanks, and it all gets to be a bit of a mess. They don't have the damage to take down Flandre, who's got the W spell, so is more than fine to type up CC.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough from them from the get-go. What do you think that Top Esports is going to have to develop into the new game to maybe make up for this first game?
I mean, I think the plan is quite easy from here. It's don't lose 4 people at level 1, and we can maybe have a bit more of a competitive game. What I want to highlight is how well the bot lane of AL actually capitalized on this. This is the second time round of killing Jackie Love off of that bot lane dive. So honestly, they were just constantly getting kills down on this bot side, and Kyle on the Rakan. Stellar performance throughout this, to be honest. Constantly getting himself as many resources from the enemy as possible, tanking up as much as he could. Unfortunately, falls in this play, but he's already done so much for the team that they're able to pick up so many more kills.
I feel like Hope and Kyle maybe don't get highlighted enough. What do you know about this bot lane that could maybe enlighten us a little bit? Because we know a ton about Jackie Love and Chris, I feel like.
So, I mean, from just this tournament alone, they've had a very good series throughout, like all the playoffs long. They had a decent enough performance through the group stage as well to get themselves obviously out of the group. But they're a duo that have at least been together since they weren't brought together for this tournament. They've been together throughout the whole of 2024 summer as well. So there's a little bit of that pre-existing synergy. I think that Hope on the AD carry has been probably the more highly recognized of the two. But Kyle, I mean, in this series alone, is already making a name for himself.
And comment, just because I just saw that Orin ult come through, I did hear that you had some thoughts on 369 on Orin.
Back in the day, it was kind of a meme. He had a really low win rate with Ornn. I'm glad that he's been able to pick it up. I heard Kelsey say that he's actually playing quite well on it. And, just looking at the casters back here is just... I'm happy that Guanziren, Teddy is still casting. The other two casters I haven't even seen before, so a lot of new blood in the LPL as well. And we got some Project K merch up on the desk. So, oh man, I got my hands on those in Macau, and they were going for a lot of money on eBay. So if you can still pick those up, I guess DEMACIA Cup's the time.
Player of the game is Tarzan, facilitating those plays straight from the beginning of the game, which is usually his style. Anything to add on that route? Yes.
Go figure. Guy got 4 kills level 1 and didn't lose the game. He's a worthy MVP. He was in the right place as well. Managed to pick off enough kills on that dive, and then continued with that snowball. Right. He did the successful winting as well, where you win the game because you inted one time, where he gives the kill over, where he's got like a 600 gold bounty, 2-3-6-9.
I feel like
I thought that was a comeback.
You thought that was the comeback?
It was 820 gold, and I was like, okay, Top East course can make this work. It's like, nah, it's too far ahead.
It's successfully feeding gold to what is one of the least useful players of the team. It's an Ornn versus giving it to the carries as well.
Yeah, the reset, the intentional reset. I got you.
Really tough, but well, you never know. Too much risk taking, and maybe a comeback can be viable in the next game. So I don't know. I worry a little bit about that, but Clement, we do have a little game that we could play with you before we head into game number 2. I think you're really well prepared for this too, so it's just gonna be really great fun. Are you up for it?
Yep, I'm ready.
So as you guys know, Clement has not been casting or keeping up with League of Legends for some time. You've been a TFT main. I'm not sure if you're going to find these in there, but maybe we start off with the first item. So basically, you can help us guess the name of the item and what they do. The first one, some sort of staff with blue magic around it. Take your best guess.
I always feel like Riot uses really fancy names these days, so I'm going with Aurora's Stormcaller, whatever, and my guess is that since it's blue, it gives you mana regeneration, and since it's also sparkling, probably AP. It's a staff rod, so I think AP makes a lot of sense, and because it's Aurora, I guess also movement speed. Tell me how many did I get right?
Okay, so the fact that you got any part of the name right is incredible. It's Storm Surge.
I
know. I mean, as good as you're going to get. I don't think it gives mana, but it does give AP. It's like a burst item. It's like what you would expect like AP assassins to try and build, basically. You go in, you do a chunk of damage, and then it pops and does a little bit more.
Oh, okay,
really
Storm Surge. Okay, so the old Keystone rune. Cool.
not gonna call BS on it, but you got way too close to the name for
that was really
who
good.
Didn't know that item. All right, let's go with the drill looking. If you ever watch Gurren Lagann, the anime, maybe this gives you a flashback.
I saw KANAVI built this, and this one is
Yeah.
actually in Chem Barons and TFT as well. And what
There you go.
it does in TFT is that every time you deal damage, you also deal a small portion of true damage. So my guess is that true damage on hit, but like higher against jungle camps. That'd be my guess. How close is that?
I mean, this is just a component item. It's, I believe, health and AD that then builds into Sundered Sky. It's just health and AD basically, but it's called the Tunneler, which you would have
Tunneler,
enjoyed.
It
Clement,
looks
while
like
we were in the
Vi's
green room,
gauntlet.
it does actually. It's because it's like so the drill is on the top of the little hand thing, so
Yeah.
I guess so. But yeah, there was a good green room quip from Clement where he goes, "Oh, you can be used to dig a hole," and I was like, "When you know the name of this item, that's gonna go really well."
Tunneling in the wrong direction, basically,
Yes.
for KANAVI in that game.
Since we brought up Vi, I know that I've completely just counterclockwise this, but we do have an item here that was seen in Arcane. I don't know if you watch it. In Season 2, it was seen quite a few times, actually. The item at the bottom. Can you make up what it is? Or I think this one has such a silly name, but...
Yeah, I'm guessing it probably has the word ward in it because it clearly like nullifies magic. Mel was trying to hurt Mbessa with it, and because she had that wrapped around her hands, you couldn't do anything until Caitlyn sacrificed her eye to get it off. So that's the lore behind it. I'm sorry for all of you that haven't watched Arcane 2.
Right.
But you really should have watched it by now. So my guess is it definitely MR, and it has the name Ward in it. How close is that?
I mean, it's you got MR. It's like the most MR item in the world. It's called Kainic Rukun, which is just, again, as Laura alluded to, one of the stranger names that they've got for items in League. But it is just MR health, gives a magic damage shield as well when you're out of combat. So as soon as you go into it, you've got a little bit of a Galio W on you already.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, cool,
All right,
cool,
well,
cool. Pretty
we've
close.
got one last one. Pretty
This one
straightforward.
looks a lot like Zephyr, that
Lean
it did
into
in the
that.
past. So attack speed, probably crit chance, probably crit item. What did the old Zephyr do? I can't even remember about that. But my guess is that it does something if you land your skill shot or something to do with precision.
You're in the right realm. This is Terminus. This is a on-hit item. So when we were talking about maybe Jackie Love wanting to build this, it reduces the enemy's MR and armor or gives you penetration, rather, and then on hit, and then also you get a little bit of ability to survive yourself as well. So it's got a little bit of movement speed built into it, a little bit of on hit attack speed built into it as well, to keep you attacking nice and quickly, I guess.
Okay. Good
An attempt
ADC
at being
item.
a shred
How do we
item.
think? How do we think Clement did? I think it did pretty well.
I think he did very well. I'm gonna be
He
honest.
did great, yeah.
Got all of the stats pretty much. At least listed one of the stats off there for all of them. I'm not getting past Aurora's Storm one. That was far too close to.
That was way too close, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, an impressive start.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome
I hope
back,
they come to
welcome back.
TMT soon. That's always the thing I really enjoyed about my time in League of Legends and the moving to Teamfight Tactics is that there's so much crossover between the items. I think the community is still very much in tune, and we are open to all retired League of Legends players. If you can't keep your APM up, there is a game for you here.
You guys just had this huge event in Macau, right? I kept up with it, and I'm wondering what you probably had access to some of the players, or you get to experience. What is the biggest difference between a TFT player and a League of Legends player? What would you say? Are they in general? I feel like people would think that they are more chill, but I watch Kisoju sometimes, and this guy's not very chill, so.
No, TFT players are not chill at all. That is definitely true. I think there's players with all different types. I will say generally in TFT that China historically has still been the strongest region, so they share a lot of the same pride, and they do want to emulate what some of the best players have done. Everyone wants to be the next Uzi, and to be honest, CN has actually been much more successful in TFT than they have been in League of Legends. We had that sort of stretch where there was 3 consecutive sets where CN won the championship. We call it the Tactician's Crown. They don't want to. They want to keep the names separate from World, so we use Tactician's Crown. And CN has won 3 consecutive ones. So you know, in a sense, that CN has been the most dominant region in that title. So it's very interesting. Recently, they haven't been doing so well. They're trying to climb back and sort of claim the throne. So I think maybe that's sort of the same sentiment that we have in both titles for the same region here.
Yeah.
And I want to see them both succeed.
Yeah, with great pride. Well, since you mentioned, you know, Chinese League of Legends, we do have a game that's coming up. So, Mazel, please take it away.
Welcome everybody back to the caster desk. And thank you all for breaking down those wonderful new items and making Clement run around like crazy and figure out what all those do. Honestly, I would be terrified to be in that position because I would have no idea. But there was actually some logic behind it. I'm excited though. We're getting in game 2 here soon. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk Battery. Do you think you could get all 4 of those items?
I mean,
never seen them?
not for if I don't know them, then yeah, definitely not. I know Kanik Rookerin, like they were saying, one of the worst naming conventions. I'm sorry to everybody on the team. Oh my god.
We get a Cream Classic. Oh
we just
my
get a
god.
B1 Akali. Okay, guys,
Let's
mid-priority is
go.
not real. Mid-priority is so fake. I love
So,
this.
couple things. First of all, top esports, because they lost, they got side selection again. They chose blue side. They grab the Cream Akali. They say, Cream, it is your time now. Because this guy, coming off of OMG, where he really made his name, he was the Akali player. He was kind of that melee mid style and trying to find a lot of pressure through him. When he came over to top esports, it wasn't the same. He was playing a lot more towards the team, trying to figure out what worked for them. And man, we just get the gauntlet thrown down. Speaking of, though, it is the insta bot lane lock-in of the MF plus the Leona.
So for everybody as well, we are doing a full fearless system for at least most of the LPL split coming into the next year. So those champions at your bottom of your screen will no longer be available to be played throughout the entire series. And already picking up a bit of a different bottom lane, although one that we saw a lot during the regular season, especially for Jackie Love, Ezreal being one of his most played this year, the most played for 2024. And kind of moving away from a lot of the other 80 carries we've been seeing. Obviously, with Ashe gone, you already have the Varus and the Corki. I thought maybe we're going to see maybe some more of that Jhin kind of style, but you've been seeing a lot more Wombos come out as DEMACIA Cup has been going on, and now we're getting a Galio even here for AL.
Classic pick, it feels like, into the Akali mid. You can find a lot of spacing as well as just a lot of utility tools for Shanks. And I expect there to be a lot more onus on what Tarzan is going to be playing in this second phase, and I love it. We've decided we're going to leave the junglers to the second phase, see if we can get anything a little bit more spicy, see maybe if we get counter picks in that case, because again, KANAVI versus Tarzan is the most important matchup in this series as a whole, and we see the Viego banned away against KANAVI.
I love this from AL as well. With the Galio, you have this as a potential flex going into top lane. There is no Rumble anymore, so we're less likely to see it in the top lane for Flandre, and especially when we're talking about specific matchups. Getting rid of the Renekton, however, starts to key me in on some different matchups we might be seeing for Flandre, as he's been someone that, at least in this tournament, a lot of the kind of Cassantes, we've gotten a little bit of that JC we were talking about as well, so maybe that's something that they are looking for. I think they might be needing a little bit more setup, at least from their top side, so we'll be looking for TES as to what they're going to be going for, as going to be two top lane bans.
That's a pick, by the way, that I've not been a big fan of in DEMACIA Cup. We need to see some more people pick up some Mbessa games and see actual good things come out. So we are obviously going to get something very skirmish heavy, very Tarzan centric in this one. It is the Zinzao.
All right, now here for TES, you have your answer. You can say, look, we're going to have to just blind a top lane for 369, which is something that they've been doing for a predominant portion of the year. And Now for KANAVI, you know what your matchup is going to be. We already lost on the Vi. The Viego's taken away. Wukong is no longer available. So what other junglers is he really going to be able to pick? Because, I mean, you look at his historic for just this year, it's been a lot of Vi, it's been a lot of Lee Sins, and Zhao's been taken away, obviously. We're not playing any of the AP junglers. So Maokai here for KANAVI. A lot of low skirmish power here for TES. And we're kind of looking at whether or not this Ezreal can kind of put down the damage for the team.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal, and honestly, a lot of pressure on Cream now on the Akali as well. I think that's going to have to be super important. And they throw a left hook as they go with the Maokai top, and it is going to be the Nocturne for KANAVI. With no Orianna ball, nothing like that. It's just going to be the Akali Nocturne combo over and over again.
So for Flandre, what is his pick? He hovered the Vladimir earlier in the tournament. I'm glad I did not have to watch it, Vladimir, but Maokai is one of the weakest lanes in the game. So if there's ever a time, it's going to be here. We're getting Vladimir in Game 2 of the Grand Finals. Nothing to be not expected from a player like Flandre.
Oh my goodness, he is cooking. He is vibing this DEMACIA Cup, and it's working. That is the funniest part about it all. Especially when you listen back to his thoughts on the Jace matchup when he was building full tank. But right now, I mean, if you are a top esports fan, if you're looking forward to 2025 of this team, you want to see what these new combinations can look like, KANAVI and Cream have the spotlight now. You have a stone cold classic for Cream in the Akali, and it's time for him to step up.
I'm trying to see when the last time we had a Vladimir in competitive. If you're not considering tier 1s, it's actually from one that was very close to your heart, Lennon. It was the America's Challengers event over in Brazil. It was Fuego versus VKS with Tyrant versus the Ajax. But if you're looking at tier 1,
what had done probably.
The only two players that played Vladimir in tier 1 regions are Broken Blade and Doran. Doran was the last person to play it. So it's been at least 4 months since we've gotten a Vladimir, and before that, it was almost 12. It's been a while.
It has. I love it, though, because a big talking point for this top lane when we were coming into the series itself, especially through draft, was that Flandre was typically looking for a good matchup, and he got his pick of the litter here. So trying to find that big team fight impact is going to be extremely important. And when we look at the brass tacks of both these two teams, AL's team fight's looking damn good. Top esports need to get the ball rolling if they want to stand any chance.
And we're talking about being a little worried about the damage, especially with how much execution that comes down with it for TES. You have this Nocturne in the Akali who can be very dangerous in the back line. Jackie Love can eventually start to pepper away at enemies, but if they don't find that first big punch that takes out a member, immediately create a numbers disadvantage, AL's back end of the team fight is just so dangerous. The damage amplification coming in from Vladimir, you have so much knock-up and crowd control coming in from Shanks and Kael. I think that this would be a very dangerous one for AL to kind of run away with, and we're going to be looking towards TES as not only the bounce back in the game, but from the series, as they've already lost one of the first games.
I'm just saying, KANAVI and Co. went over there to that topside enemy jungle, trying to recreate the mojo that was when they got all 4 kills at level 1 against IG. It didn't work out for them there. Now we see a potential reverse level 1 by anyone's legend. Just going to sniff out a little bit of vision there on the bottom side and see where KANAVI is starting. So a lot of information being played with between these two junglers to start off.
So I think AL were kind of imagining that maybe there would be some kind of 1v1 or they maybe try to go for a lane swap here, but instead, Flandre gets spotted out. I don't know if Flandre knows that he's been spotted, but the pings came out from Cream.
Like
yeah, he's going to miss out on not all that much. It is Maokai, so Maokai pushing an early wave. Not great. We actually got to see it in TS's last series versus TT that Maokai does not push a wave particularly fast. It ended up being to the advantage of 369 last time with the Mordekaiser. So it's going to be a great matchup, I think, for Flandre here, and you should be able to take advantage of the first early levels. This is one of the strongest part, or one of the weakest parts here for Vladimir.
I do like that Top Esports opted into this kind of swapperoo at the last second, right? Not giving the Maokai something very maybe laid back a little bit to KANAVI, but knowing that they needed to get KANAVI off the ground running if they're going to have a chance against TARZAN, and the control that he's going to be exerting around the map. Now, both junglers are going to be going top focused, at least at this point. We'll see if they want to stop off anywhere, but that's an important point to think about when KANAVI does need to kind of get going, especially once he hits that level 6 mark.
And there was no vision that immediately spotted them out, but with the early ward that TES put around the topside Raptors, they should know, okay, Tarzan's going to be nearish enough to the top side.
God.
Wow, EDG Outlet. So this is the one that I was looking for.
653 days.
Yeah, it was against OMG the last time in the LPL that we got to see Vladimir. So it's been a while since we've gotten to see the Crimson Mage.
I got some quick stats for you for Flandre. It is his 4th most played champion of his career, which is massive. But he has a sub 50% win rate, Alk. I don't know what to say. 46.2%. Speaking of, we're getting a little trade on the mid lane matchup, and this is exactly what Shanks wants. Cream has to trade his health bar early to try to get those minions.
It's such a tough spot, I think, for Cream to play Akali. This was a B1 Akali immediately answered with the Leona.
Man.
Yeah, that's like a huge gauntlet. You got to be able to make it through. You have to expect, look, if they're going to play Galio, I still need to be able to have some kind of threat. So him and KANAVI need to have such an impactful part of this game. If either of them start to fall apart, I think you lose that 1-2 punch, and the game becomes very difficult. Because Galio, you can just build all this MR versus Cream, and Cream can never fight you in a side lane or even in the lane. But as long as one of you is ahead, I think maybe you can try to get away with circumnavigating their opponents and getting into that back line.
And again, this is Cream's signature pick. His most played, but also what he really made his name on, finding a lot of wins through this pick in particular. So giving him the sticks here as part of one of those pillars we were talking about that top esports are starting to rebuild around is a lot of onus. And you look to a year and a half ago, right? Even a year ago, they literally brought in Shie over this last year to give him mid coaching. Shie is no longer part of the team. Cream has been let go and flapping his wings alone. He needs to be able to have that strength to fly forward.
I wondered how Cream was going to look without a meta where there was a lot of marksmen, because I think one of the parts of his game that kind of struggled was obviously the mages. He has some of these melee assassins. He was really good on the Tristana. He eventually was able to pick up stuff like the Corki and the Zeri later, but the mages is where I'm going to be seeing for whether or not Cream can really kind of pick it up. That's kind of like the Cream Azir. Obviously, Victor has been a big portion of the early game meta, or the early meta here coming into 2025, so I think if he can kind of round out his play with mages as well, we're going to be seeing a top-level mid laner here already kind of coming up through the ranks even. If you talk about that OMG roster, really kind of had that big splash a year and a half ago, and now is finally, some of those pieces are really starting to kind of wake up.
I'm really happy to see some of them at least find some good places to be. And we'll see if Cream continues to be a staple for top esports. Needs to be at least, but we are getting to the point where stuff's going to start getting contested. We have Dragon up and available. Grubs spawn in about 25 seconds. Level 6s very close. Speaking of, the solo laners are going to have it. It is going to be a contest here, looking like at the Grubs.
And even with this ward from KANAVI, now they're able to find it. I think if you're TES, you not only need to win this fight, you need to be really creative, because you're going to lose mid-push versus this Galio. Vladimir literally can sit here, spam emote on your top laner, and it does not matter. The damage implication coming in from Vladimir ult is going to make it very difficult for TES.
I really don't like this. They're going to try to get the collapse here. Maybe 369 can do the work here. They got the heroic entrance coming in, though, and he gets knocked up, flashing over the wall. KANAVI's in trouble now. You had first move from Flandre. You had Cream and Shanks fighting out of mid, but it's top esports that still want to go for the fight. This is bold, and I don't know if it's going to go the right way. We're getting trades back and forth at least. Shanks gets one of the kills. Now Cream is strutting his stuff. Flandre finding the combo. A double kill for Shanks and make it a triple.
Oh my god, anyone's legends! They come up huge on the team fight. The mechanics from the two solo lanes here come up clutch for the team. And while it's only a single grub taken by TES, that's a huge influx of gold given over to Shanks, who now, alongside the Vladimir, is in such a strong position to take part of this game. We had worries if TES's mid 2v2 does not work out, suddenly your damage profile is very, very weak. As we get straight into this replay, I was like, okay, look, it's Maokai. We're not doing all that much damage, but Nocturne's nowhere in this area. Does not even have level 6 here. So I think this is just a lost cause. You cannot commit to this fight.
Looks like we're going to get a little bit of picture-in-picture action as well. But yeah, I mean, the big team fight potential that this Anyone's Legends team has is so massive, and we're already seeing it play out early on. 369 falls in the side lane as Hope picks up the first kill for himself.
It's going from bad to worse here, Lennon. We had questions. Will TES be a team that can kind of roll with the punches, take their first loss, and still bounce back? There's a lot of games still left to play, but 369 getting caught out there, it gives them time to take their recalls. They can even move over towards this bottom side if they want to. You even see TS are a little worried about on the map. They were moving their bottom lane up, but with Maokai dying, they have to shift him back into mid lane. TS are starting to get a little worried across the map.
I'm just saying, when you pick a B1, a Kali for Cream, and you look on the other side, and Shanks is just sitting over there laughing at you, 3-0 on this Galio counter pick, you're feeling real good for Anyone's Legend right now. They are going to lose out on this first dragon, but honestly, with the way the gold is going, I feel like Shanks is going to have a massive say in this one.
Okay, now we need to see it, right, where we have Cream with his ultimate, we have KANAVI with his ultimate this time around. You have one more chance to try to get this 2v2 rolling. I feel so bad for Cream, not in the fact that he kind of picked himself into this matchup willingly. His game this entire time is just going to be like, how much can I actually push the wave before I try to roam? Because he always has to roam first, as Galio can very easily sit in the lane and just use his ultimate come on through.
I got the easier one. I got the can I reach Hope? That's gonna be his job. I feel like, because at this point, I don't think you're one-shotting as a Kali.
Oh, for sure. No,
but
like he doesn't get to do anything in the side lane. That's one of the problems. One of the strengths of a Kali is that like you should be able to do something if there's a longer lane, if you can try to trade, especially versus mages. But this Galio matchup just makes it super difficult and kind of takes out one of the ways or avenues that TS can play to destabilize AL.
Getting some fresh looks on these teams going into 2025. These are their starting rosters going into next year, and we've already seen Anyone's Legend putting together magic. Not only are they already 1-0 up in this best of 5 against Top Esports, but they have made the run, and it's been fun to watch along the way.
So now AL prepping towards a topside fight, mostly just to protect Flandre, as they don't exactly know where KANAVI is. But KANAVI can make his way over here with the ultimate, does have that ready and available. Instead looking to take his recall, maybe finish an item or two, or maybe some more components, and then move on over towards what I'm assuming is going to be trying to path for these grubs in about a minute's time. That's going to be a big contest for them, as for TES, it's to at least get a couple of these grubs, stop AL from getting those mites, and for AL, every more of these grubs that they're able to take, get it for a Flandre, get it for someone like Shanks, I think you are in such a good position to take out this game.
You also have a big completion for KANAVI in the experimental hex plate. That's going to be a massive boon to them in the fight. But we have to talk about that potentially, because the team fight potential of Anyone's Legends composition from draft is just damn good. And you're going to have to find those little, cracks in the armor, if you will, for Top Esports to really make their mark.
Ooh, good cancel coming out. Means that Hope doesn't get to walk back. Typically, you can kind of cheat with how much movement speed Misfortune gets for free, but she won't be here in time. And we'll see if TS actually turn on a dime. None of the damage dealers are nearby, and so even when this grub spawns, they're not going to be able to start this. I think this is a good spot for AL to contest.
They're bringing Hope over as well. Remember, he has the strut, so he'll be getting over here pretty quickly. Shanks moving over. Everything available for both sides. Looking at flashes. Flandre about to get his back. We'll see the positioning from mid from Top Esports. TP coming in. Tarzan just starts the fight off. Big bullet time. It's blocked, but that blocking isn't enough. Chris falls. KANAVI has tried to find the one weak point, the one squishy, but it doesn't matter because Tarzan finds yet another double, and he's looking for even more. The blast cone keeps him in the fight here. Jackie Love getting very low to just Flandre, and this is what being an AD in 2025 is about to look like. Hemo Plague will help get the kill, and Flandre is making away like a bandit right now. Maybe he goes down. True shot barrage hits. Flandre falls to the tree man. 369 claims a little bit of pride back for Top.
It's going to be more grubs to AL. It's going to be more kills to AL. And Lennon, it might be an entire second game already. I hate to be so early into this one, but you have a fed Galio going up against this team. We saw KANAVI get into the back line, and no one is there to help. All of that damage onto Hope. We were like, okay, KANAVI, can you get onto the back line? Well, now it's, KANAVI, can you actually be a real damage threat in this one? As
he tried.
We take a look at this replay. I mean, it's good for Chris, but look at where the damage dealers are. Maokai is nowhere near this. Jackie Love is putting 0 damage onto any threat onto the back line. Cream is just barely getting any of his combos down onto Tarzan and Shanks. It's just not enough. TES look lost so far in these first 2 games.
They do indeed. I always thought JDG were the ones that had the big, cool kitchen with all the good food, but I got to figure out what they're feeding those guys at Anyone's Legend right now, because this has been incredible to watch. They are dismantling top esports, and all it's taking is some finicky picks and some fun gameplay.
Yeah, it also just comes down to really smart play individually. I think that we talk about the bottom lane dive from game 1 with Flandre being able to outplay there, and then Hope and Kyle playing the 2v2 incredibly, and then all of Tarzan's games so far right now in this series have just been spectacular. So I'm glad we're getting Anyone's Legends really ramping up. We talked about it earlier, but they're the only group stage team remaining here in the grand finals, and they've had all these games kind of iron out some of the kinks. I think that they still have some things to work on once we get further into LPL, but for a grand finals, for a best of 5 so early on into what is the 2025 split, I think there's a lot to be excited for fans.
And to build off of something, I mean, obviously both these teams building off of 3 members sticking around, but to build off of this kind of mishmash of the Team WE style of carries in Shanks and Hope, but also obviously Kyle being here for a while for Anyone's Legend, it's been fun to see, because you see the opposite, right? You had Cream, 369, and Jackie Love. Those are big names on top esports. But Anyone's Legend, with the influx of Tarzan and Flandre, have solidified themselves in my eyes as a real contender.
I also want to add for Anyone's Legends the fact that Shanks, Hope, and Kyle have stuck with the project at least for a year, and I think this is a great reward for them as players that, for some of them, not necessarily reaching some of the high highs, for someone like Hope, previously even making it to Worlds. This is, I think, a great way of saying, hey, look, you showed some loyalty. You know, there were some great splits that we had. Our results didn't necessarily kind of pan out, but now we're kind of going for an all-in splash. We're keeping you guys that were kind of sticking with the project. Now we have Flandre and Tarzan to kind of help propel this team to, instead of just being a top 6, which is what their finish was in summer, potentially pushing to top 4, top 3 there.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Hope's international experience, because I think it's so funny. All these years down the road to see, 369 KANAVI crossing away against Hope here as KANAVI comes over and reunites with his brother 369, but they played together with Hope on that year where Hope really wanted to be kind of shot calling, leading AD carry. Unfortunately, things did not end out for that JDG, but that was the start of a massive legacy, or at least part of that legacy that JDG was carving out for themselves.
Man, that Worlds run, every time I think about it, I'm so depressed. I'm like, dude, Hope is playing
There's
so
a lot
well.
of them, bro. There's a lot of them.
Hope is playing so well, and then I won't speak bad on him because he just retired, but there was some play going on in some of the other lanes that were just, it made me sad because Hope was playing incredibly at that Worlds, but hopefully he can continue that level of success coming into this next year, as now AL back out on the map. I mean, we've got 4 minutes to a Baron, 4 minutes until a Dragon. I don't think there's much to really do here on their side. They just need to be able to farm up. Thank you for showing us Galio builds.
Yeah, we need to know the Galio combo.
Nice. He pressed Q. Cool. That's
he hit
great.
R, and then he W'd again.
Oh my
That's
god,
awesome.
Look at him. Look at him. He's got a Hollow Radiance. Wow. The game's over for TES
All I'm
at that
saying
point.
is that has nothing on the 1029 Trinity Force that Tarzan had last game.
True.
Just gonna
true,
say
but
there ain't nothing.
To be fair to Shanks, I think if you have a full item at 10 minutes after getting 4 kills, that's just how it should be. That's just going to have to be how it is. Jackie Love just jumps right out of it. No Leona ult. And wondering if TS are going to be looking for plays on 2 sides of the map. There's a potential to look for something on top side, but they are starting to corral
Chris
towards
gets
mid.
spotted out. Paranoia goes through. They might find the combo still, though. Not enough damage. 369 throwing his lot in there. Does get blocked by Hope, though. Kyle using his ADC as a blocking guard there. Nothing else going to come. And that was a lot of ultimates used. Tarzan He misses his Wind Becomes Lightning because he expected 369 to react, but he didn't. Now 369 taking the brunt of damage. Jackie Love, he might get connected onto, but this is looking like a good fight for. Oh, the bullet!
There it is, Hope!
It just takes 369 out. Cream, this is the moment, maybe trying to find his way in, but Top Esports back away, licking their wounds.
Guys, we just used 3 ultimates to try to get a Leona. All right, fine. We traded our TP for Cream. We lose Flash on 369. I mean, maybe in the next 4 minutes, if we make a play onto someone like Hope, who no longer has Cleanse, I think maybe there's an angle there, but already has the Bloodthirster, is getting closer to finishing what looks to be an Infinity Edge. This is not looking good. I think TES are already starting to look very desperate in this game, and we can take a look at this replay. I mean, we're just making a play onto a Leona who has Flash, has every single spell up in the book except the ultimate, and even here, what are we looking to gain? It's the Cleanse, but the answer coming in from AL can just be so clinical. You still have the Galley ult as well.
That's a little finicky there for Tarzan. Looks like things are going to continue kicking off, though. Top Esports in the picture-in-picture.
Oh, here we go.
Going to town on anyone's legend. They just said, let's fight. Huge rogue entrance, though. No, it's actually not. And now you actually find so much damage. And Cream, who's about to just die. Look at Flandre. He's been waiting this whole time. Counter pick me Vladimir, and I'll take it. As Hope goes forward for a double kill. Now that heroic entrance finally comes down. And you have AL, who take the fight to Top Esports. Top Esports were the one that came knocking on the door, and all they got was a shotgun to the face.
Wow, great damage coming in from Flandra and Hope at the end. Kyle and Tarzan just take way too long. That Sterix and Sundered Sky on this Xin Zhao just is so dangerous to deal with now. So, anyone's legends make a huge team fight win, especially right before the Dragon. This is going to be the big equalizer now, as, yes, TS have just now lost basically 2 fights back-to-back, but it's those summoner spells that are missing, the ultimates that are no longer available. If TS are going to ever contest, I think you just got to keep on sending it. It's going to look rough. As we take a look at this replay, I mean, there's not much. It takes them so long to kill these 2 guys that suddenly now, Flandra comes over the top of the huge Vladimir.
Man! The 4-man Hemo Plague. Oh, beautiful.
And part of anyone's legend success does have to stem from, we kind of have not been able to talk about it too much, but you were saying, what are they cooking over there? Top 8 coming into this roster brought them to a much higher placement coming off after spring, and now we're into DEMACIA Cup. Now he has some upgraded pieces to play with. Anyone's legends can cook, man. They're a team that's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, and you saw there in the picture-in-picture and then in live that the Rift Herald got used. I'm going to guess it went to timeout and then just unfortunately didn't even get a charge off. So things falling apart at the seams here for Top Esports, a team that even if they stumble here should be looked at as one of the top teams going for World Championship representation for the LPL. But right now, anyone's legend is looking at a potential 2-0 start to this best of 5. And Cream, he's getting completely caught out. Why is he all the way out there? Maybe it was all just a bait as Nature's Grass comes in.
Here's
Paranoia has been
Flandra,
unleashed. Oh, he gets taunted. Cream goes for the kills, but he's under turret. Shanks is still alive. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. Top Esports strike the match again, but there is no flame. And another double kill for Hope.
A Dragon is ready to go. If they really wanted to, I think maybe they could have gotten spicy and started up a Baron, but they'll take the easy one, grabbing themselves a second Dragon of them for them. Anyone's legends just make it look easy. And Lennon, it just feels like a repeat of Game 1. Yes, there was no quadra-kill early on, but I mean, they are just making all these fights look easy. There's not enough damage coming in from TES. Yet again, we're just going to continue fighting,
They're just going to take fights after fights. KANAVI realizes he can only be a light switch man as Hope claims another one. Just look at the KDAs of anyone's legend. They're mid and bot 405, 605. Another Dragon goes the way of anyone's legend. And they can do no wrong. And these are the kinds of moments that you get to see a preview of 2025, and you like what you're looking at for anyone's legend, and you wonder what the continued buildup of these players playing together can really lead to. As Top Esports said, we never quit, and we're just going to keep on fighting as Cream is TP'd in.
Tarzan is up in 5 seconds. Ult is going to be up in 8, but he's going to be nowhere in range. It's Jackie
Oh.
Love.
This is bold. Jackie Love wanting to get as much pressure as he can. Cream waiting to go on the side. Cream trying to get some damage in now. Goes in with the shuriken flip, but it gets locked down. He's burning, and he's dead. Shanks gets him. As in the end, Kyle was looking for a sideway entrance. Here comes the paranoia. There's a three-pointer in Kanavi's eyes.
No
but
way.
it's nothing but an air ball. As he goes down, Flandre goes wild, and Hope's looking for more. Overstepping a little bit, but still popping the shots, and he's making it rain. He's still alive. As it's Kyle who takes the bullet for him, and now TP's coming in. Shanks doesn't want to give them an inch, doesn't want to give them any breathing room, and he claims another one. Who'd have thunk? I thought I was watching Faker play Galio. He's got another couple kills, and anyone's legend are taking top esports to task.
It's 8,000 gold. We had multiple teleports into that play. Kanavi ults in, doesn't get the kill on like 100 HP Shanks. Just wrap it up, boys. Let's go ahead and get to game 3 right here. Like, AL just look like the better team right now. They're executing fights that much better. And as we take a look at this replay, I'm sorry, Cream, but if yesterday you got robbed for the MVP, this time around, it is just not looking good. This is one of the reasons why this B1 Akali is so punishing. I don't know, man. This game
He lost his mind, man. He lost his mind. I don't know what it is, but, like, there is no world. And, again, the matchup is so difficult. Literally, I don't think any Akali player ever wants to ever play into a team comp like this, where you have so much spacing tools and so much go-get-'em tools that you literally cannot play the game. And unfortunately for Cream, it's just looking worse and worse here, as a first pick was the choice for them.
Yeah, and we talked about, hey, if this mid jungle doesn't work out, we're gonna have another fight again. Please don't do this, Cream. Don't press the E button. I know it's
Welcome to my
tantalizing.
LPL.
Okay, so they're kind of dancing around the Baron. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to start this on spawn. Hope does have to be careful. One of the reasons why we're seeing AL really have to bunch up a lot of the times is because there is a Nocturne. He is still going to be very dangerous on a side lane, even down 2 levels versus an AD carry like Hope. So 369 yet again on the opposite side of the map, getting gold, making sure that he's kind of playing on the map correctly. And for what I want to see from TES in this spot, I know that I already said the game is kind of cooked, but we have to be able to either find some kind of wacky plays. We need to be stacking on sides of the map so we can try to overload and maybe try to make outnumbered plays in that manner. But it's so difficult, Crisp.
Kanavi just went into the pit and just ults over onto Flandre as it exits instead of burning his flash over there. But top esports have seemingly lost their way on Summoner's Rift, and they're looking for directions.
Oh man, they're lost. They've been lost for 2 games now. Tarzan must have messed their GPS up real bad in that first
He
level.
turned around, you know, like the Looney Tunes. He like turned around all the signs, like drew on a wall, you know, like made, I don't know. No,
we're getting Baron started up. We've got the directions here for AL. Their GPS has told them to get to the enemy nexus faster, we must take the detour into the Baron pit. Shanks controlling space alongside Kyle. Is going to be a TP coming in. We don't know where
Flandre is just in the middle of it right there. Kyle on the other side. Heroic entrance coming away. Now big Nature's Grass coming across in the middle of it. Cream finally finds backline access. Is it enough, though, as the bodies are starting to fall? You got the big bullet time there. Anyone's legend. They're fighting out, though, as Shanks is still alive. Hope is still kicking. He gets his GA popped. And now Tarzan, with almost full health, is getting chunked now by Jackie Love. He hits the concussive blows, and now that Steric's gauge gets popped. Tarzan going low. Shanks trying to step up, but he gets taken out now. Oh, maybe he gets stopped. He gets the double time. He gets the Winds of War.
Can Hope do this, though?
But it is. Hope gets one more, as now he's in a 1v1 against the Jackie Love. ADCs, the only ones that stand.
You can say the Jackie Love, but Hope is putting damage down in these fights. And these two AD carries, Jackie Love obviously career-wise and internationally speaking, the well-known representative. But when you look at what this AL roster has been able to do in this series, I mean, Flandre, yeah, I was wondering where the TP was because I couldn't quite see it. There's just so much going on in this brush, and then this fight is all over the place. This is the part where, okay, it's looking good. There's no Galio ult. Vladimir's already kind of dead here. This is as good as it's going to get here for top esports.
Hope lands a really, really big bullet time. Tarzan just chasing down Cream. He just couldn't get the damage off there. The fact that GA gets popped there actually enables anyone's legend a lot. But these little pop shots here, AL get a lot of damage in where I didn't expect it.
So I wanted to watch Hope during this fight because he's just auto-attacking the different Raptors to try to use his love taps portion.
Oh, nope, we don't get to. Kanavi's going down. Solar Flare has been used, and the banners of war have been drawn. It's everybody just following as they go. Cream might look for an answer back. He's got that perfect execution, but now it's Top Esports just running for the hills. As now there's only 369 and Jackie Love and Cream left. The Dragon is on the table. Would be a soul point for anyone's legend.
Okay. Can they do it? I think that the soul point's not really all that important for TES. I really want to see them farm. KANAVI's literally not even available, so all they're trying to do is just be annoying. They should be trying to focus on getting these waves in, getting as much gold. You can even start taking camps, because at this point, KANAVI, it's lucky that you have 2 items, much more than close to 3. So let's start getting some of those items into someone like Cream, who is getting really close to finishing a Shadow Flame.
And the thing I love about this composition from anyone's legend, we've seen some wacky picks from this team, and it's best of 5 fearless. So there could still be a lot of options on the table going further into the series itself, as we're only in game number 2.
What is this picture-in-picture replay? Oh, it's why we were fighting in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, because we were fighting during the replay. Now we're getting a replay of the fight in the picture-in-picture. Wonderful. All right, cool. Yeah.
Every avenue that you could to look at it, you were gonna get it.
They're like, we must show AL winning. We need to see every single fight where Flandra looks like the GOAT. That's just how it goes.
And I know I've already said it once this time, but like, this performance by Top Esports should be taken with a massive grain of salt in a lot of cases. But also, on the other hand, anyone's legend, like when you see good things happening in DEMACIA Cup, it means that much more because we're already seeing kind of the fruits of the labor early on, and there's still a lot of behind-the-scenes growing to do with it. Go to scrims and have their kind of routine instated.
At the end of the day, DEMACIA Cup is a preseason tournament to try to generate hype for teams going into LPL 2025. I'm sure that while winning a tournament would feel great for these guys, I don't want to belittle and take away anything from AL. I think that they've played this tournament incredibly well, and being able to beat a team like TES, they were a team that this entire last year did suffer from some problems of falling kind of short of making some pretty big splashes in internationals and falling randomly at times in series. So I want to see coming out from AL, they need to clean out the series. If we're going to see them take a 3-0, I want it to be looking pretty dominant. And for TES, if at any point we see some kind of signs from them of life, I think that's when the TS fans can get hype. But the level of this roster should be indicative of a team we're looking to be top 3, top 4.
There's one person showing signs of life, and it's Jackie Love. 6-1, now on 3.5 items, almost on to 4. On the Ezreal. He's really the saving grace the Top Esports have right now if they have any kind of damage profile.
See if this Ezreal can actually get any real damage down. They're taking control of mid. Maokai split away from his team. Cream is currently sitting on a flank trying to find angles into this fight. There are no wards quite yet, but Shanks is going to start moving on over and not going to contest any vision here. So while all this is happening, Cream is trying to at least move through, but he's also down now a level and a half. Level 16 here for Shanks, so level 3 of the ultimate. You're getting so much more tanky with every single level. Cream only just now finishing the second item. It's not looking great.
Hope is also about to get his GA back online after it had fell, at least, words, in that last fight. And AL just take the upper hand and get a tier 2 turret in mid.
All right, TES, are we going to play side lanes? It's going to be finally Cream here, taking the top tier 1. But we have not really seen them make that play. What we wanted to see from TES coming out from the draft was, hey, we have Maokai who can shadow. You also have this Akali who should be sitting in the side lane with a Nocturne in her back pocket, push out the lanes, collapse inwards towards mid, and hopefully Ezreal has peppered away at Hope in a way that makes it very make it easy for KANAVI to jump in, find and execute alongside a Braum or an Akali. But that has just not come to bear, and now we're doing this dance over the Baron. I think it's kind of not a great spot for TS to be putting all their vision, especially with the Dragon Soul potential being propped up here in a minute. Maybe they're looking to try to turn a team fight, a minor skirmish win into a Baron and snowball that, but trading this for the Soul is going to be a huge loss for them.
getting a little bit tankier for KANAVI as well as he completed the mask. We're going to get a startup of the Baron here. No vision by anyone's legend, no matter how far ahead they were. They did get it cleared out here. Winds of War go across. Top Esports still committing. Nature's Grass coming down. Cream has a massive flank. Going to be spotted out here now. Anyone's legend just want to go for the fight. Top Esports go for the Baron. They're going to find out 369. They take him down slowly but surely. But the question is, can the rest of Top Esports make it out alive? You have the back being completed right now by Cream. He will make it alive. Now Flandre and Shanks trying to find the angle onto Jackie Love. They just got to get one. He's under turret. Not going to have enough damage now. Cream is back in action. Bullet time across. They don't have the Unbreakable. That's a big taunt coming through from Shanks as well. They're tanking the turret, though. This is bad looks from anyone's legend. Although Shanks makes it out alive through his heroic entrance and Azanya's, as AL will push onto yet another tier 2 turret. They did lose the Baron.
They lose the Baron, but pretty big team fight win, and they got some summoner spells out from it. No flash, no cleanse coming out from Jackie Love means, look, we're investing the teleports. Let's make this move. They're Hextech portals, which means that time to get to an objective is just cut down just a bit shorter now. But missing ultimates, missing summoner spells. If Cream can do something here, KANAVI's ultimate's going to be coming up soon. It's going to be Soul here for AL if they can secure this objective.
Jackie Love is so massive right now. See if he can get some pop shots in. Kyle tanking it down. AL trying to go for the dragon. It's taken by Tarzan. And now with the Hextech Soul, they run rampant on Top Esports. Kyle finds another connection. Solar Flash straight onto Cream. And he will bite the dust again. A mainstay at this point of this game as the first pick of Kali is not finding purchase.
Without a Baron, but 5 grubs on your team, anyone's legends are going to look to try to end this game. If they don't get it through mid, they can try to go through top, but there is so much work to be done. There's still Baron empowerment coming in from Jackie Love as well, so let's see how much damage anyone's legends can actually do to the base of TES, and if they try to look for a win.
The combination I wanted to see coming into this series was Tarzan and Shanks, and how this mid jungle is going to work because of how important it is in the LPL. The combo I'm leaving talking about is Flandre and Tarzan, who are just putting on master classes right now as well. I know Shanks is having a big one right now, but it has been a constant prodding of pressure by Tarzan and Flandre to set up the team in a lot of cases.
Which is what we should expect from this team, right? Like, you have 2 incredibly long-time veterans kind of playing here. Flandre, obviously a previous world champion and kind of bringing some of that experience. One of the reasons he was brought over to JDG in this last year was to kind of bring that level of performance, and obviously for the fan expectations as well. But they're leading this team to success all throughout this tournament. It has been part and due to playing around Flandre, kind of buying into that process of giving him certain champion picks. This, I mean, we could just take, there's not much to talk about this replay. They're doing Baron. They stopped TES from kind of recalling with a lot of them, or at the very least delay them. So
Look at
that
this
coming
cleanse
into
by
Dragon, they're in a
Jackie
great...
Love. Once he gets the taunt play onto him.
I'm waiting for it. Wait.
Oh,
and we don't even get to see it. Yeah. Nice
they
cleanse.
weren't even fighting.
Nice cleanse.
Fighting.
Prodigal AD carry. That's what I like to see.
Observers, come on.
Oh, we're making a play into Galio. Yeah,
I don't think that's the play. I mean, hey, we saw them try to get Leona last time. This is just a fool's errand. What are you guys doing?
Guys,
He's
he has
chilling,
Hollow
bro.
Radiance. He has Hollow Radiance, a Rift Maker, and a Zonia's. You are literally never killing this guy with a Maokai and really, really far behind Nocturne. It's just not happening.
It's
Guys.
just not happening ever. I've never, ever seen that happen in my life. There is a TP play onto the turret to make sure they get this one. Inhib turret down, but the fight has already kicked off. Here comes the heroic entrance. Crisp is doomed, as is Top Esports. Maybe one big true shot barrage, but it did literally no damage, and he is the most fed member of the entire team. Minion wave is crashing just like a tsunami onto the base of Top Esports. They are focusing on the turrets here, as Flandre was tanking the brunt of TES, and now they've just got the Nexus open. Cream is getting taken down one more time. Oh my god, it's a catastrophe. And a 0-8 Akali performance leads to Top Esports needing a miracle and a reverse sweep.
We are seeing Nexus fountain dives. We're seeing quadra kills at level 3 for junglers. It looks easy for anyone's Legends as
It really
they move up
does.
2-0 in our grand finals. Unexpected. We thought this was going to be a much closer series, one where TES were going to take them to task, and that's just not coming to fruition at all.
Everybody on Twitter, like I was getting replied to on comments were like, "Oh, it'll be magical if AL can even take a game. Oh, Top Esports gonna roll over them? Nah, not today. Not when Tarzan is at the helm here." And that was incredible stuff. And I do believe that we have the analyst desk ready to go to kind of break that one down and maybe talk about if Top Esports can even bring this reverse sweep back in tow. We'll go ahead and chat with them. Lara, take it away.
Thank you, Mazel. Top Esports, huh? Are they frauds? Welcome to my TED
Not
Talk.
on top anymore. Probably not.
Not
but
such on top.
I really thought that Top Esports had a great composition. Like, if you look at the
Right.
right side, it was very early game focused. It was pretty hard to dive onto this Ezreal, and there was a lot of, like, mobility on the side of the Top Esports composition. So I thought if they could drag it into that late game and just avoid those, you know, it was a non-ghost Vladimir, they had a very good chance of just being able to reset the team fight again and again with Nocturne, and then just kite the team fight out and then win with Jackie Love in the late game. Unfortunately, there was a very different early game that sort of happened that really changed the course of that.
Yeah, I mean, they have Xin Zhao Misfortune, which is the cheat code to most early games in League of Legends, right? AL, they used that, they punished it really effectively. You can see on the the damage dealt here that this was a game about bot laners, and, you know, Clement, as you mentioned, if they'd have been able to keep Jackie Love alive, and if they'd have just been able to coax a little bit more through toward that late game without losing so much, there's a very real possibility that Jackie Love could have done wonders. And there were a couple of fights where, you know, that they definitely could have used Jackie Love, and he did pump out, as you can already see, monumental numbers. But it's worth mentioning as well that Hope didn't even die that game. He also had a stellar performance down on that bot side, and when you've been given the early game agency to then move into being such a carry for the late game, you can sort of tell how incredibly powerful this AL composition got to be and how well they synergized as well together.
Absolutely. I feel like there is so much to talk about when it comes to this game. Top Esports, of course, did look like they were on kind of a rough patch in the beginning, but they also did show signs of fighting back. So I think it's a little bit unfair that I did call them maybe frauds before. But I wanted to bring up, maybe we can talk a little bit about Philandre's champion pool again, because when we saw that Vlad got picked, you know, it can always go both ways, but we were wondering if things went well, you know, what it would be that the discussion would be after the game, right?
If we see something slightly off-piste locked in, and if it's a choice between Shanks and Flandre, 10 out of 10 times you're going, okay, Flandre's taking this pick. In the top side as well, just made it work, was absolutely phenomenal again, and used the power of the fact that Maokai doesn't really do a lot to you early on and was able to scale up very well. Had, again, multiple really solid impacts on team fights.
This is one of those fights where I feel like TES was going to make the comeback, but if you look at the late game, they really had multiple mishaps here. Cream goes in too early, and then KANAVI goes out of his mind to go back into the back line. There is zero chance that Jackie Love can actually walk through Hope at this point and the Xin Zhao in the brush. So they unfortunately throw that fight, but look at the difference in this fight. This fight around, a big thing we were talking about is KANAVI doesn't have his ultimate, so he can't int this fight. And you can just see how the resetting power from Top Esports comes out. They have the Maokai ultimate, they have Crisp there on the Braum, able to block away Hope's ultimate, and they just get a great chase down with Jackie Love on this red buff. This is what I thought Top Esports composition was about, just resetting the engage coming in from AL and then being able to go in with the counter punch to clean up the rest of them. This is a great moment. I thought that Jackie Love had this in the bag after that 1,000 gold shutdown, and we were going to see the comeback. But unfortunately, just as I say that, this is how top esports kind of lose it.
KANAVI got ult back up again and immediately threw his life away, which became a bit of a meme that we had of just, he's got ulti, unlucky, and it seemed to be a lost fight from there. I mean, there are so many close fights, and this as well, top, finding the Baron sort of 35 minutes in when they're down soul point, definitely down in gold as well, and they get away with 3 people off the back end of this. There are so many good plays from top that just didn't quite manage to find the game for them. I think that this is a great example of why we said that this series could be close. I know that Lennon was pointing out the cleanse from Jackie Love there. It's worth pointing out because it was like frame perfect to make sure that he's doing as much DPS as possible. But I think this game definitely more reminiscent of the fact that this should have been a close series, even though it's 2-0 currently. Top had some fight in them for this game.
Yeah, that fight, tower dive, was so good from AL. They got that 1 extra kill, secured the Dragon Soul, and then was able to clean the game up just after that. I honestly felt like they overchased and gave Jackie Love a lot of ways to punish them when they went underneath that turret. They were going up against a Baron team, but they played it just perfectly. And, you know, you got to give a shout out to Shanks. He actually got out of that tower dive with less than 300 HP. He was like 1 auto attack off from dying. He gets out. That extra 1 person alive and the TP allows him to just snowball to clean the game up. So, you know, it looked a lot dicey from AL. I thought they were going up against a harder to beat composition, but they pull it off in the end, and we're now on the cusp of a massive upset.
Absolutely. And a player of the game is Shanks, no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, this one was, I feel like, a lot more difficult than game number 1, just because there wasn't a slaughter at the start of the map. But for Shanks, the top side 3 versus 3 where he comes out with a triple kill and keeping the sort of pocket pick Creamer Carly absolutely in the dirt was a very worthy performance of him getting this MVP.
And we were
winning the
discussing
lane,
it.
understanding how to use his ultimate. If you look at the way that he's been using his ultimate, he's actually not using it with Xin Zhao to go in on the team composition. They're actually using layered engages. He's holding it off much later into the fights. So I think that was a huge key about AL piloting the composition. They had this sort of one-punch comp with Xin Zhao Galio and the Wombo combo coming in from MF, but they didn't have to play it that way. They layered everything super well. They actually punished KANAVI extremely hard for a lot of his transgressions, trying to do those one-off catches, and it was just beautiful to see. Shanks piloting Galio and just, you know, destroying the game plan coming in from the other side.
Yeah, we were talking about how Shanks and Hope maybe never really got to get the spotlight that, you know, we could have, no pun intended, but hope that they had. And I think that this series is really good showing of that. If I may just touch back on the topic that we had before, because I do think it's pretty interesting. We have tons of things that we could talk about AL in this game, I feel like, but we were talking about again the champion pool of Flandre and how this could potentially, well, 2 things. First of all, Kelsey gave us some insight on how Coach Tabe wanted to work with creative players, and it seems like Flandre fits that pretty well. But at the same time, we are going into the LPL next year, and we are going to have Fearless Draft in their first split. So this probably benefits them a whole deal. I don't know if AL is going to win today, but we also have the data that about 80% of the winners of the DEMACIA Cup actually go to win a split in the LPL. So I think that's pretty, you know, that's pretty solid case for whether AL or not is going to have an advantage. What do you guys think?
I mean, going just the 80% number as a start is incredible. Like, it's a really high percentage. You win DEMACIA and then you go and win a split in the next year. And remember, we've got 3 splits now in the LPL for 2025, so even more opportunities, right? There's 3 tournaments to win instead of 2. But they look really solid so far, AL. They've got 1 final game to try and win, and I think that the games are tending in the right direction of it getting more competitive. Game 1 was a stomp. Game 2, AL had to work for it. Game 3, maybe we see a comeback start from top, or maybe AL end up taking it in a clean 3-0. But the fact that either of these two teams get a lot of experience at Fearless as well, and in particular at best of 5 Fearless, is going to be very important, because all of the group stage for the first split of LPL is going to be that best of 5 Fearless style. So that getting that experience early on and being able to have a top laner like Flandre working with Darbe, who's going to facilitate those creative picks, I think all of these things, all of this practice is really valuable.
I've worked with Tabe a lot throughout the years, and I've heard him talk about working with all different kinds of players. I do think Tabe is that sort of a coach to utilize Flandre really well, because he really likes to play these weird combos. As long as he doesn't reveal them on the analyst desk, I think it's totally fine. And, Tabe looking into a coaching session where you're going into the best of 5s and you have Fearless draft, and more of the champion pool is getting taken out, and then you have someone like Flandre that has at least 5 pocket picks at any moment. When you go into that game 4, game 5, it just feels so comfortable, and then your coach is also someone who is willing to go out of his way to build a draft around a champion that the other team or most other players have not seen before. That does sound like a very spicy combo, and hopefully we can get to see some of that in our future games in this series already.
Yeah, I think we have a good track record. I mean, just looking at his, he was in T2 of top lane, and he just did the dive to get that one extra kill. I think that was a pretty big showing of confidence. Maybe a little bit too confident, but I don't know. I feel like no risk, no reward.
Yeah, they snowballed off of it really well.
So, what about TES now, guys? What's going to happen to them? What's the adaptation necessary for them to take at least one game out of AL?
Well, what we've seen so far is that their early game, the battle between KANAVI and TARZAN, has been pretty one-sided. Let's just put it that way. We have to call it like it is. I think if they try to play more for their late game compositions and play towards Jackie Love, they still have a great chance at winning that. We saw in the highlight clips there, as long as KANAVI's not really throwing these engages too hard and actually properly using his skill set to reset the fights for Jackie Love can still get the deal done. Just fix that, maybe shy away from some of the early conflicts against TARZAN. I think they still have a shot.
Yeah, I want to sort of double down on that point, is that whilst we've not really seen a lot from the mid-jungle duo of top so far, and there's definitely room for their improvement, Jackie Love has been, at least in game number 2, absolutely on point. Not a lot that you could have done differently from that Ezreal's perspective to have facilitated that game going any better. And I think that just from the way DEMACIA Cup has gone and the way that we know Jackie Love can perform, if you put a little bit more resources into whatever bot laner we end up seeing, you have an opportunity there to always have a hyper carry in Jackie Love, and that's what I'd like to see from them.
Is it surprising to you that AL's bot lane is outperforming right now?
I think surprising, definitely, because if you just look at the 2024 that Hope had, it was by no means awful, but it definitely wasn't stellar. It wasn't what we were expecting, what we'd seen from the likes of Jackie Love, right, who had just an incredible year by and large. Not really a lot of things that people were too worried about, but again, just name brand value and the fact that we've seen so much more from Jackie Love, the fact that we now have Kyle and Hope, and I think that Kyle is somebody who, again, we should sing the praises of on the Leona, constantly finding good Zenith blades, good engages as well, and setting up for Hope, but the two of them together have been incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, guys, like I said, endless possibilities to discuss this game, AL, TES, but we do have to go into game 3 to see if AL is going to be 3-0ing top Esports, which no one really expected, but hey, it may just happen. So Mazel, please take the game away.
Thank you so much, Lara, and thank you to Clement and Rude Dude for breaking that one down a little bit. Maybe give some signs of hope to top Esports. But Alk, all that hope. I'm the Hopium Emporium guy, and we might be sold out today. I don't know, man.
Already? Come on, man.
I don't know. I mean, unless we see something massively different for top Esports, AL just got it in the bag.
Yeah, it looks like that way. I'm hoping that with the level of kind of players that we have from Top Esports, that they can kind of kick it into third gear. Not necessarily need to do it into six. It's not like grand finals of Worlds, but
True.
you know, you still want to have some of that prestige of being a high-level competitive player. Your job is to win, especially, so would be nice to at least see one game. If we can get one game, that means we can get two. That means we can get
True.
three. So
And it's full fearless. So if you can make it past this game, things start opening up a little bit. In game number 4, no second phase bans, and then that game number 5, no bans whatsoever except for the games that were previously played. Now you see those previously played champions at the bottom of your screen here. Those are all already banned away. But Top Esports, they're on the blue side yet again because you choose your side select when you lose. They ban away the Sejuani and that Nico and the Callista. We also have the starter ban and the Rumble ban.
I need to see an Ashe. I want to see like some kind of playmaking for Jackie Love. I think we also need to see Cream on a mage that he's going to be really comfortable with. It seems like that's going to be
another Cream classic.
Case in point. Look, okay, Akali didn't work. Galio's gone. Victor's gone. Let's get some Silas. Look, for Shanks' champion pool, think about all the champions he's going to play. Like, the only thing that's really available left from champions that have been banned or picked previously in the series, the Orianna in lane, that's going to be pretty tough once we get out of lane.
Syndra's nasty.
Exactly. That could be something we could see. So I want to kind of preface this with AL. Obviously, they have a lot of games to play with. So I want to see what they're going to be coming in with this third game with, as well as how many more spicy picks from Flandra are we going to be seeing? Because already had Tank Jace yesterday. We had the Smolder as well. Or not yesterday, but a couple days ago. Now we had the Vladimir.
I'm a little sad to see an AP mid here, though, because with all the ADCs starting to kind of get whittled down, I was wondering if maybe we get an APC for Jackie Love. But the Jinx pickup is a big one, and the Viego pickup, because you know that's something KANAVI was looking at, potentially grabbing for himself. So you have a lot of forward pressure right now for anyone's legend.
Do it, KANAVI. Look, with how this game has been going, I need to see some 1v1 skills. I can chalk it up. Look, game 1, you guys messed up a tower dive. Happens. Game 2, you did not get to play the game either. There were some questionable moments around that Herald that we saw. So if he's going to be picking up the Lee Sin, his most played in 2024 gives him a lot of agency. And if there is ever a time for a winning 2v2, it has to be Silas and Lee Sin. Please.
Please. He's begging here on broadcast. We also have the Nautilus locked in. So you have a very, very heavy dive composition with the first 3 from Top Esports. This is the perfect pick into what they're cooking right now for anyone's legend.
So back end of this draft,
Easy.
Poppy being picked up could be a swap, could be something that they're using to give either to Flandra or to Kael. You look at what's available in top lane. There's no Cassante. I think that a lot of the other matchups that 369 would be going for could be punished by this champion. So yeah. I'm interested to see what the back end of this draft looks like.
It just feels like anyone's legend has been reading this draft really well and picking the things that, you know, Top Esports would be really wanting to grab in a lot of the ways that they wanted to draft this one. And maybe that stems to Tabe, you know, behind the scenes, putting in some work. But the Draven is going to be a classic ban against Jackie Love, trying to take away any power points that he has left.
So thinking about other carries he would want to play, I mean, Misfortune's already gone. Taking a look specifically at his year most recently, every champion except for that Sivir and that Jhin. So wondering if we're going to see that. Obviously with Jhin Nautilus, you're looking for a lot of trading, but mostly just kind of opening it up to be able to get damage onto Jinx.
It's not bad with the Silas Lee Sin. Like, at least you have some forward damage to like be a utility piece for, but yeah.
You're pretty low range at that point, right? You don't have very much playmaking. So Renekton blind here. So this Poppy is going to be going into support, giving over Shank's counter pick despite seeing the Silas so early on. I wonder what exactly he's preparing for here now with Azir banned as well. This has to be an Orianna. Or it could be the Syndra. I know you've been hyping it up. You could see the Syndra. I think with this with this matchup though, it gets a little tough.
Okay, the Kaisa is a valid pick. I think really good combo with the Nautilus. So Jackie Love and Chris will have actually a pretty strong 2v2 fashion down there, depending on if we do end up getting that Poppy as the support. But the Gnar is going to be the choice into the Renekton top lane.
Damn, that fan sign so true. 3-0 Tarzan. Just drop it on. Drop a 3-0.
Yo.
Let him feel it.
Yo,
Oh!
this is
Okay, it's
this
a hover.
should be
We
a
got baited.
throwback. Yeah. But it's got to be one of these choices that is kind of like left open for Shanks. Either the Syndra, the Orianna, maybe that Talia from a throwback from his time on Team WE. It's the Rise of all things. It is the Rise. So some machine gun damage provided there, but as well as a little bit of utility in its own right.
Yeah, it gives him strong side laning. I think that also when you look at what TES want to go, I also would have loved the Orianna or the Talia. You look at their composition, it is full-on dive. I think you have so much ability to do massive damage in team fights, but you actually have to get into the range of your opponents. And so now you're walking into a Renekton, a Poppy, a Rise. These champions are going to be incredibly resilient. Rod of Ages here for someone like Shanks. He gets to have Rod of Ages, Abyssal Mass. He can go the old tank build for a Rise. Such a disgusting game for this champion if they can get to 3 items. They need to be able to hit those item breakpoints, or the game just gets it can be lost really easily.
This is 2 games in a row that Top Esports have said, Cream, you are the guy. You are getting B1 pick in mid lane. I don't know at this point if they're setting him up for success or failure, because this Silas hates his life. There are no good ultimates really to grab from this matchup. And you look at what just happened in that last game, it's so difficult. So, like, anyone's Legend has that forward hand now, and I'm really looking at KANAVI on this Lee Sin to get out of this slump, get out of whatever these first 2 games have been, because Top Esports need a lifeline right now.
So I'm trying to think, what ultimates does he want to take? It's probably just going to be Poppy ult. Yeah, but I agree with you. The insistence on trying to get mid pick so early on is very strange, especially when you look at TS's drafts beforehand, where it was a large focus on making sure that they got strong lanes and making sure they got some kind of setup.
He only does it when when it matters, when he's feeling the pressure.
Ooh.
He only pulls it out. Now he's got his iconic Jackie Love Kaisa World Championship skin.
Strong level 1 here coming in for TES, but numbers advantage going over to anyone's Legends, as I think we're getting that level 1. We're going to see how spicy we get. Only KANAVI spotted here, and they can't make a proactive play. It can't be like a Nautilus hook coming in from Kyle with this Poppy, so has to wait for him to really get around the wall.
Last time we saw this position, KANAVI was on the Viego. Got a plethora of kills handed his way. Top Esports not going to pull the trigger. Oh, they go for it.
Here we go.
The AL stopped their backs, though. Tarzan just baited all of Top Esports. Here comes the big croc. Chris going down. And guess who's getting excited? It's Hope. It's Jinx. It's all level 1s for AL all day long, baby. 369 getting bursted down here, too. Hope's going to chase him down. A couple rockets, a couple pop shots, but it is disaster for Top Esports.
I saw a flash in Hope's future there. I saw maybe a second kill coming over. Chris makes the play happen, but it backfires tragically for them, as maybe they were trying to avoid some of the lane swaps. It seems like now we're getting that from Hope and Kyle. They want to make sure that Renekton doesn't have to deal with the early laning phase of a Gnar. Make sure that you get gold into your laners. Early teleports as well, already invested by Kareem, so a lot of resources gone from the side of Top Esports.
You said coming into this that anyone's Legend were Red Side Warriors, and they have proven just that. Every Red Side game is just working out for them so far. And I will say there's a little bit of interest in terms of how they've been adapting the kind of dual solo laners to these lane swap situations. I mean, that's multiple games now that we've seen Flandre hovering around Shanks in mid lane.
For sure. It's making sure that Shanks can kind of get away with getting a couple more items. The important part for this Rise is getting to those breakpoints, getting your tier, which he already has for his starting item, but if you can even pick up the Seraphs afterwards, we're looking again at 3 items to be the big breakpoint here for AL.
So both junglers trying to navigate these murky waters here, going for invades. It is Crisp that will ensure that KANAVI can get an easy invade there. Top lane going to be proxied a little bit as it goes. They're trying to get as many plates as possible. Tarzan has made his way into KANAVI's topside jungle to steal away that. And this is the interactive gameplay that League of Legends is all about.
Ooh, and this is an interesting adaptation for the lane swap here, where instead of putting gold into the Jinx, which is obviously a great advantage for your team, they're giving a lot of this over to Flandre by himself. So he'll get this first plate for himself. They'll cause over the bottom lane with Hope and Kyle to move on over. And while they have split three of these plates with Jackie Love, Crisp, and 369, I mean, this could potentially turbocharge Flandre into a really good spot. He's going to teleport back, but there'll be no gold spent. Flandre's going to crash that wave. He's in a good spot for the game.
Oh, it unfortunately looks like Flandre didn't get a turret plate there. It's still 5 on the marker there, unless that's a spectator bug. Just not enough damage in the early parts there. You got 3 taken. Yeah, it's just not enough. 3 taken for the bot lane of Jackie Love and Chris. So definitely want to see how that pans out. We all have the Scuttle Crabs that just got traded by both junglers, and both junglers looking mid. Cream going to force a play on a Shanks. You have Tarzan coming right down the way, though. Shanks trying to get a little bit of damage right back in, though. Cream still able to sustain with that Kingslayer.
Yeah, Shanks has to be careful. I mean, this 2v2 is so slow. Ryze has very little damage early on, so any of this 2v2 success that they can find is going to be gold for TES. AL getting some gold on the bot side, not too bad, but the game is already starting. I don't want to say it's starting to slip away from them, but that early kill, and you think of how they've played out this lane swap so far, it's going to get harder and harder for them.
This is a really awkward fight for both teams, but it looks like it's actually Hope.
Oh
my God, the flash wall bang. Jackie Love, though, gets one back. One more rocket. Fishbones, not enough yet again. Jackie Love healing up a lot. Now just Hope gunning him down under turret. And things are getting a little bit chaotic, but there's one thing that's a constant is now Hope is 3-0.
That's a cute world skin. How about you take this DEMACIA Cup L for me real quick, bro? Like, AL, they make it look easy. Like, the 2v2 is working. This was one of the big question marks that we had coming into the series, where Hope and Kyle going to be able to survive versus Jackie Love and Chris. And so far in 3 games, they have showed that without even light work, no reaction, this bot lane is popping off.
He's like, who is that across? It's Jackie Love and Crisp? I don't know if I know those names at this point, because he's, okay, well, maybe I cast a cursive. Chris can't continue, I thought? Yeah, I don't know why Chris backed off there. Maybe a little bit worried, as he does get the double CC chain. Jackie Love just wants a little bit more range. Doesn't get in range itself, and now you still have this 3-0 looming large for Hope. Shanks is the focus, as KANAVI has found the play, going for the double flash from the top Esports combo, and Cream gets the kill.
Man, big find here for TES as the dragon is spawned and they're looking ready to go. Great job from Chris. I know you were saying, okay, maybe we could have found that kill, but Hope still had both summoner spells, so I think that would have been the next up on the table. Instead of going for the dragon, however, they really want to try to get these grubs. Interesting to me, especially for a team that I think would want the upfront combat power of grabbing a dragon first, but instead wanting to focus on being able to apply pressure on the side lanes. That has not been their kind of success so far in this series, if they've had any. So, a bit weird.
Awkward lanes here. You have Hope moving up from mid lane. Jackie Love is now running from bot lane, but that's a long walk there. Not even going to have Killer Instinct to join. TP now coming in from Flandre. AL being pushed off the grub spawn as TS have gotten 2 of them. Tarzan has Smite and will grab that one. So they split a little bit, as now Shanks looking for an angle. You still have Jackie Love, who finally made that long trek up. Tarzan goes for another stun, gets hit by a rock. And now top Esports are just fine and dandy, taking away those 2 grubs.
Still a win for TES, as they made it so that Hope didn't get any of that experience during mid lane. He had to move on over. It does cause Jackie Love to miss a little bit instead of picking that up. Wow, this is a long replay from a while ago.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, yeah, you just kind of got outplayed by Poppy pressing one of the most broken abilities in the game. Gets the shield from her buckler, flash immediately. We get the cleanse as well from Jackie Love. We're getting mechanics, at the very least, from these 2, which is one of the questions and pain points for this team was, can the bot lane actually throw hands?
Well, Cream's about to get a bunch of hands thrown his way. Kyle going for the wall bang.
It
does
misses?
get it, but it needs to be a little bit careful now that Jackie Love is coming. Realm Warp, but he gets kicked out of it. Still gets his team to safety. That is saving everybody.
What? I want to see the replay on that. How did Cream miss the Poppy ult? That was basically on top of him. That one I'm going to maybe say that wasn't Cream's fault, but if it is,
questions.
we will definitely take a look at that in the replay if we can get it from the Chinese stream. There we go. Okay, what happened here? Everybody watch Cream. So he takes Poppy ult. He has it obviously before Kyle.
Oh! He got pushed back as it was, and it's because it casts it out in front of you a little bit. Kyle was too close to get hit by it.
Dude, okay.
That's
that
wild.
one I just feel bad. They did get the flash off from Hope. Cream.
Cream, my boy. He's down and out, man. This has not been the day for Cream. That thing is curdled.
Another kill here going over, and Cream has not had the best series. Someone that during this tournament, sample size is small, but has been having, I think, a pretty okay tournament, especially for what I wanted to see from him this year, which is really expanding that mage play now that there's less marksmen in the field. But it just seems like on the day right now, he is just not having a good series going up against Shanks.
He had a banger game on Corki against Rookie, of all people. But yeah, I mean, this series has just not been looking the same. But I will say, are they setting him up for success by B1ing his mid and letting Shanks get his pick in the litter? Like, I don't know if they're doing that. That's just me. Maybe I'm crazy.
I can't obviously attest, and unless we get, one of the other translators, I'm going to hold that as potentially a dive here happening onto Flandre, but Tarzan is in the area. Unless we get a translation, we won't know as to what's happening for the drafts here, but I have to imagine that this is something that Cream is obviously going to be okay with, and he's specifically probably asking for, part of their strategy, because this is very different than what we saw throughout DEMACIA Cup. When we look at their drafts previously, it's first pick Vi, first pick Corki, first pick Rumble. We have 2 Aurora games that were first pick, so those are the only 2 champions that we're really seeing from Cream where he's getting first pick in the draft, but that is just not something that we're getting a ton of from this team, so I have a lot of questions here for TES.
Questions that will continue to be asked going into 2025, as this is their starting roster, adding in some big names in KANAVI and Chris to try to change things up here. But AL, the ones that are changing things up in this DEMACIA Cup run. And now we got about 25 seconds for another spawn of Grubs, this one heavily contested as well.
We just have the most random pip replay of all time of
Why
Renekton
not,
pressing R. Dude, he's so at Flandre, he played that so well. He pressed R, Eden in the mini wave, empowered Q, spin around, crocodile.
Hey, if it works, it works. I don't know. I don't know what to say. We are going to have first item spikes coming aboard here for this fight. If it does end up kicking off right now, both junglers hovering around that top side of the map. We have, first of all, a big completion for Jackie Love. Now that he has the Kraken Slayer, he's going to be providing a lot more damage. You have to stop off of the boots for Hope. As the turret's getting low down here. Observer's real. Oh, that's why they were. I was like, they're zooming in for something. It's to watch 369 miss his ultimate as top esports to get it started up the Grubs.
But AL are just too slow to the play. They're losing out on this. Maybe they try to make it after all of the Grubs are taken, but I think it's pretty hard fought to try to walk into this. Fine, you get 1 Grub, but it's still 4 here for TES. And like you were talking about with that itemization, the fact that Jackie Love has a Kraken Slayer before we have a completed item here for Hope is huge.
Realmorph coming in, gonna bring Shanks in, but Kyle not barely going down. He's still alive. That health potion paying dividends.
Huge win for AL. They get a couple of those fights going off. They don't lose out on all that much, but it's that side lane pressure we're going to continue to see from TES. Can the 2 solo laners of top esports apply enough pressure, utilize these 4 Grubs, or is this going to be an objective that's just kind of gone to the wayside? We have Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. It's really been 369 throughout this series who has been more diligent about playing around side lanes, and also he hasn't been the one that's been behind as far as Cream has in this series.
Cream trying to take a 1v1 there into Shanks, not going too well for him. As Tarzan actually stopping the back setup. Oh, Crisp. Oh, no. He did not get the memo. Does get the dredge line out, though. This is a nice little escape tool. And, yeah, we'll just get a reset map. But this is the first game we actually have a contested setup from both teams. TES actually staying in the game with this one.
I'm surprised 369 is not just stepping up a little bit further. I thought maybe he was moving forward. He has the Demolish. You have the 4 Grubs. You should be looking to get any kind of damage you can down onto this turret. Looks like 369 wants to force the issue to try to get this underway. There's no Dragon, though, so without a Gnar ultimate as well, this dive is pretty tough. You're just grabbing the turret if you can.
KANAVI just completed his Eclipse, so he's got a lot of damage. Kyle is way overextended, but the TP may be turning everything around now. Maybe this is anyone's Legends shot. As Shanks comes in to provide a little backup. Tarzan looking down mid lane, looking to catch Jackie Love. He will just walk straight into him. Jackie Love caught in transition. Will have to burn his flash. Or was it? No,
It's
that was just
ultimate.
the killer
It's just
instinct.
the killer instinct.
Yep,
Just the killer instinct there. So not gonna be missing out on too big of a summoner spell, but Lennon, do you feel it? You feel that there might
reverse
be some
sweepening?
game. There's okay, maybe not a reverse sweep. Let's take one game at a time. But we're getting a game where AL are not as decisive. They're not able to make as big of plays. The damage isn't quite there, especially the fact that we don't have a massive, huge gold discrepancy between one of the lanes very early on. I gotta say, man, this bottom lane is performing. If there's anybody that we're really gonna hype up, or if there's people that we're kind of looking for a player of the game very early on here, I think it has to be Kyle if AL do win this. He's been playing so exceptionally on most of the games, and especially in this Poppy game. He just has so much value.
He really does. I mean, in draft, that was the pick that was like, okay, well, you just upended a lot of what top esports want to do. They are overloading, at least anyone's Legends is, the top side around this Rift Herald. Tarzan redeploying up this way. Chris will sniff this one out, and KANAVI has come over as well. So maybe top esports looking to continue to grab objective control here, but the Dragon is also spawning in about 30 seconds. Top esports look a lot more in control.
They finally have a game where they're not down 2,000 gold at the 15-minute mark, so we're already making progress that way.
True.
And Jackie Love and Chris, despite some early game woes, have been able to really settle into their positions, pick up a lot of these waves. We also haven't seen too much playmaking coming out for AL. This was going to be a team composition that is slower. Despite all of the early game, I'm still favoring AL, but we're talking about how well they're starting to play the map on the opposite side from TES. Maybe there's some leeway here.
How are we feeling about the team comps? Because I think that's something we haven't really gotten to talk about in any of the games so far. But in this one in particular, we're going to be getting to a point where we have those kind of 2-3 item spikes. And it looks on paper, obviously you have a lot of scaling efficiency on the side of anyone's Legend.
I mean, Viego, Rise, Jinx, all champions that obviously get a lot better with time. They're able to get so much gold. Those resets are huge. Big game-changing abilities as well. For top esports, they obviously still have some play. You were mentioning from draft that Cream doesn't have a ton of ultimates to steal, but you have Jackie Love who can still provide all this damage. And if worse comes to worse, I would always trust Jackie Love Kaisa to carry me in a team fight. Like, that is just always going to be able to do something. So I am going to hope that TS have enough damage that even if AL are able to take some members down, the big ticket members that we're looking at can kind of have big performances. And even though we haven't kind of shied away from it, 369 has been having an okay series so far. He's obviously been on the kind of worst end on some of these matchups and some of these lane swaps, but with Anar, you have so much potential to win a game.
You really do. And I want to give a special shout out to that mention of Jackie Love's Kaisa. I think even in that Ezreal game, you saw what the potential was when this guy gets the resources given to him. This one's going to be even more important as top esports and AL are going to be battling over this Rift Herald. Cream and Jackie Love are first to answer here. This is a little bit dicey. Got keeper verdict. Oh, Crisp! Crisp got the mechanics, and Cream actually hits his ultimate that time. But the entire time, Tarzan was focusing the Rift Herald, so that already went down.
Man, I was worried.
Wasn't
that also in the highlight? There's a highlight intro from last year. Someone playing Nautilus, and they used that on the Poppy ult. I don't know if it was Crisp, but I do remember that being part of the highlight package coming into. I don't know if it was probably summer.
It was last year for sure.
Yeah.
Or I guess this year.
Yeah. I know. It's so weird talking about DEMACIA. I'm like, oh yeah, this last year, and it's like, we're still in 2024.
We're still in that year.
Yeah,
Only 2 days left.
TS are going to pick up another dragon for themselves, so we'll see what the soul is looking like.
They do not get to walk back home. They are not allowed. It is a dark alley full of people with knives, as anyone's Legend going to be looking at an outer turret with this Rift Herald play in mid lane.
They can keep going. They should just be looking to cause them to not walk into this.
Bold.
They're not allowed to walk into this choke anymore.
How's
that
yeah, they cannot be here. They cannot. Top 369. It gets a Meganar ulti. Jackie Love goes on the back line. Hope is gone. They actually found the access they needed, but anyone's Legend is still sticking in the fight. 369 has been untouched, but Tarzan is getting resets after resets as now he goes under turn with yet another one, and he's chasing down KANAVI as he gets the crown from the man himself. 369 was cleaning up the stragglers.
There's so many kills going over. Big find onto Hope coming out from Crisp. Opens up a window for TES, as that's as good of a fight as it's going to get. They grab themselves the Dragon. They lose their mid-tier 1, but they get the flash out from Hope. I think that's as good as it's going to get, and a lot of Summoner spells won for the other side.
Cannot believe we got so much back and forth there. I mean, Top Esports were not allowed this choke point.
How does this land?
What?
This Nautilus champion is so unbalanced, man. I hate this game. All right, well,
And
369 and Chris
ultimate.
find it. Yeah, it's everything. Jackie flies into the backline, kills Hope, and we get to see Tarzan start to take over in this fight. But like you were saying, 369 on the backline, sweeping it up for TES, as his Gnar has been impeccable so far this game. And if he can continue alongside some of the other members, they can take a win here, as huge find onto Kyle means no flash.
Oh, Tarzan, you did not want to take that cue as he gets hooked and killed. Top Esports finally showing some signs of life.
There we go, and that could be an opening for them. Baron spawning in a minute. They can continue to push onto mid here, look for a dive. Hope is not even allowed to walk the safe way under his dirt. He has to go all the way around, waiting for either KANAVI or Crisp to show up. This takes away from the side lane pressure we wanted to see from AL. Let Renekton and Ryze push in. You can teleport them in towards the mid lane or towards an objective fight. But if you have no pressure to mid, you can't win.
How does this keep happening? What? Everything was going so well, Top Esports, and then what happened? You fumbled the bag, and you gave it straight to Hope, who's laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, we got to see exactly what I was talking about. Ryze pushed in a top wave, he moved into mid, and they just find Jackie Love. It's another turret going over to anyone's legend. 3 to their name, another a bit of gold going over to Hope, who is going for a bit of a different build here, as we have the full lethality Jinx build. So, what? Okay, we're showing the red buff. Does Jackie Love think it's his red buff? Okay, so he picks up red buff, and that's how they get caught in this position.
Oh my god, the greed, the gluttony. Jackie Love on his Kaisa skin needed that red buff, and what did it cost?
Gave over 300 gold for free. Flandre, here we go. Observers, do the zoom in thing again. Man.
Do it, do it. Do it to him.
Well, not much to play for. It's just mostly going to be getting Cream a little bit more gold. Tarzan's going to try and contest this red buff. We have Dragon spawn it in a minute and a half. And I will say, I don't think AL need to contest for this Dragon, but if there ever was one, obviously Soul is going to be a big one. They have 2 really big item spikes coming over, with Shanks finishing a Cosmic Drive as well as the Seraphs. You have 2 items on Hope. I think if you want to fight, there's a very real window for you to look for it.
Oh, Shanks was trying to get the stop, though. They do get the TP play on top lane, and Flandre is down under turret. Cream, one more shot, not enough there, and Top Esports make a counter play.
Okay, Hope, send it, brother. Where is he looking for it? He's looking for the pings. He's trying to get into Fog of War so he doesn't get spotted.
Oh, but he got spotted.
Does he shoot towards the base? No. Okay, wants to save it. Recognizes that the Dragon is spawning in 50, and that ultimate could be a key usage to get them a reset coming in this next fight. 369, yet again, another time in this series where we go to a side lane, 369 is pushing and gets themselves a tier 1. That's gold generated for free right before an objective fight.
That's going to be so massive. It was almost stopped by Shanks, but couldn't make it there in time. And really nice juggling. The fact that 369 has been laning so many crucial Mega Gnar ultis has been really good for Top Esports.
Finally, we get to see him on
Finally.
the lane bully. He's been put on weak side. Couple games now. 369.
They still haven't gotten a lead. Top Esports today have, I don't think, gotten a single lead.
A lead is metaphysical. The gold at the top of the screen is fake, okay? You gotta think about, like, the emotional momentum of, like, okay, we just got these kills. We just killed top lane. Now we're the first ones into the river. We're denying vision from AL. Let's see what they can do, as Shanks is starting to move into position.
He's got Mega Gnar.
Uh-oh.
He's got the wall combo there, but he's going to start losing it now, so they really need to start up this Dragon if they're going to try to take it. A Mountain Soul would be massive for Top Esports. They're going to play it slow. I don't know if this behooves them, as Jackie Love's going to move to mid lane.
They should make this play now. If there's ever a point where I need to be seeing a Poppy move forward, get vision, get into the terrain, it has to be when there is no ultimate available here for 369. It seems like AL kind of scared. There's no one really to step up. We need to see Flandra walking up and forward into the opponents, but he's kind of trying to take a flank angle, which leaves Kyle by himself.
He's on a ward. They know, so they'll pull off the dragon here. They are just baiting anyone's legend out. As anyone's legend will just look to go mid lane now and try to get this push and force Top Esports' hand. Dragon is already started, and that would be sole point for Top.
Okay.
Why are they going in so late?
Yeah, I mean, it's already gone. Can they make a play on the opposite side here? Poppy ult is gone and
I'm
no longer
so
can...
confused. They're going to just try to get an all-in on 369 of all people, which that's never going to work. Kyle gets out barely moving away from the Void Seeker, as now Flandre is tanking up a massive storm. Big dredge line straight onto Shanks, who has to go golden. Can they capitalize? Tarzan was trying to flash in front of anything that was going to come his way. I appreciate the idea there from Tarzan, at least.
All right, all 10 players, if we all just get Men in Black, like the memory eraser, if we just have that all happen to us, the last 2 minutes of this game just did not happen. Okay? We're just going to pretend I didn't see Cream throw a Poppy ult into Super Narnia. The flash from Tarzan. There was a lot of not things that there
He
are.
was trying to block anything that was going to hit Shanks, okay? I see
Look, okay, look, we got the
angle.
replay, so we can see. So first of all, like you were saying, AL, why are we looking for this fight? KANAVI's out, good, fine. Now we're making an engage onto this Gnar, uses the ultimate. There's just like no damage. Jackie Love is here. He's trying to get what he can. He still has the ultimate. I thought maybe he would try to sneak into that back line. So let's see here. What happens here? Tarzan?
He thought he was going to go with the abscond abduct or something, maybe. I don't know. I can't justify that one.
You don't have to defend him, bro. He doesn't. Unless Tarzan. Wait, okay.
Quick. So
got the skill order.
We're dumb. Yeah, it's the skill order. It's not the.
I knew this, but I didn't want to. You seem really hyped about like the combos.
Do that? Wow, bro.
Come on,
wow.
I've been watching. Hey, look, if you've been watching DEMACIA Cup every day, this has been on the show. You would just know that it's not the combos.
Now the combo.
I don't take the wind out of your sails on that one. I'm sorry.
Take the wind out anytime. The question now is, though, with such an even game and a sole point on the line for Top Esports, they have, for once, a lot of the control of how to dictate the map. They're going to try to get it a little bit upended from them now that anyone's legend has found Cream in the side lane. He had the Heartbreaker, but I got you 1-2 as Tarzan chasing him down now. He goes golden, and Top Esports have just left him to rot as Hope misses the Mega Death Rocket a little bit. But we'll see them potentially move over to this Baron side of the map.
Yeah, that's a flash coming out from Shanks as well. Tarzan and Kyle, they're going to try and look for Crisp here. Another reset with the Heartbreaker.
Tarzan
That's Crisp
does
gone.
so much damage. And Kyle just there to help watch, and Hope cleans up the kill. Now Tarzan is Nautilus, and he's looking for a potential flank, but they just go straight to the Baron. This is a 3v2, or at least 5v2, if they want to try to fight this one, since you do have 369 all the way across the map. I don't think they're going to actually contest it, and that Baron just goes over to anyone's legend.
For sure. KANAVI going to farm for some camps here is interesting. I would have actually liked to seen him sit in mid, help Jackie Love get into this wave. You have 4 grubs. I think it's more important than getting a global blue buff for your team and ends up kind of stopping them. With the amount of damages on there, I very realistically believe they could have taken that, if not on the next wave. So delaying a little bit of gold for themselves. You have 2 minutes before the dragon. 369, like you were saying, gets another turret. As we go straight into this replay, great play coming out from Tarzan and Shanks. You know that they're there as well from Cream, so he's already way too late. And we're doing it again in the picture.
Because why not? Oh, the Keeper's Verdict did get used by Kyle, so he does not have that tool available to him. Crisp is looking for this, as they just want to go all the way in. 369 is there, about to get Mega Gnar.
Goodbye.
They get the Realm War, about the safety. Easy peasy.
They can cut them off as well. You look at this. Hope and Flandra on the way. Flandra pops the ultimate. We're going for it.
Oh my God. Top Esports, what have you wrought? That's a big crock. The Mega Death Rocket trying to get a little bit of pepper damage in. His Keeper's Verdict misses again. How many times do we have to watch that go wide? As 369 with the big one. He gets immediately blasted by Hope, and Hope is getting a little excited, and so should AL fans, as the Heartbreaker does get utilized there as a defensive measure. Top Esports, they continuously are losing these fights.
Ah, man, they lose the Baron. 369 is trying so hard to win this game, but the damage isn't quite there, and Cream is just not having a series, man. That Poppy ult was tough to watch. We've seen a couple of them already. We did give him a bit of a cop-out saying, look, there's not too many ults you can take, but you gotta land these. Like, literally straight down the middle. Doesn't land onto Tarzan, doesn't hit Flandra. I don't know what to say, man. Creams is having a super bum series, and it's sad to see because
really
of a
bad.
great 2024 he had.
Oh, Kyle. That was massive.
All I know is, even if AL win this, I'm going to be super mad. I'm going to go look at the MVP votes, and I'm just going to see someone voted for Flandra in this game, and it's going to piss me off, man. I already got it from game one. It's going to come back.
Hope doing it to Jackie Love on Jackie Love's wannabe comeuppance with his with his world skin equipped. Now the dragon already getting low. Cream is in the pit right now, away from his team. Maybe it's all a bait. KANAVI,
is it a
if
steal?
he do it, he does. Tarzan goes way too early. Gets the Dragon Rage kickback in TS. They actually have a fighting chance here. They take one. They've already taken down Shanks, and that's a big dealing member. As now you got
That's
the
one reset,
big
though.
Reganar as now coming through. Tarzan has the damage. He has the combos, but he gets Jackie loved. And we said we wanted one person to carry us a fight, and that person is a penta-killing Jackie Love.
It's the one time we needed him to do it. I trusted him from the very beginning. Pentakill coming in for Top Esports as they're going to run through mid lane. And with the steal of the dragon, they've got 4 grubs. I don't think they can quite end the game, but that's one sure hell of a way to get back into it.
Jackie Love said, hold this, I'll do it my damn self, and gets a big play for Top Esports to finally get an actual lead in a game of League of Legends today.
And it's not enough. Will it be enough coming in? As we take a look at this, I wanted to say, we called it out, you called it perfectly. Tarzan just not going in, or he went in way too soon. KANAVI can't go in. Kale doesn't even get to block with his W or his ultimate to stop KANAVI from stealing it, so it's a Mountain Soul to TES, and there's just not enough damage. Shanks is putting DPS into 369, but look at where Hope is firing. He's firing away at Cream. Cream is buying time with the Zonias. Such a well-played fight coming in from TES, and one where it looked like anyone's Legends were a little lost and not really on the same page.
I mean, the target selection here by Jackie Love, the cleanse as well, just to follow it up. Really, really good stuff. And, of course, one of the best to ever do it for the LPL.
One of the few LPL players to win a world championship as well, so exciting stuff for them. But look, DEMACIA Cup, you still got, this is only game 3, AL are up 2-0. Even if you win this game, you got to be able to replicate it 2 more times if you want a chance at winning the series. Exactly, in a full Fearless system. So Kaisa right now, Jackie Love needs to put on another carry fight, and then we could see TES. Again, you have those 4 grubs, you have the Mountain Soul in your back pocket. If you can't win from this position, you were just never destined to win. It was always in the cards for anyone's Legend.
The Mountain Soul does so much work for Top Esports against this composition as well. You're just getting so much more tankiness going through that front line, and 369 can play so much more loosely. And you've seen that constantly. I mean, you said it before, 369 is actually having himself a little bit of a game, and he does not want this to be given up in a 3-0 sweep.
It's got to feel a little bittersweet, right? Like, the last time that we actually saw TES win the DEMACIA Cup, it was with Jackie Love in the roster. 369 is now returning back to the team. It kind of feels like when we were talking about this roster, it was bringing in KANAVI and Chris, but it feels like a return to home for some of these players and a continuation of that legacy, especially for Jackie Love, who has been on the roster for such a long time. Really, I think TES as an organization, and obviously for some of these guys, they really want to be able to bring home a championship.
Yeah, I mean, going on 5 years from this, or on this TES roster, the big change up all those years ago. And since then, you know, been a staple for Top Esports and a lot of their big runs, and a team that's continuously building. I mean, it feels like we had the big JDG Top Esports rivalry. We even had this summer where we had some big runs from Top Esports in general. And I think this organization has found lasting success, but are looking for even more.
And you have so many pieces to build around. You have Jackie Love, obviously. If Cream is going to be a long-term project for them, as well as when we were talking about his year coming off of OMG, that was kind of the big come-up for him. And here for AL, similar stories. You know, when we're talking about, like, Obviously, TES has had more of the international success. Anyone's Legends, however, definitely have some pieces that have made those big splashes at a tournament like Worlds, and want to be able to bring the organization and bring some of these players who have been around on the squad for a bit now, for about a year, to maybe make one of those international tournaments, especially with a 3-split system now coming into 2025. There's a lot of chances for a team to make it into international play.
All that experience matters so much. Trying to get as many international appearances as possible. TARZAN will be spotted out by Cream. Chooses the wrong way. Thought Cream might be going down. He went up instead. We get the reset coming out from Anyone's Legend. And Top Esports in a commanding position with a very strong team composition and a classic combo of the Nautilus Kaisa that can burst down pretty much anybody on Anyone's Legends team.
So, we said it from draft, and we're kind of coming back to it now, but we're 30 minutes in. We have 3-4 items for both of the carries here. Shanks and Hope finishing their 4th item, almost on 5 here for Hope. If they can't win from this spot, I think that this is it's pretty deep. Oh, we're just sending. Whoa, I was very scared there, but half HP now. TARZAN's just knocked out of the pit. They can't take this.
Yeah, there's no way. Baron just goes the way of Top Esports. They saw the Mega Death Rocket go to check it, realized they didn't have vision, started it up instantaneously, and then got the Keeper's Verdict combo onto TARZAN.
Okay. This game does not get easier for AL. They really wanted to make sure that they were at least contesting for Dragons. I had called out, hey, TES, I thought maybe we would play for Dragons knowing how long this was going, but apparently they just get them all for free. Happens, I guess. They also get 4 grubs. Pretty good spot to be in for a team that doesn't win bot priority very easily in early game. You have a mid lane that can get pushed, but we actually saw Cream fall a little bit. Making good of some of the kind of not great spots that they were in is KANAVI's here. 369 has nowhere near Mega, so it's going to be a bit before he's able to get into this fight. AL need to find their fight immediately.
And this is Elder Dragon here, so this is a big pickup to either side and a game-changing objective. That could maybe mean AL get right back into it. Cream going to play on the side. Does have that dominance ready to go. Top Esports looking for a wraparound flank. AL feeling scared, feeling wary. You got Cream looking for it. Look at KANAVI. He's just playing mind games with him. Gets hit back, though. Cream hitting the dominance. TARZAN uses a defensive Heartbreaker and a 3-man Mega Gnar. JackieLove is ripping him to pieces. And Top Esports have awoken from their dear, dear slumber to dominate AL in the latter half of this game number 3.
There it is. They're going to be able to end out, though, close through mid. Finally, we get another fight there coming out from Top Esports. They'll make this look a little painful in the early game, but as long as they're able to take the win, that's all that really matters when it comes to history. This is them going to be moving up, not getting completely swept out in this grand finals.
JackieLove put on the work pants and went to town. It felt like they absolutely demolished those last fights. And it was honestly just a pleasure to watch JackieLove do his thing on his own skin.
Ooh, what a tough game, and props again to 369 and JackieLove. Rightfully so, I think, for the veterans. One obviously returning to TES, one who has been on TES, to kind of pay it forward, get a massive couple of fights, honestly. His Gnar is just too clean. JackieLove gets to clean up. The rest of the team, though, we need to see them kind of fall in line, may play a little bit more for these guys, especially if they're on fire, play for the guys who are on, and bring home a cup if they are. They have to make the reverse sweep happen, though.
The Cream B1 pick was not a disaster in the end. It actually kind of worked. We'll see what the desk has to say about this series as a whole as we're getting ready to head into game number 4. Take it away, Lara.
What the desk has to say, well, signs of life have been shown by Top Esports. Honestly, I'm glad to see a team with such star power be able to fight back after, being kind of taken right from the first moment of the previous 2 games. It seems like it got, once they got to the latter half, they were able to actually do something with their composition. But maybe you guys can break it down better for me. You guys are the experts after all.
I was already picking what I wanted for dinner on Uber. I was like, hey, let's find out what's going to happen. That early start of the game was kind of tragic because we saw Chris try to bait his team over a wall to try to get first blood. It backfired terribly, gave over the entire early game to AL. And I felt like AO had a really strong sort of like pick composition that they could execute between the stuns coming out from the Rise and the reset composition that would work so well. So I thought it was going to be a done deal really early, but then we see this swap in the gold graph right there.
Oh, yeah.
One fell swoop, like off of a pentakill for Jackie Love, and all of a sudden the game's just turned on its head. I think that the small part of that game, which might have gone a little under the radar, was actually how well 369 was handling the side lane. I mean, Flandre has 8,000 damage on Renekton, which is low in a 35-minute game. The Gnar was doing very well, and I think that 369 definitely deserves a lot of credit for how well that game ended up playing out. There's a team fight at the end as well, which is obviously going to be showcasing how well he ended up playing in these team fights, but it was all AL to start off with, and 25 minutes into this game, we were saying, well, if Kyle doesn't get 7 out of 7 MVP votes, then what are we doing here? But he had such a strong early game that unfortunately just didn't quite get to translate. And yeah, there were a lot of fights that could have gone different ways had hooks have landed and not landed, but overall, you can see even in this fight, 369, his target selection is always right. He goes AD first, mid next, and from then you're hoping that you can win the fight.
And this is the team comp from TES. I feel like they had a lot more gas when it came to late game fights in this composition. The other side, AL, they didn't really have a stable front line. 369 was much better in side lanes and everything. And this was a bit of a oops moment where we thought the series was going to go awry. Jackie Love trades 1 red buff for 2 kills. And I believe he also loses a major objective on the map. We thought it was going to be over just based off then. And then, a string of outplays coming in from Kyle. This guy was looking so good. I was tearing up watching him dodge Cream's ultimate that he stole from the Poppy himself, and just watching him sidestep. Usually supports, they can barely pick up CS, but this guy is just, his mechanics are so beautiful in this position.
Yeah, movement was on point.
I was going to point out, I feel like maybe... You please go ahead to continue with the highlight. I
Did
can't
you just see that? Oh my god.
Yeah,
he pushes 369 back, avoids the 3-man stun, but this is where it went all awry.
Yeah.
Steal away, first of all, from KANAVI, nicely picked up, but then Jackie Love again, just constantly on his own skin. I mean, we said it at the top of this game, right? If you want one person to carry you a game, and if you put resources anywhere, put them into Jackie Love. And I don't even feel like that happened a lot this game, but this is a showcase of why you should be, because he's able to isolate individual targets, knows exactly when he can and can't go forward, and obviously, this time finds himself a pentakill. Truly solid stuff. This is the final fight as well, where I think 369 really starts to come into his own, and we get to see what he'd done throughout the game just on a grander scale, as we get 3 people shunted into a wall.
Yeah, hope flashes a little bit early right there. Kyle, I think, would have been able to block Crisp, and that was a 10,000 gold swing in a matter of a couple of minutes. I think it was just 3 minutes where Top Esports was able to bring this back and have a strong footing in this series going forward. So it just goes to show you that even with such a dominant early game, the way Top Esports has been picking, I think they've identified that, our early games haven't been going that well. Let's try to scale up later. Let's try to get some side lane control for 369, and that is a game plan I feel like they're probably a lot more comfortable with.
Yeah, and I mean, now going in, they're playing this true fearless. They're not going to have a Gnar for a side lane win condition again. Jackie Love won't get Kai'Sa for another time round, so the draft's going to have to change, and they'll have to see how we will have to see rather how that sort of plays out.
And this is exactly where I wanted to get at, because I feel like looking at the draft from both teams for this game, it feels like they were a little bit more on the conservative side rather than the daring. I say because there's no Aurora, there is no, I suppose, no Vlad, nothing like that. It was a little bit more traditional, if I may. Maybe this is just in my head, but I'm wondering if we think that this is going to be the play for the other games as well, because now AL feels like, oh well, I guess Top Esports figured it out as long as they can survive, the early game. And, they can carry the game along. They probably can fight us back. What the hell do we do, right? Do we expect that the games are going to get a little bit more conservative or not really?
I think this has felt like a calibration phase almost for how these games have gone, right? Game 1, Top
Right.
got absolutely slammed. Game 2, they put up a bit more of a fight, but weren't quite able to find a win. Then Game 3, they still get rolled in the early game, but then have started to weather the storm and have found themselves with a win. It could just be Top now starting to slowly pander to what AL are doing and make sure that they can find the way to win through those avenues. So AL are playing really well early on. Okay, let's pick something that scales. Or they can try and match something in that early game, and those drafts could be able to do it by picking a really early game-centric comp.
Oh, and you brought the cat in. Oh,
I
you
did
almost
not
broke my
bring
train
the
of thought.
cat in. The cat brought itself in.
That's so cute. Hello. Anyway, I'm gonna
Uh,
tell your cat
yes.
how I would play as AL. Like, I think the bot lane, Kyle has just been outperforming Chris by, honestly, it's quite a huge league at this point. If I'm Tarzan, I just focus 369. I feel like if I keep 369 out long enough, and then I win bot lane auto, Cream seems not to be able to get a good handle over Shanks. I can probably still snowball the game. You know, this was a game where I lost because of a Dragon Steal and because my AD carry was going full early game Yomu's Jinx, trying to get resets. So if I just play a normal and I focus top lane, I still feel like AL is most likely to come out ahead.
Yeah, I think Princess Peach also has something she wants to say about the draft. She did tell me earlier that she was really disappointed about the lack of Yumi and Rengar in both drafts. So thank you, Peach, for your contribution. Please leave me alone for like 5 whole minutes. Also wanted to point out how well behaved your cats are. Like, you guys don't see it, but Peach has been running around my nest the entire freaking broadcast. I don't understand how your cats don't do that. But back into what matters, which is League of Legends. It seems like we already have an idea of how, Top Esports is going to be taking the next game, hopefully. Do we actually think that they can reverse sweep?
I think it'd be foolish to say that they couldn't reverse sweep, just based off of expectations coming into this, where I think that a lot of people had them as outright winners of this series anyway, so I don't think that those should be scrapped just because of the games that we've seen today. But equally, AL have already won 2 games. Them finding a third would absolutely be within the realm of possibility.
My question is, what other hyper carries are there for Jackie Love to play? Because we have Ezreal off, we have Kaisa off, we know she's a pentakill machine. What is the other one that can...
Zeri's the next thing that springs to mind in that sense, to try and do something that's even remotely close to the meta. The other answer is Twitch, which is just,
Yeah, that is super interesting. I want to see how that's gonna play out throughout an entire split. How the meta is going to favor or not people.
Because what we also haven't seen is any form of mages bot lane as well.
Right.
And obviously when you've got Jackie Love, you don't really want to have to put him on mages. It limits the hyper carry capability that's there. But I feel like mages bot lane are really strong, and we've just not seen it yet.
That's true. Well, maybe you'll have to I don't know, learn a few.
Bring
new
back
tricks.
Ziggs! Grr.
Yes, so true. I feel like we saw a fair share of Ziggs during Worlds, so people
We
do
did,
play
we
them
did.
still. Yes.
I think that the nature of DEMACIA Cup is showing itself, where it's cool to get the win and to carry it home, but it's not going. We don't have to win this, so we don't have to play mages bot lane. We want to play AD carries in the AD carry role.
I don't know what happened in the 3 years that I stopped casting LPL, but thinking about when I did and I saw Jackie Love play mages, I'm like, I'm pretty sure he prefers the Draven. So,
But I think this is the fun as well of this format, because I know that obviously you want to see them, perform super well on the champions that they're known for. But why not?
Why not? Okay.
Why
okay.
not?
Oh, all right.
Not
all right.
much of an argument. Do tell me, you do have just a few years of LPL, on us too here. Tell me what has been the most surprising thing to get back to since you came in sort of blind today?
Just how much of it is still the same. Like, I'll be honest, I don't really know what the items do. The map is new to me. There's, like, random critters running around in the Baron Pit that I'm like, what do these things do?
What are these Pokemon?
Like, yeah, and all the items are different. But I think the overall strategy of, like, what type of team fight you want to take, when you want to take them, and just understanding how some of these players are outplaying each other with the mechanics on the champions, it's so familiar. And I think I was a little bit out of it in game 1. I was like, okay, I'm going to let you guys talk all about the game. I don't know anything. But after game 2, game 3, I feel like I'm much more comfortable just contributing. And I think League of Legends is always going to have a really special place in my heart. LPL alongside with it. It's where I really honed my abilities as a caster. And I hope that opportunity is going to be here for all of you guys. I still have tremendous passion for the game, as I'm beginning to find out.
That's really lovely to hear. Well, it's lovely to have you, and honestly, quite an honor to be in your presence. You know, kind of a historical.
No. You guys are much better at League. I only know TFT at this point. So.
Well, on that note, if you do like the work that we're putting into this, consider subscribing to our Twitch channel. It'll make us all very happy, and we can bring new resources like interpretative dancers and things of that sort, which I'm sure you guys would be thrilled to look at. Okay.
Interpretive dancers was not what I was expecting, but sure.
I
that's where the first paycheck's going, actually.
For you guys to learn how to do it first, we need to invest in classes for dancing. And speaking of very, very good dancers, there are 2 fantastic performers that are ready to take us into Game 4, and we'll see if it's going to be match point for AL after all, or if Top Esports is going to take us to 5 games. So, Mazel, please take it away.
I've got an excuse because I'm sitting down. You're standing up. Go ahead and go some dance moves. You're apparently a well-renowned dancer, Alk Battery.
I don't get paid like that.
Oh, no.
Hey,
you're getting paid? What?
I don't think any of us get paid like that.
I want to know.
Look, all I'm saying is we're going to be setting up a coffee. We're going to be setting a Ko-fi soon. Maybe we put it as like a tiered system, you know? We're going to have Kelsey Moser's cast. We'll have a Kelsey Moser cast. And then we'll add some dance moves from us, okay?
Yeah.
Not yet.
I got to give a shout out. The desk is doing awesome. I just love that Clement just keeps saying, I'm the TFT guy, I'm the TFT guy. Doesn't matter. You're still the GOAT, my friend. But we've been having a lot of fun in the breaks there that get a little bit of analysis, but also a little bit of fun. And speaking of the analysis and the fun, I mean, this series now actually becoming something that's a little bit more hype, I guess. But the first 2 games, if you just watch those, you're thinking it was going to be a 3-0.
I mean, Gadril did. That's why he's now streaming solo queue instead of playing more DEMACIA Cup. Hey, the real knowers know. We were here for game 3. You see the Kaisa for Jackie Love. You gotta believe in the 5% chance. Always comes out clutch. So, yeah, especially from those first 2 games. I mean, AL just looked so dominant. Their early game was really strong. I think they were playing team fights incredibly. I didn't think we got to see much from TES except for a couple of looks, but it just seemed like KANAVI and Cream really kind of hitting their stride. But now we've had multiple games in a row of Jackie Love, even despite the losses, performing well. 369, I think, has had a really strong series so far, even despite those losses. So if they can just kind of build more into this, if we can have that kind of warm-up series now, Cream, KANAVI coming on through, Crisp as well, we have a good series on our hands. And for the first time now, AL are going to move on to blue side.
They've done it, folks. They've done it. Although we've said it the whole time, they are a red side team. Typically, they like to be on that red side. But they'll do what Top Esports did not do last game and first pick the Ashe, which we've been wondering how it's going to get through. You also have to remember, we are going into game number 4. That means the second phase of bans is no longer available. You only have those 3 that we see on your screen right now and the games played before. It is a first pick Sejuani, which we had seen on the ban table for multiple games.
You can just see, once you get into this game 4 territory, especially for a Fearless, me too, dog, you get, like, so many champions that are just no longer available. That guy is knocked out.
That's incredible.
That guy was out, man. I thought maybe he would wake up halfway through. Whatever. When you are on blue side, look at all the bans. These are not typically, like, bans you would see, like, even just from the beginning of the series. There's just Draven, Yone, and Renata. So we're getting, potentially now, an AP carry here for Jackie Love with the Ziggs.
I thought last game it was going to come out when we saw so many picks being taken away and banned away, but we finally get it. The Jackie loves Ziggs. He doesn't have a world skin on this one, unfortunately. Maybe coming soon. But it is going to be the Orianna answer right now for anyone's legend. So Shanks gets a comfort pick for him, and he's the one blinding this mid lane matchup.
All right, so what is the jungle pair here? I would imagine that you would probably want to be able to take this. Obviously, there are a couple of things that maybe Kyle could go for in terms of support, but another champion that has been hitting the ban table a lot, I would be pretty surprised, especially for how early they're trying to pick up strong laners here for the side of AL.
Dude, please go tank Flandre Jace. Please, I want to see it. I want to know that lightning can strike twice. And I like the versatility. You also have a little bit more damage profile being given to Flandre.
Okay, we're just taking Tristana. So the 1v1 there, really strong. Obviously, we're talking about side laning yet again. This is another champion that throughout this entire year, the first half of the year was obviously dominated by marksman. Cream was an excellent Tristana player, and even with it gone, I think, or with it taken down in power, Cream can still do a lot here, especially if we are going to see more focus towards the Grubs. And we need to see a strong matchup here for 369 on the back end.
He was like 16-0 or some ridiculous number on the Tristana. They finally lost.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he tore the LPL up on that pick. And a lot of the reason why Top Esports was finding their wins in that kind of AD mid matchup centered area. Now, I guess in the second phase, we are going to continue getting bans. Typically, you shouldn't have bans in the second phase, but they are going to be banning away some of the mid lane matchup, at least the Nico ban by Top Esports on that red side, and the Bard ban by AL.
All right, so we already have some adaptations to the rules. Guys, we'll be honest.
Change the rules on them.
All right, look, we already know. We did not read the rule book. Rule book is for nerds. We let the moderators in chat deal with the rule books.
That's what
we on the desk.
Full Fearless is supposed to be. That's all.
It's now full Fearless. It's now Mike's Heart Fearless. Thank you to Yanni for coming up with that one. It's now Mike's Heart Fearless.
Full Fearless Plus.
Extra Hard Edition. There we go. We got
edition.
Fearless Super Edition as Volibear. Interesting. So are they going for a tank matchup?
It was hovered earlier.
Like, we don't have the Orin available. You are maybe looking at... I'm trying to think of, like, what other top laners here. I mean, you could try the Mordekaiser, especially if it's going to be a tank. Aatrox, okay. Aatrox, I think, has a bit of a hard time walking into Ashe and Orianna, but can definitely punish their lack of mobility. Okay.
Okay. I appreciate it. I mean, it is a classic for 369.
Yeah.
So that you can find a little bit of pressure on as well in that side lane matchup, which is always something that we're looking at for a presence in this matchup or in this game, in this series. It is still anyone's legend, one game away from taking the grand finals here in DEMACIA Cup. And now it looks like we're getting a little bit more focus on the support. We're getting counter pick support for Chris, by the way.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
What world have we gone to?
Give it to, like, if you're going to do it, fine. Crisp is a player who has been a bit more innovative. I think his range supports are particularly very dangerous. That's why things like the Renata are being taken away. And in terms of engaged supports, how many are there really available? Because there's no Rel, there's no Nautilus, there's no Rakan or the Leona. All of these are gone. The Alistar's been banned away. So you're going to have to really dig deep here. As Tabe, if we lock this in, the whole kitchen is on fire, brother. The whole kitchen is cooking.
Dirty. That's dirty, bro. I don't know how to feel how squishy this team is and how there's really no follow-up for Zach, but I'm here for it. And you get the Pyke on the other side for Chris. I mean, the man is counter-picking R5 Pyke. That's incredible.
Sure, man. Sure. Okay. There we go. We're back. Yes. Oh, no. He's awake.
He woke up.
He got hit with Zoe E. Oh, he was hit with Zoe E.
Oh,
but
he was going to hide.
Up. There we go.
He was going to hide. He's scared.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it is kind of messed up to film somebody while they're asleep.
Well,
I'm sure
that's
he
what he gets for falling asleep in the middle. That's what he gets for falling asleep before Game 4 of a Grand Finals. Okay, you got to be woke the whole time.
It's DEMACIA Cup, bro. Sometimes these players are asleep. No, I'm just joking. They've been pretty on point.
Hey, the way we were treating Cream last game, that's how it felt. But
yeah, true.
It's okay.
True.
Last time, Cream, I believe You got this one.
It's going to be a little bit different as well. I feel like both the setups on either side is really interesting. Anyone's Legend. I mean, there's a lot of eggs in the Tarzan basket, and trying to figure out how this kind of APC Jackie Love is going to look. There's a lot of questions going into this game and a lot of momentum riding on it. I mean, 2 games, we saw complete control from Anyone's Legend. Last game, a lot more scrappy, and it was Top Esports who were able to find that scrappiness into a victory.
And it came off of the back of huge carry performances from the top lane and bottom lane. And for AL, what I want to see is you do have a pretty strong setup. You have a double-ranged bottom lane coming in with an Ashe and a Seraphine, although particularly they are very squishy. So with a Ziggs and a Pyke, this 2v2 can become very, very dangerous. And typically people don't really look at someone like Ziggs to have a very potent level 2, but that Satchel Bomb can be a very big disruptor, and suddenly you're in a bad spot.
How much do we want to say that Flandre is gonna be a tank build? Do we want to go all in on that?
He has grasp.
We're cooking. We are cooking. I
We don't
wonder
know.
though. I mean that it could be nice with the combos that they have, because that was my biggest worry, is that they were all super squishy with the composition that they drafted. So maybe being able to shore that up a little bit. But 369 with the confidence to grab this Aatrox, get him big weight on his shoulders, especially with the combo with KANAVI. I mean, he's the only one that has that kind of passive synergy with him.
And this is going to be a game for me where I'm looking at our 2 different AD carries and kind of different ways. For Hope, it is going to be him being able to engage fights alongside Kyle. Kyle having a pretty strong spot as the Seraphine. He can heal up some of those frontliners and really give a lot of shields. It can be very disruptive. And for Jackie Love, his amount of range is going to be very, very instrumental as to whether or not he can poke out someone like Hope or a Shanks before a fight and get themselves to a good advantage. And this lane swap, it seems like we're just going to finally have a lane where the 2 bottom laners are fighting against each other. So 369 invest the TP immediately.
Okay, so we will not get normal lanes for any existence. Or is this just the new norm? I mean, that might just be it. Maybe we're just moving into a new generation.
Whoa,
See a little bit
Crisp.
of play action going on. Oh, Crisp is actually getting in a little bit of trouble now. He's going to have to burn that flash. That was the immediate kill. He got kills, and we're watching it in slow-mo, but it's working out. They got first blood for Anyone's Legend, and it goes to Hope.
Ooh. Sorry to everybody at home. The delay is also happening to us here on the broadcast, so hopefully we can get this fixed as well. But that is just an insane kill, and that's not what I'm expecting.
Getting back to it as soon as we can. But as we get back to it, we're happening again. No way, Crisp dies again. Hope gets the fadeaway shot, and Jackie Love, he's about to die to Kyle.
What?
One more auto, and he got him. Seraphine singing sweet, sweet victory.
All right. Now, it's not the Chinese observers' fault, but I'm going to ask for a replay from them. I'm going to need them to go back in time to show that one. We're going to need that replay coming through quick, because what just happened? Tarzan has 2 kills. KANAVI and Cream have died. Like, the whole map is in disarray at this point, and Anyone's Legends, they kind of were just like, okay, game 3, water our far back, nothing happened. Blink and you miss it. Now we're back, and they have a huge lead again. The early game for this team has looked so good this series.
Now we actually see the fruits of their labor. I mean, now it feels like a game 1, game 2 situation again. And Tarzan with 2 kills on a Zac. I don't know if you've played against Zac in your solo queue games, but it is annoying as hell. And now he's going to get the combo to Jackie Love again, and he just can't get anything done in this lane. He'll be forced out again. He just used the TP. We're going to take a look at mid lane.
Oh, so they just try to make this play. It's level 2 here for Shanks. They get level 3. Oh my god, we had literally had so much time. We just get a cinematic, and he's in the turret range.
Oh my
Oh no!
God, no! That is absolute catastrophe.
Oh, and we get the back-to-back of what happened bottom lane. Okay, so Chris just walks up. I mean, he's trying to Halo Blades, but perfect spacing here by Hope, making big plays, and a huge hero for this team. As going up against Jackie Love and Chris, we had our questions as to whether or not this AL bot lane could pair up, and despite what happened in that last game, for most of it, Hope and KL were doing fantastic stuff in the game.
Dude, Hope sitting right there in that sweet spot away from the stun from Chris. That is calm under pressure. Is leading to this early advantage for this Ashe pick, which honestly has been a big presence in terms of the bans of this series. But you give one thing to either of these sides in this game, it is not jungle that you want to be giving things over to, because we've seen how much control these guys play for. TARZAN gonna be under vision now, but still has a very strong start on the Zek. So KANAVI needs to find proficiency in how he can approach these fights.
I think one problem that we've been seeing for TES, and as I might have to hold this, we haven't seen too much synergy coming in from the mid-jungle or the jungle support duo of TES. Shanks there was just waiting because they were about to walk into an Orianna Shockwave with TARZAN coming on through. The fact that TARZAN showed so early does dissuade them for going for this, and means that the grubs early on are going to be going, at least some of them, in AL's favor.
Yeah, they should. I mean, they have complete presence over here. KANAVI is unfortunately on the bot side of the map. Chris will move up a little bit, maybe play a little bit of fun to AL, but Dragon is going to be the pings coming out from KANAVI and top Esports. So the trade of objectives will be going on.
Remember, with them swapping over this bottom lane with the Ziggs from TES, they really wanted to try to see if they could get priority for an early Grubs. Ziggs with Grubs is so potent. You have it with his passive auto attacks, then with the W satchel charge. It makes it very easy for them to take down structures, get a lot of gold very early on, and destabilize the map. But AL, they put a lot of resources. They make sure they take control of mid. And with that, I mean, we were not really seeing too much out from the other lanes. I think Flandra has actually been playing this top lane matchup really, really well. This is one that's very, very volatile, especially as Jace. As soon as you go into melee form versus Aatrox, you almost guaranteed lose. He has so much to be able to do, and you have to play very on the edge there. So I like what we're getting from Flandra on a pick that he's known for.
It's really nice to see him flexing in this series. And we got the Vladimir earlier. I mean, that's all epitome of fun right now. Shanks not going to be in a fun bounce. Oh, my God!
Oh, my God,
a three-man shockwave straight into the bouncy castle from hell. Anyone's legend strike again.
He makes it just look cool, calm, and collected as TARZAN gets the team a three kill. They move into the bottom side jungle. There's a dragon that they can play for in 4 minutes, but I mean, it just looks so good here coming in from anyone's legend. And even prepping for a dive, I think maybe a little risky, especially with some people coming off of a reset. I think Cope, what you're going to be at best at is just getting yourself a turret plate and not much more. It's a very big minion wave, however, and TARZAN can be in the area.
I just don't think they could do any wrong. I mean, TARZAN's going to back and be on a first item already, I'm sure of it. And he just has so much going for him. You have so much presence around the map now. And Crisp and 369, I mean, they are in trouble. As TARZAN is looking, you have KANAVI coming over, but TARZAN's just going to start the fight off. That's a level 4 Crisp. He uses the ward to get him back, but the fight's going on to 369 now. Kyle a bit overextended, so is TARZAN. He's getting stunned up. Hope's going to use the enchanted crystal arrow, and now you have Jackie Love coming over. KANAVI getting low. Hope trying to dash and fight his way. Shanks going to look for it too. He doesn't have the damage yet though. Shanks trying to get Jackie Love. Cannot in the end. We have flashes aplenty. No blood drawn.
Wow, such a close fight there, and maybe if Cream had a little bit more gold, maybe we could see them. So let's take a look what happened here in mid lane. This is just such a fantastic play coming out from TARZAN. I mean, look at this ultimate as well.
Oh my God.
His 2v2 is looking so good. We talked a lot about TARZAN, but I know, Lennon, before the show, we really wanted to focus a little bit on this mid matchup, and specifically Shanks has had such a great series so far individually.
I mean, he's showing up hugely in a lot of these games for anyone's legend. If anybody is going to show up on this team, you think it's Hope, you think it's TARZAN, maybe Flandre now that they're here. But Shanks has been a consistent powerhouse for this Anyone's Legend team, and it was a transfer with Hope from that Team WE roster that they were working on. And I think it's been an incredible growth from this guy over this time to continuously show that no matter what position they put him in, he can find success. And a lot of it comes off of control mage play as well. So it's really nice to see his growth in DEMACIA Cup, and I'm really hoping for a good 2025 for Shanks.
I think AL are kind of in that same boat, obviously. You know, he's on the team, but They really wanted to try to, reward people like Shanks and Hope for their loyalty to the program and loyalty. So picking up Flandre and Tarzan makes it so much easier to make internationals. And just solo killing Jackie Love like that, dry.
No, not like this, bro.
Here's
Not
Tarzan.
like this. Not like this, Jackie Love. Oh no, Cream TP'd into his doom. Got hit by the enchanted crystal arrow as well. He somehow buffered the Buster. Okay, there he goes. He's still alive.
Wait a
now
minute,
369's in trouble. Cream actually makes a hell of a play there as 369's dying to Hope, and now Hope is just cooking him. He's got a frying pan in hand, and he's making sausage.
Hope had he maybe had Project Ash and Nay on the phone there. He's like, look at this perfect challenger level Ash kiting. Tarzan's like, these are not free camps for you. There it is.
Oh, that feels so bad. Tarzan finds the angle there yet again, and Cream just didn't expect Tarzan to come over. And that's one of the biggest things that giving Tarzan, a guy like Tarzan who controls the jungle but thinks really heftily about the ways he can find entrances into the fights, giving him a Zac that is this far ahead, it is just impossible to play into.
They're all playing at a really high level, I think, all together. Part of the reason why this AL team works so well is some of that innate synergy coming in from this bot side of the map with Shanks and Hope and Kyle. It's fine. Tarzan wasn't on the team last year, so him and Kyle haven't worked on how to finish the scuttle together, and that's what 2025 is going to be all about. Crisp, that hook, it's okay. It almost landed. It was almost there, but yeah, I think once the rest of the team can kind of get all on the same page, especially for what we already have from the ceiling or the floor of this team, it'll be that very scary team that we've been talking about and been hyping up all of DEMACIA Cup now.
Yeah, my sleeper worlds team in 2025. And again, kind of back to previous conversations, when we've gotten to these kind of one-sided situations in this series, this should be taken with a massive grain of salt for Top Esports. A lot of growing room for this team, a lot of well-known, very strong players on this team. And I'm still excited to see kind of how these connections continue to grow, especially KANAVI and Cream, because we all know Jackie Love is good, and he's represented that well today.
We've seen all of these players hit really high highs, and I think the only player that doesn't really have the resume or the requisite amount of games really at international level is going to be someone like Cream. So hopefully with this roster, he can continue to grow. And nice job of canceling the buffer, but I don't know if it's going to turn into a kill. Now with Tarzan moving over, that's maybe an angle. Flandre's got to be careful, though. Sejuani's here.
He's trying to take the 1v1, but yeah, you have KANAVI right on the wings here. 369. Oh, he went for the hammer slam, had to burn his flash. Did end up having to
Pike's on the way. Jackie Love throw the
ult.
And
okay, Mega Inferno Bomb misses. Flandre going. Oh my God!
Let's go.
That's Jace from Arcane.
I'm kind of like Crisp. I think he could have just walked forward. He doesn't have ult or he doesn't have flash, so walk up, ignite, ult him. It's gonna be a little bit of gold going over to Aatrox.
Dude, I'm just saying. Here. Flandre's got aura in this entire tournament. Ben has just been doing whatever he wants.
He's doing the tank Jace game again.
Yep. You'd love to see it. They need it, though. They need it.
I mean, I don't think they need it. I think he can just do whatever he wants this game. He literally, for everybody who doesn't know, during the semifinals up against Weibo Gaming, Flandre did pick up a tank Jace game, kind of took to social media, was having a little bit of fun, was asked in the post-interview what was going on, and it was... He picks a lot of stuff from solo queue. He's obviously known for this in history's past, but he kind of was like, okay, well, this looks like a good spot for maybe tank Jace, and he wanted to try it out on stage. And look, if there's any place to try stuff, scrims are nice. Stage is even better for what you want in terms of results.
DEMACIA Cup even better.
Yes.
Nah, it is really cool to get to see some fluctuation of kind of the top lane meta because of Flandre, though he's in a little bit of trouble now. Does get a little combo back and forth. He does not have his first item. Shojin's is completed by 369. Tarzan already starting the fight onto KANAVI. Uses the ward to get him back. The encore going a little bit there. On to KANAVI. Jackie Love and Chris just couldn't do any damage there. And Hope comes away with yet another kill.
That's why I have so many problems with this Ziggs composition. You are really, really reliant on those damage dealers, and with Ziggs kind of not in a great spot and eventually going to be able to land damage, it just took too long for the side of TES to actually get a counter fight. So AL make out with another kill in their back pocket. Now they're going to move into this Herald play where they're going to be able to get a massive amount of gold. Remember, 5 grubs there for them as Shanks and Tarzan are just sitting on this side of the map. Maybe they actually don't get this now, considering that I just realized where Tarzan is.
Hope is moving over, though. He might be in a little bit of trouble. Flandre stepping up. Now Cream going to have to use his rocket jump away. Got a hook from Crisp, though doesn't want to necessarily hook Hope because he'll just run him down. Shanks will eventually take that side lane turret, and that is a tier 2 turret taken 15 minutes into the game. KANAVI misses the drive-by there. Right through the uprights, and now you got a TP play coming in from Shanks. You're looking to turn a fight. Cream wants the resets. Rocket jump's coming, and Crisp gets him. Cream goes for more, gets the rocket jump resets yet again, and Tarzan comes in way too little, way too late, and a bouncy castle to death here. Shanks stepping up, gets one. Shanks finally joining the fight. The man with a ton of potential here gets the flash out of 369, and anyone's legend. They come away only 2 people alive.
Still, good fight there for the side of TES. Cream getting multiple resets, Crisp as well, being able to find one of them with the death from below. It's as good as it's going to get right now with a 7,000 gold deficit here, as Anyone's Legends get a little bit too wonky. They don't have any of their ultimates. They expended summoner spells as well. So for this Herald, all in all, we saw that at the beginning of this, Herald came in, and then Tarzan and Shanks were on the bottom side of the map. They now made their way all the way up here, and I don't think this is their Herald to contest. It seems like TS doesn't really want to give up their position. They would have to move Crisp here, and Jackie would miss out on this mid wave.
Looks like that will be the case, and although we have some late pings coming over here, a back will be completed by Shanks, and we'll go back into a replay of that one. AL, they fought this one tooth and nail. KANAVI almost started off with a bang.
I just don't think you can ever fight in here. Like, Flandra's almost out of mana. Hope can never get into this spot in a choke versus a Tristana and a Pyke and a Ziggs. So this is just a really strong fight spot for TES. We're getting a replay of this. It's a turret going down here. Cream's just forcing the issue.
Oh, he got hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, though, and unfortunately,
don't look.
Yeah, look away. Cream fans, look away. Shanks picks up the kill. And now back onto the Rift goes Anyone's Legend, still massively, massively ahead. I'm going to look to blow that up a little bit more with a Rift Herald spawn in mid.
Hope is doing everything that I want from him as an Ashe AD carry. Good cancel there from Jackie Love, but what I said at the beginning was with this Ashe, he needs to find fights and find engagements at long ranges that maybe someone like Tarzan wouldn't be able to, and specifically also set up Tarzan and Shanks. Once one of these pieces of CC from either Hope or Kyle has landed, it just makes the team fight so much easier. So great job from Hope so far in this game, and I want to continue seeing that level as he has been a strong front-runner MVP for this entire tournament when you look at AL's run in DEMACIA Cup.
And I also got to give a shout-out to his counterpart, Jackie Love. In that last fight, he was landing everything. That's the reason why that fight got so dicey for Anyone's Legend. But going to need to do a little bit more here as he has a troubling path ahead from him. It is Dragon up yet again, would be second Dragon for either one of these sides, but it's Anyone's Legend redeploying that way and looking to maybe start that fight.
So with this Dragon coming up, TES have a couple of options. They don't have TP for Cream, so I think a big focus for them is making sure that Cream can really push deep into a side lane. They don't seem like they have really kind of any frontal kind of engage. They don't have someone that can kind of tank all that up. It's really just KANAVI by himself. We haven't seen 369 really participate in too many of these team fights, and Crisp so far has not had the best game of Pyke. So TS are finding it very difficult to start fights, and I think the only way they're going to be able to get out of that is build a goal deficit through side laning. And that is really difficult, but you have Ziggs, so it's kind of a cheat code, right?
True. Oh, Kyle. Kyle, no! Well, he goes for a little bit of a warning
Caster
adventure
curse,
and
let's
dies
go!
to
I love it here. I say that Chris isn't having a great game, and Kyle just, walks in a fog of war, gets caught by Pyke.
Chris, where are you at?
Yeah, he's face checking.
Dragon's
He now
up,
knows
though.
where Chris is. Oh,
He does indeed. And knows where he'll be for the next 8 seconds or so. Dragon, I thought was on the table to start up immediately by Top Esports, but they're feeling a little hesitant now. Flandre still does decent damage, even though he's building tank. Gonna need to match up against 369 though, as AL just move over and try to weed out Top Esports from the Dragon Pit.
well, now they've just given time for Kyle to get back here. They'll have ultimates. It seems like Pyke is trying to fish, but some deep vision coming in from the side of Anyone's Legends makes it very difficult for Pyke to try to find this. Oh, he's just trying to go for the steal.
Oh,
Cheeky bit of play coming in from Tarzan.
Now they might actually just turn right back to the Dragon.
Yep.
As the rest of Top Esports moving out of this side of the map. We have Baron coming up about 10 seconds, but that is not going to be on the table at all. And this will be second Dragon for anyone's Legend. So continuing to control a lot of the map tempo and be the leading force in this game in a pivotal one in the Grand Finals of DEMACIA Cup 2024.
Speaking of Baron, TS do have a particularly fast Baron. They have Tristana here for the DPS. You also have Ziggs with, especially the Leandries can be very easy to try to take this. Sejuani E is also notoriously very good for max HP. So TS, if they feel like they have an angle for it, I think I actually would be really down to see them go for a stat Baron to see if, hey, if there's multiple members committing on bot side, at the very least, let's try to see if we can get like a TP or something there. That would be, I think, one way of being able to sort this is, wow, we really went far back for this one.
He got
also
hit
used so
by
much,
the
it's 3
strike.
ults.
That was a lot. That was a lot. Oh, Tarzan has the flank. Flandre setting him up for success. Enchanted Crystal
Ash
Arrow
ultimate.
goes a little bit wide, though Tarzan still does so much. These are the 2 tanks, by the way. Jackie Love just died to them. And that's the world of being an AD carry or an AP carry here in 2024, 2025. 369 getting run down now. Kyle right behind Tarzan to help get those slows, help get those kills. And 369, he is rolling threes right now. Tarzan gets himself another one. And the blob grows.
Great job coming in from Tarzan. I thought this was a tank champion. This Zac champion is looking mad OP right now. I don't know what to say, man. He's making engages. He's outplaying his opponents. If this was old Zac with the big, kidnap ultimate, hey, what is this caster curse, man? I'm just big up in Tarzan and we can't even finish the Gromp?
He's back. He's back. He's going to take it. It's vengeance.
Well, now I feel like I got to be hesitant with some of these these compliments because they just keep backfiring.
Dude, can we talk about Tarzan, though, for just like a couple minutes? Like that, we have talked about him a lot because he's been just absolutely performing. But how does this guy just keep doing it? He's the mercenary for hire. He carried LNG in a lot of their conditions to get to those internationals. You look last year, or this last year rather, he literally was not playing in spring, comes into Weibo, takes them to Worlds, is a major factor for them, and now he goes over to Anyone's Legend, says, I could do it on any team, bring it.
And it's so funny when you look at that Worlds run in 2023, because it was like, okay, him and Scout did not have the best time versus T1. Shanks is just going to get a dry solo kill versus 369, gets the teleport out from them. We're getting a full team fight here, I think.
Shanks, he played a little overzealous there, but he gets all the support and it doesn't matter. Shanks is the primary target. He finally falls as now AL feeling a little bit less hesitant, or a little hesitant. Kyle gets
what is this tank chase, man?
I don't understand, man. He does not die, and he does damage. It's wild.
Man, my dry solo kill turned into very many people in that lane. I was like, okay, maybe he could have just found the one-shots, but tough spot there for Shanks. Dies, also loses the flash, so a pretty big loss as well. You look at some of the other summoner spells from his team that were forced out during that play. TS able to still punish on the side lane. They're down 5,000 gold, and that has kind of been the tail of the tape when it comes to this game, where AL find early advantages. They seem like they're winning. TS kind of make it scrappy, but have been a little all over the place when it comes to their consistency. And in this replay, I mean, yeah, Shanks is just way too far up right here.
He tried to predict it. It's just a little unfortunate.
Man. It's tough, too, because he buys so much time, right? Like, he's able to space. He's also uses the Zonias, so he gets out of that. It looked slightly playable, but the damage profile from AL is really slow. You're looking for a shockwave to really find multiple members and eventually hope we'll find kills, but you have 2 tanks topside. It's a Seraphine support. It takes way too long.
Yeah, and you're working on 3 items now for both Hope and Shanks, and honestly, the tanks who do damage, Tarzan and Flandre, on the Zac and the Jace particularly. Tarzan just goes in for the fight. He actually got that smite too. And now Jackie Love looking for the side angle. KANAVI dodging out of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Shock Blast goes a little bit wide there from Flandre. AL do not want to take any more part of this fight, but Dragon is spawning in about 45 seconds. Top Esports want to press the Mento as Crisp actually gets hung on there by Tarzan, but not going to actually find it. The hook goes through. Kyle almost gets sided by KANAVI. Shanks
Nice
looking
job, Tarzan.
for
Oh my god, KANAVI.
I mean,
Nice
he's looking
cancel.
for the shockwave combo on Tarzan here, trying to get that big one off. Crisp looking for the stops of the backs as they know that the reset wants to come through.
All of this time, 369 is applying pressure onto the bottom side of the map, just making sure they can stay in fog. Does he need to TP for this play? Making sure that he's looking on the map. Great play from him. And Lennon, we've got Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. I imagine this is going to be ALs, but they're not really motioning to move towards that position. Shanks still has to catch the top wave. And it seems like Anyone's Legends are more focused on getting vision for this top side, seeing if maybe they can try to pretend to Baron or really try to find picks with that shockwave combo that you had mentioned earlier.
They really want third item for Hope, but it is not going to come in time for this fight. Not necessarily a fight they need to take. Maybe they look to just force a Baron play for it, but it is Top Esports front and center and starting up the Dragon.
Okay. Flandre now in position. 369 will be coming through their own tri-brush here.
Here
Shanks
we
in
go.
a bit far.
Oh,
All right.
caught creep. Tarzan in the pit. Tarzan forcing KANAVI back in, and it's Tarzan over everything as they find the fight. He's going back in for more. The man is ruthless, and you better have watched Flubber if you want to take down Tarzan. Hope finds the angle on the other side, but they can't find the follow-up. They take the kill. They take the Dragon, and AL are steaming away with this one.
This Zac is just way too strong at this point. He walks up, deals damage. He's able to tank so much as well with the Sunfire and Unending Despair here. I'm not gonna lie, I saw Tarzan do the stretching strikes onto KANAVI, and I'm like, I don't know if you want to do that, because you look at this Dragon, right? It has full stacks of permafrost. You're bringing KANAVI back into range of smite. This is so close. 961 is some of the lowest one.
Mental
Such
damage,
a close
you know?
fight. Yeah, I guess so. And on the back end of that fight, we didn't get to see too much of it because we were so focused on Tarzan. Hope and the squad blow up Crisp. No damage able to be done here. And while I do want to say this fight, these games are slowly starting to go in favor of AL. I do think that Cream is getting into a spot as is Shostrana. He has 3 items now. Very realistic that we can see him and Jackie Love carry a big team fight, but we need to see the other supporting members, 369 and Chris, really get engaged in this game.
Yeah, the problem is Tarzan can literally just jump on them at a moment's breath. And so Top Esports really need to play the peel game. Cream, though, getting caught out here by Tarzan himself. Glacial Prison goes wide. Top Esports are heading for the hills. And now AL have full presence around the Baron. Do they just want to start this?
Man, flash from Cream is big, but thankfully still have the rocket jump that's still available to you. Cream can also still TP for this play. We're not seeing much side laning out from TES as they're getting really focused on these objectives. Starting up this Dragon, the damage is going to be low, but it's still going to be very consistent as Chris trying to find a flank with this Pyke.
Jackie Love needs to get over here. He has Mega Inferno Bomb. He can do a lot of damage in there. KANAVI, one of the best to ever do it for the LPL. Maybe he can get in there and get a steal. The TP's coming in from behind. 369 is the World Ender ready to go. He got the big shockwave combo that goes wide. And 369 found the combo. And damn, he fine. Fine's gone to Kyle. And now Top Esports, they need to get a recentering of this fight because 369 is too far overblown. He gets one onto Kyle now. But now he will fall to Shanks. And Tarzan has still been alive this whole time. Flandre is still full health on this tank
can win
Jace.
This.
And look at him just run down Jackie Love. Shanks finds the big one with the command attack, and Top Esports just cannot run away from the death ball that is Anyone's Legend.
Oh my god, Tarzan goes in even with a missed Orianna ult. It doesn't matter to Anyone's Legends. They make a good team fight happen regardless, and they win out big on the squad. Multiple death timers, a lot of them longer than 30. Are we going to see the end of DEMACIA Cup here?
Hope wants it. Hope wants that grand finals. Hope wants that DEMACIA Cup victory, and AL want it as badly as he does. The team that wins DEMACIA Cup typically goes on to have a good season, and Anyone's Legend are looking like a title contender here already together. And my goodness, did it look clean. Anyone's Legend will be your DEMACIA Cup 2024 champions.
Beautiful tournament run coming in front of them. A squad that we saw come in from the group stage. We had a couple of questions as to whether or not they were going to be able to perform, and they made a 3-0 run in their group. They make a really convincing run through all of their playoff bracket. I mean, congratulations to them. I think that we got to see so many great members. Hope with another potential team here to go to an international. Tarzan being on form. Flandra with his performances. Every single one of these members, I think, has had a player of the game moment in any of their series so far.
There's somebody standing in the middle.
Shanks, pick it up, man.
Come on, bro. Oh my goodness. This is the duo though that I'm so excited to see going into 2025. Shanks plus Tarzan. Shanks maybe not a big no name, but he is a guy that has consistently been in that average to the top of the average pack, and finally having, you know, some consistent support around him with Tarzan being one of the best junglers currently in the LPL. I think this combo can go very, very far. Especially
for when we're talking about, you know, the experience that comes with this roster for playing in the LPL for so long, and for some of them being able to make internationals. One last note on TS, I'm sure the desk will also talk about it, but you know, unfortunate to see their run ended here. It was one where it looked particularly dominant coming in from AL. We had that one game that even despite them winning, it was a large part of, you know, AL winning most of that game. Then Jackie Love and 369 having big performances, but we look back at their first games coming in versus IG, massive blowout in that first game. Then game 2 just looks easy. Second series versus TT. Sorry, what's up with Shanks? No. What's up?
Staring. He's just staring into the abyss right now. He just like had a bomb go off next to him. I don't know.
Did you see him with the cup? He's like, I don't know what to do. Like, am I supposed to like pick this up? And Fondra's like,
oh my gosh,
pick it up! Like, just go for it. I'm getting an on-stage interview for all of them, and like we were saying during it, Tabe for this team seems like he was already starting to cook in summer. Now with some new pieces, some upgrades, maybe this team is going to be, like you were saying, that dark horse to make it into an international this year.
That guy is going to be a big piece of the puzzle right there. Tabe having a loving touch and a lot of options now, at least going forward with this team. That is going to be it from the caster desk, though. I believe our desk is ready to take over and handle everything about this series, and then also do the group stage draw for 2025 LPL. We'll see you next time. We'll see you in 2025. Lara, take it away.
Congratulations to anyone's legend for the DEMACIA Cup trophy thing, lifting. That was terrible. Again, congratulations to anyone. Congratulations to anyone's legend on lifting the trophy of the DEMACIA Cup, which apparently is a very good sign going into the LPL season. As we did speak before, you know, chances are 80% about that they are going to do very, very well in the upcoming season. So let's see if that holds true. But wow, not the favorites for the series, but yet the champions. What are we thinking? They brought back the spice, brought back the interesting drafts, and I'm wondering what you guys think about what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, you came into that game and you were like, do you think we're going to see some conservative drafts now? And then we saw Tank J's top lane, we saw Pyke locked in, Seraphine locked in as well. There was a whole bunch of things that were definitely not fitting a standard draft, as we might say it. But the bot lane was half the problem for top esports. The other half was kind of series-wide. The fact that KANAVI didn't stand a chance when we were looking at Tarzan.
Yeah, and that really was a big difference maker. Just the raw mechanical talent out of All Legends team was a sight to behold. The 5-1 start, absolutely legendary. It was a repeat triple kill on the on the bottom lane for Kyle versus Crisps, and then Tarzan. Those kills, they should not be shown on any public broadcasting. It was absolutely dirty. And both of them were actually counter ganks. So I think that was something that really was so impressive about it. It's not just the mechanics, but also the sort of idea of where the enemy jungler is going to strike and to punish that to the full extent. It was just so beautiful to watch.
Interesting. Yeah, top esports apparently drafted, but you guys were talking about you know, we're going to end up eventually seeing players that are not known for picking mages, having to pick mages out of not having other opportunities, or sometimes out of genuinely thinking that this is going to work well for them. In this case, it did not seem like Jackie Love was enjoying his time on Ziggs very much. What do we think about this adaptation?
So I think inherently Ziggs is a fine champion, and I think with a Pyke as well, it can work very well. But there were so many small things about how the first sort of 2 minutes played out of that game, so that really snowballed how the bot lane that was played in the top lane ended up matching up. First of all is that Pyke had to start with his E level 1. You definitely want your Q if you're playing against double range, so you can hook them in and start trying to trade some autos back potentially. So starting E level 1 is already really bad, but the Ashe Seraphine lane is also really potent specifically at level 1. The way that Seraphine and Ashe synergize together, Ashe slows people with her auto attacks and with the volleys. Seraphine's E, if you have 2 charges at level 1, can act as a stun, because the first check is if a target is slowed, which is going to be slowed by Ashe's auto attacks, it will be rooted. If a target's rooted, that target then gets stunned with the second part of the E. So you're getting a stun at level 1, and the Pyke is just really struggling to really get anywhere. And the Ziggs as well, by extension, doesn't have consistent DPS to match an Ashe at level 1 in any way.
And that's the breakdown you get from someone who actually plays League of Legends. Yeah, let's go. That was so cool. I was really worried about that bot lane at first, because I thought from AL's side they had double non-mobile characters, no gap closers whatsoever. And I thought that was going to be a big target. But after seeing that level 1, I was like, okay, Kyle's got this in the bag. We can all trust him. The game's over. They're going to win the bot lane like they have been doing the entire series.
Yeah, it's interesting because also looking at the draft still, we did see Tank Jace make a comeback once again.
I think somehow Tank Jace was the least interesting part of how this game played out, which is strange because Tank Jace usually is going to be a really big talking point, but this time the rest of the map made it so much about them that Flandre was kind of along for the ride, it felt like, in this instance. Yeah, we got to see a little bit later on where he was frontlining and not doing as much damage as other Jaces might do, but you know, was surviving a lot more, so it survived well in the lane. It didn't lose out on farm, and 369 wasn't able to like build up that massive lead that we were expecting or saw from game number 3. But it felt a little bit underwhelming, but maybe that's just because the rest of the team was doing so well.
I still do not know what Tank Jace actually contributes to the team. I guess it's just like unkillable utility, but I feel like you could get so much more off just like a traditional tank.
Yeah.
Well, he's providing move speed to the whole team with the E, maybe.
Well,
you
that's
know,
true.
maybe it's a mental
coping.
thing. Maybe knowing that you last longer, maybe it gives you a little bit of an edge to do certain play. I don't know. I don't play.
We don't need to try and justify the Tank Jace top
Exactly.
lane.
I don't need to find an excuse for it. I was just curious. But anyway, if you could pick one player out of the series that really did perform really
I already
well.
know.
Your
Yeah,
personal
I think
MVP.
our picks are going to be the same.
Really? Is it Tarzan?
So mine was going to be Kyle, to be honest.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
You going for the low-hanging fruit of the jungler. Well,
I think
why
throughout
Kyle?
this entire series, like, they've trashed the bot lane. Like, it wasn't even remotely close. The laning phase wasn't holding up, and you could see that top esports was shifting their strategy around. Like, when you look at the top esports roster, you expect this to be, you know, a roster that's not going to be afraid to challenge you mechanically early on, but that never really happened. They were very happy sitting back into more late game focused drafts the entire way, and I think a huge part of that was just Kyle being able to corner them onto that route because he was so mechanically proficient. Like, it's very rare to see some support that, you know, isn't super famous be able to pull off play after play after play the entire time, and it was just so fun to watch, man. It's been a long time. I did not know he was Korean. I didn't know anything about this player. I was just like, I'm rooting for this guy. It's just putting on a show.
It's just good vibes, good mechanics, and the type of player that you really enjoy watching. I think that the difference in why we both picked, I'll say Kyle, is because he just looked fun to watch him play, where the majority of the game, or some of the games, were actually lost because Tarzan was thinking more clearly and thinking about how he was going to strategically play the game, and KANAVI couldn't quite match up to that. So the jungle role may have been slightly more impactful in some aspects, support role in others, but there's definitely an argument for both of them to have been sort of really impactful in how this series ended up finishing.
And on the side of top esports, I did see quite a lot of criticism of their bot lane on Twitch chat, especially. Our chat was not super duper happy, and I've heard some conversations between us as well, but yeah.
There's an element really of, I mean, my personal opinion as a bot laner is that 90% of how bot lane plays out is the support's fault, but that's just me. So I don't think Crisp had a good series. I think Kyle had a very good series, and I think that those two things happening at the same time means that Jackie Love never gets to look amazing. And he had a pentakill in game 3, so hey, you know.
Not to interrupt you, but really quickly they just glimpsed on stream that the MVP of the series was Tarzan. Or am I doing crazy? No, there you go. He got a tiny
LPL.
trophy.
They
That's
always
what it
vote
means.
their way.
Well,
Obviously, congratulations to Tarzan. I think he played amazingly, especially in that last game with all of the combos coming out from the Zac was really fun to see. I still agree more with Rude though. I feel like changing the fundamental lane matchups from the support perspective is so important. And just like when I think about Jackie Love, I always think about lane dominant champions. The way he plays is that he sucks all the jungle attention to him, but he is still able to trade off your bot lane. If he's not able to get a good early game, not attach jungle attention to his own side, and he's just getting crushed in lane, then Jackie Love doesn't usually work that well. You know, he's a carry that I would say has less about self-preservation and works best when you have multiple carries on your team. So when you take away that early game edge from top esports, you can see it's just they didn't have anything going in the early games.
And that's even more sort of shown when you look back at last year when he's laning with Mako, who's a support that will help that will facilitate that as well. And I think that those two together looks really, really solid. And I think that there's a lot of work to be done, at least for this Jackie Love Chris bot lane, to see where they can go to, because that lane just didn't click today.
Maybe they will mesh together. Maybe the 80% rule. Well, 80% still is 80%. Maybe the ones to challenge that will be top esports and their bot lane meshes together and it all works out. Maybe not. Who knows? But yeah.
Only time will tell.
Clement,
watch the next splits. Find out.
Yeah, exactly. Next year. Give them a break. These guys work very, very hard. I feel like they are on throughout the entire year. And now DEMACIA Cup. It is the 29th of December. We've got literally a couple of days, and then the LPL is back on the 15th, if I'm not mistaken. Watch out for that. By the way.
Sure.
Little plug, yeah.
That general
I believe
time.
it's the weekend of the 15th. Don't hard quote me, but I'm pretty sure. And I'm wondering, now that we are looking into a new year of the LPL, we have a new format as well. Clement, you have been here forever. Not to touch on that note many times, but.
I'm old. I get what you're saying.
How have you seen? Well, I'm old too, but I haven't been here for as long as you, so it doesn't count. It's like the seniority you have. I feel like you've seen the LPL through multiple iterations, and I am wondering what you think is going to change in the way that the league is played, the way that the teams and players are going to approach it for the upcoming year.
Well, so I've been around a lot, but like the formats that we had in the past, I think a huge problem with it was that there was just too much LPL going on. We had oftentimes 9 games a day. It was going on 7 days a week. It was really, really crazy. And even for the diehard fans, it was impossible to digest. So the league became super dependent on super teams. If the super teams didn't do well at Worlds, then the entire viewership kind of crashed because there was so much content that a lot of times you just weren't concerned about the lower tier teams at all. Like I would talk to the LPL players themselves, and a lot of them didn't even watch their opponents play because there was such a massive gap between the top and the bottom. So I think what I'm really looking forward to LPL is just to have more concentration in the format. Like it's really not possible to have a fan like really know what's happening with 16 teams. I know the sort of they had a city concept in the past when I was in the LPL where it's like, okay, maybe you're from one city and you just concentrate on that city, but that, to my knowledge, hasn't really worked out. So I'm just interested to see how the format can kind of guide the viewers to say, okay, these are the highlight matches. Just watch these, and you're going to get the gist of what the league is all about. That's what I hope that the LPL can deliver. But I don't know the format. Maybe you guys can deliberate or tell me if that's a goal that they're working towards.
It's great timing. It's great timing because the draft show is about to start. Rude, we were trying to break down the concept for next year. Yes.
The draw show which we're staying on for is, I believe, finished. I'm not sure if this is the full
that is
set
the
of
draw
teams.
already. You're right.
Those might be the pools, or those could be the groups. We're not certain.
Those are the pools.
Okay, so what's going to happen is that these four pools will be drawn into 4 groups, which the teams will play in 2025. So we'll wait to see where. So basically, one of each of these teams will go into Group A, B, C, and D. The pool 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be sorted into those groups. And then the way that the 2025 format works is you have 4 groups of 4 teams, and they will play in a round robin inside their groups. So if you have 4 teams in Group A, they will play each other one time, but in a best of 5. So it will be one best of 5 that they play each other, and it will be full fearless. That's why this DEMACIA Cup has been so sort of entertaining and such good practice, because they've got this true fearless for best of 5s for the group stage. It's the top 2 teams from the group that end up going forward to playoffs. Playoffs is going to be double elimination, and again, full fearless. So there's a lot of fearless aspects to this. A lot of games to be played, but not as many matchups to be played, if that makes sense. Best of 5s against 3 teams is your group stage. So you effectively play 3 games, and they're 3 best of 5s for 2025 split 1. And if you have a bad set of those best of 5s, your season is over for split 1.
I love that so much more than what I was dealing with when I was casting the LPL. We had a double round robin best of 3s between 17 teams. And the games ran from Monday to Sunday with 0 stops. So I think this is a lot better. The games mean more. You know, there's more depth in the strategy, and everyone is just you have to watch it just one match. You can't skip anything. I think that brings the anticipation, the hype back.
I think a lot of pro players also prefer, you know, longer formats to play, you know, like play a best of 3 or a best of 5 as opposed to just continuously play. So this is like a complaint that I've heard in the LEC over and over and over until they changed the format a little bit. How do we think that this is going to change the way that the teams are going to practice from the previous year? Is it going to be much of a change, especially coming into, you know, having to really deepen your champion pool?
So this is, I think, deepening champion pool is part 1, but this is something that I can't really comment on, but I think that would be really interesting to get some behind the scenes knowledge of, is how teams orient their scrims now. Because if they're just allowing the same picks and bans to happen in like a 3 block, for example, where they just play 3 games and they play the same 3 champions or every single time, or whether they turn it into fearless and fearless scrims, they're the things that I'm entertained by.
Yeah.
And it'd just be curious, because I don't know the answer, right? I'm not a
No,
coach,
yeah,
I'm
of
not
course.
indoctrinated, but it's
I
just
feel
something
like
that is a question of how different, and probably different teams will do different things.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you have any insight, Clement, maybe not, but I don't even know if the LPL has like open in-houses, kind of like we have here in Brazil or over in Europe.
I just think that the quality of the drafts are going to be so much higher, because when I was in the LPL, people didn't really prepare specific drafts for especially a lot of the lower tier teams. Yeah, and let's take a look at this first, like how the draw is going to go.
So I assume this is pool 1 going into Group A, is how I would imagine this goes.
Top Esports.
Wonderful. So that's the team that we've just seen go down, I assume, goes into Group A. It would be logical that they do Group A, B, C, and D. So that's just what I'm going to assume is going to happen.
If that's what they're named.
Yeah.
They had funny names last year, so Weibo.
Also true. Yeah. So the first round through is just going to be getting the Pool 1 teams. The way that the pools were seeded as well was based off of summer from 2023,
Yeah, that's right.
So summer 2024 has based for the seedings of this.
That's right.
So
Billy
the
Billy.
expectation is that you get not just the top 4 teams get drawn into the same group and then 2 of them don't end up playing in playoffs.
Yeah.
You should theoretically have the similar amount of skill level across by all of them. But then NIP are in there, which threw me a little bit, but maybe they've got some secret sauce. Yes, okay. It's Group A, B, C, and D.
Yes. Now I understand.
Nice
it.
and easy.
Yes.
Which one do you guys think is the strongest out of the first group?
Well, one of them
Putting you
made it
guys
to
on
the
the spot.
DEMACIA Cup finals.
Yeah.
So I'm
and-
gonna go
and one
Group A.
didn't really play, so how
Yeah,
can I
BLG.
judge BLG based on their DEMACIA Cup roster?
That
will
is
not be the
amazing.
LPL roster. They're pretty
Is
decent.
AL going straight into top esports?
You'd have to think. Like, you'd have to
Looks
imagine
of
that
it.
they're just going straight
Wow.
in. A
I
rematch?
like the rivalry though. Could be a thing.
That doesn't bode well for top esports. Hey, JD Gaming going Group B, maybe, most likely?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think so. Like, normally when you do international events, there are preventative measures. So 2 teams from the same region can't go into the same group. But I imagine that for domestic, it's probably just going to be rattle across. And
Is
sort of-
LPL all playing in Shanghai, or are they still doing the city thing?
Not quite sure.
Okay.
Could be.
Because
either. Could be
when I
either.
was casting, they were flying around all over China, and it was like, wow, it took so much time from the teams.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
such a it's such a stressor as well. I can't speak for the regions I've worked in being that way, but I do recall that Australis, back when they were still in the LEC, they were in Copenhagen, and they always had to make their way to the studio once a week. Oh, it's just so unnecessary. Or the Overwatch League. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah.
Oh,
our
yeah, they had-
conferences were based on East-West when I was casting, and it was based on how long the flights took. So I hope that the conferences are not locked anymore. They're really happy about LGD. Wait a minute, why are they happy about
Going
this?
into
Can you guys tell
Group
me?
A with the 2 DEMACIA Cup finalists. I have no idea.
Uh-huh.
Maybe they're happy for
Okay.
the other teams.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was the case.
It could be.
They're fans of other teams. Interesting.
Oh, what is this team?
That's
I've never seen that
OMG.
one.
That's oh my god.
I like their
It's a
Exactly. You
new-
did, you
yeah,
did
yeah.
the perfect face for it. That's exactly the reaction we needed.
Oh, I feel like the new one is it's not as cool.
Dun-dun-dun. I have to say, this logo always puzzles me. Why is it a crying face?
It's
Is
just
it a crying face? Am
Thundercock.
I the only? It is. Yeah, but what?
IG going to C. Okay.
Yeah.
Or sorry, not C. They ran through.
Go, yeah. Exactly.
And that IG is a
the,
new. They've got
super
a new.
team, right?
Correct. Yes. So
Yeah.
them being in the 3rd pool is. It had an opportunity to create quite a lot of. We'll say competition. But
I like
they're-
Group D so
they're-
far.
Wait
Yeah, I
a
think
minute,
this-
RNG and EDG are in the last pool. What did I miss? Are they?
So last split, they
We don't
split the
talk about
divisions into
EDG.
2, so like a top half and a bottom half basically. RNG finished dead last of the bottom conference, and EDG finished 5th out of 8 in said conference as well. So
That's not the RNG and EDG.
they
I
were
know.
they were both bottom
No.
4 teams last split.
Okay.
No, they had a very unfortunate run, but who knows? Maybe they'll pick themselves back up. I heard that RNG is just tough to get back up. But
To give a little bit of clarity as well, teams are playing in cities still, so they have their own city and will probably be flying around. If they don't have a city specifically, then they play in Shanghai.
Oh, okay, okay. Thanks
okay.
for the
Well,
info.
at least it's not 7 days a week.
Hopefully
True.
not.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And then
the
final
last
one. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see what the groups fully shape up to look like, and then we can have like a little chat. Okay. So the highlight from this tournament for me that wasn't AL winning was actually Thunder Talk. They took 2 really big scalps very early on. in this tournament, and they are playing up against BLG, who we haven't really got a chance to see, and LNG, who are off the back of a really solid performance from 2024. So they've got already a difficult group, I'm imagining, and if they can continue some upsets from DEMACIA Cup, maybe they can find their way out of that group. But a reminder, it's top 2 that leave the groups that go into playoffs. So
right.
if you don't make top 2, if you lose 2 games effectively, then you have already lost.
You get an early vacation, as the players say when they get knocked out of the tournament, right?
Early vacay, we love that.
They think very differently than the coaching staff, but yeah.
I just want to say, as someone that feels like I just woke up from a coma, I really hope one of these legacy teams do well. I can't believe WE, RNG, and EDG are in the last pool together holding hands. Oh my god, what did I miss, man? This is not the world I imagined.
But I think
Put me
this
back
is
in the
also-
coma.
Put me back in the coma, wake me up when the glory days are back. But I feel like this is kind of what's fun about the LPL. I feel like it's quite unpredictable. And I think that creates really good narratives. You don't just get attached to a team, you allow yourself to get attached to also the personalities and the players that go around, right?
It's always
Yeah.
good for the league when you have new blood moving up and like creating plays, but like I think the life cycle of where League of Legends is now, you really need those nostalgia bait to come back as well.
Yeah. Europe does
Yeah.
it really well. We're full on nostalgia baiting, but yeah, interesting. Well, Clement, thank you so much for joining us. Rude, thank you so much for joining us. It's been
Thank you.
It's been really, really lovely to do DEMACIA Cup Finals with you guys. Your historical perspective, invaluable. So thank you so much for that, and thank you, Rude, for following up with our DEMACIA Cup bits that were needed. You guys have any last words on the tournament, or looking ahead of the LPL next year?
Well, I just want to say again, thanks for having me. I know I haven't been in contact with League of Legends that much, but you guys have rekindled my passion for the game. It's been really fun, and I really hope this product takes off. I think LPL is the most fun from League of Legends I've ever seen. It's not slow, methodical League of Legends. It's all about testing your mechanics. It's about stepping up to your opponents. It's about crazy plays. When I was, producing for the league, we had the motto that this is the league of monsters. This is the league of the future. And I hope that stays true for the LPL. I can't wait to see what you guys build out of this product.
Yeah, I mean, final words from me are to keep watching this product. This is free ran, so we are all doing this off of our own backs. Subscribe to the channel on the back of that as well.
Yes.
But also, these are the baseline for stories now that we're going to take into 2025. And with 3 splits of LPL, they're narratives that we're going to continue to develop, to continue to nurture. So you should just be looking to come back here when we start the next split. Games mean a lot more now. There are 3 games before your group stage, and potential first split just ends. So come in, watch all the content, watch all of the games, and get behind some new blood, get some new teams under your skin, and make sure that you're feeling confident about how you feel with the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to everyone involved in the production as well. Thanks to the casters and the people that kickstarted our, little trial run of what the LPL fan broadcast is going to be for the next year, which was DEMACIA Cup. We'll be back in just a couple of weeks' time, so you won't miss us for too long. Thanks again for hanging out. Subscribe, support us on socials. It's just LPL English. And thank you guys, and congrats again to AL. Very well deserved. See you guys next time, yeah?
Bye-bye.